I can't speak without swearing, and I've only got my grade 10, and I haven't had a cigarette since I've been arrested, and I'm ready to fucking snap. So I'd like to make a request under the People's Freedom of Choices and Voices Act that I be able to smoke and swear in your courtroom. Because if I can't smoke and swear, I'm fucked. And so are all these guys. I won't be able to properly express myself at a court level, and that's bullshit. It's not fair, and if you ask me, I think it's a fucking mistrial.
You could look at any existing socialist country. If you don't want to call them socialist, call them whatever you want. Post-capitalist, whatever. I don't care. Call them camels, window shades. Doesn't matter. As long as we know the countries we're talking about.
The revolution
you look at any one of those countries, and you can evaluate them in several ways. One, comparing them to what they had before. And that, to me, is what's very compelling. That's what's so compelling about Cuba, for instance. When I was in Cuba, I was up in the Escambray, which is like the Appalachia of Cuba, very rugged mountains, people very poor if they were. And I said to this campesino, I said, "Do you like Fidel?" And he says, "Sí, with all our soul." I remember his gesture, with all our soul. I said, "Why?" And he pointed to this clinic right up there on the hill, which we had visited. He said, "Look at that." He said, "Before the revolution, we never saw a doctor. If someone was seriously ill, it would take 20 people to carry that person, because you'd go day and night. It would take 2 days to get to the hospital. First, because it was far away, and second, because you couldn't go straight. You couldn't cross the latifundio lands. The boss would kill you. So you had to go like this. And often when we got to the hospital, the person might be dead by the time we got there. Now we have this clinic up here with a full-time doctor. And today, a doctor in Cuba, when you become a doctor, you've got to spend 2 years out in the country. That's your dedication to the people. And a dentist who comes 1 day a week. And for more serious things, we're not more than 20 minutes away from a larger hospital. That's in the Escambray. I said, that's freedom. We're freer today. We have more life. And I talked to a guy in Havana who says to me, before, all I used to see here in Havana, you call this drab and dull. We see it as a cleaner city. It's true, you got the paint is peeling off the walls, but you don't see kids begging in the streets anymore. And you don't see prostitutes. All we used to have was prostitutes. Prostitution used to be one of the biggest industries. And today, this man is going to night school. He said, I can read. I can read. Do you know what it means to be able to read? Do you know what it means to be able not to read? So you compare a country to what it came from, with all its imperfections, and those who demand instant perfection. The day after the revolution, they get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to be allowed to have their newspapers and their radio program? Are they going to be able to keep all their farms? The passion that some of our liberals feel, the day after the revolution, the passion and concern they feel for the fascists, the civil rights and civil liberties of those fascists who were dumping and destroying and murdering people before. Now the revolution has got to be perfect. It's got to be flawless. Well, that isn't my criteria. My criteria is what happens to those people who couldn't read. What happens to those babies that couldn't eat, that died of hunger? And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Not blindly, not unqualifiedly. And the Reaganite government that tries to stop that kind of process, that tries to keep those people in poverty and illiteracy and hunger, that gets my undiluted animosity and opposition.
The air outside feels thick, like I'm breathing through a pair of dirty gym socks. It's a high radiation day. Most everyone will be staying inside, but I need to hunt for some work. I always like to start the day with the traditional PI breakfast.
What do you think South Africa would have looked like if the Europeans had never landed on these shores? And compare it with present times, or after the Europeans arrived. What do you think South Africa would, for example, I know it's difficult, but what do you think South Africa would have looked like in 2020 if the Europeans had never landed on these shores?
Now, again, I have to say, how incredibly racist the question is. And I see that, your mode of thought basically proceeds from that kind of racist thought, because if you don't get the point I'm making, let me demonstrate. What you are asking me is tantamount to asking a victim of rape, what would your life have been had you not been raped? Because remember, integral to colonialism, which is the coming of Europeans to Africa, rape, slave rape was integral to it. So what we are doing is asking victims of rape to say what would their lives had been like had they not been raped. And you don't see anything wrong with it, because your thought pattern proceeds from a very racist framework that says for these other people, it is possible, to say anything about them. But when those things are said about white people, then certain sensibilities of justice, morality, and other sensibilities spring into action. But I'm going to answer your question nonetheless.
We high, high, higher. 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 Ancient warriors, eagle feather in his head. Ancient warriors, talks to me with his eyes. Ancient warriors, saying don't believe those lies. Oh, the future lies. We high, high, higher. 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 Ancient warriors, I sense the feeling that you carry. Ancient warriors, the time is close, this I know. Ancient warriors, tradition always will help us grow. But this we all should know. We high, high, higher. 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 Ancient warriors, time has changed us and ancient warriors, truth we speak is the same. Ancient warriors, some men found to make the game. Oh, what a shame. We high, high, higher. 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 Ancient warriors, when I think about our lands. Ancient warriors, our children's futures in our hands. Ancient warriors, may the spirits not be weak when they have to speak. We high, high, higher. We high, high, higher.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
The communist governments were further burdened by this incredible legacy of colonialism and maldevelopment. Many people don't realize it, but most of Eastern Europe, before World War II, and certainly after World War II, given the additional destruction, most of Eastern Europe was a third world region. Thousands of villages were reduced to rubble. Illiteracy, poverty, disease, coal, hunger was the common lot among the peasantry and much of the working class, as it was before the war. Capital formation was almost non-existent. The same was true of pre-revolutionary Russia. The same was true of pre-revolutionary China. Henry Rosemont, he notes that when the communists liberated Shanghai from the U.S.-sponsored Kuomintang reactionary government in 1949, the communists found that about 20% of the population in Shanghai, 1.2 million people, were drug addicts. And every morning, special crews of street cleaners, quote, would gather up the corpses of children and adults who had been murdered during the night or died of disease, cold, and starvation. Communism, ladies and gentlemen, I say it without flinching, communism in Eastern Europe, Russia, China, Mongolia, North Korea, and Cuba brought land reform and human services, a dramatic bettering of the living conditions of hundreds of millions of people on a scale never before or never since witnessed in human history, and that's something to appreciate. Communism transformed desperately poor countries into societies in which everyone had adequate food, shelter, medical care, and education. And some of us who come from poor families, who carry around the hidden injuries of class, are very impressed, are very, very impressed by these achievements and are not willing to dismiss them as economistic. To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people. But what about the democratic rights that they lost? We hear U.S. leaders talking about restoring democracy to the communist countries. But these countries, with the exception of Czechoslovakia, were not democracies before communism. Russia was a czarist autocracy. Poland was a right-wing fascist dictatorship under Pilsudski with concentration camps of its own. Albania was an Italian fascist protectorate as early as 1927. Cuba was a U.S.-sponsored dictatorship under that butcher Batista. Lithuania, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria were outright fascist regimes, openly allied with Nazi Germany in World War II. So what democracy are we talking about restoring? The socialist countries did not take away any rights that didn't exist there in the first place.
thought, Julian, maybe I will come with you. Not hanging around here with that drunk bastard.
What you call me, Bubbles?
Nothing.
Get the fuck out of here, Leahy.
Nothing.
You know what a shit barometer is, Bob?
Oh?
Measures the shit pressure in the air. You can feel it. Listen, Bubs, hear that? Sounds of the whispering winds of shit.
What the fuck are you going on about?
Can you hear it?
No, I don't hear anything.
Oh, but you will, my sorry little friend, when the old shit barometer rises, and you'll feel it too. Your ears will implode from the shit pressure. You were warned, Bubs. But you picked the wrong side. Beware, my friend. Shit winds are a-coming.
When are we gonna head down to the King for the 2-for-1, Mr. Leahy?
Randy.
This is bullshit, Mr. Leahy.
Feel that?
Feel what, Mr. Leahy?
The way the shit clings to the air, Randy.
Shit clings to the air.
It's already started, my dear good friend.
What started, Mr. Leahy?
The shit blizzard.
Do you tire of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
But the thing is, in order to stop breaking the law, we gotta break the law just for a couple minutes, and then we're gonna be done, retired.
Well, hello and good morning, comrades. It's your comrade, your friend, Leaping Larry. Here for another, what is it today? Tuesday. It's Tuesday. You know what that means today? We are gonna be reading some more from this today. We're on saw Joe Biden's brother nude? What? That's extremely unfortunate for you. I'm sorry to hear that. Damn. Definitely not something I would wish on too many people. So of course today we're gonna be on this section right here on the Juche idea. We'll be starting. No need to be sorry, Lennon. Jesus. Hey. You underestimate my ability to mod if need be. Yeah. Have to brighten it. I agree. It's good other than that. Reason we need to dismantle America. Yeah. Not gonna say no. Watch the VODs from the earlier theory readings. Yeah. Yep, there's her new emote. Thanks to Seb's Dev. When I did People's News the other day, we decided we're gonna do People's News. I'm gonna always turn around in the chair. Now I just need a stack of papers. I don't have any handy, but we'll get a stack of papers and I can put them on the desk as well when I turn around. Gotta add to the flavor, you know? We gotta keep things interesting around here. How are you, comrades, this morning? Cinnamon Challenge, Juche Gang, Haley, Cosmic Crown, welcome, Lesbian Hot Sauce, GMO, Blatt. Holy moly, we're all in. I'm liking that intro. I like to sit back and smoke my joints while I watch that intro that I got now. And I'm hoping what we'll end up with is, of course, all these little like traditions that we do through the intro, because it has the sound bites that we use, right? You know, like it has those couple Michael Perenni sound clips that we use on the channel a lot, and it even has like that part from Trailer Park Boys, where he's drinking from the Texas Mickey. Top of the morning to you, Mad Maple Syrup. Let me find you a nice comic quote here, Juche gang. We're going for one from, since we're going to be reading from, I guess, DPRK work today. Why don't I find your work from Kim Jong-un? There you go. That looks much better, Lennon. That is so much better. I think this one is sort of pertinent to what's going on today. We will never remain onlookers to the enemy's desperate moves for aggression. We will do all we can to defend the destiny of the country and the nation. By the way, I was showing comrades yesterday. I'm sure all of you saw it, but it's worth keeping this link in mind. I was talking about how DPRK, of course, actually on London stream last night we talked about it too, how DPRK has given like solid material and military aid to liberation struggles all over the world, which is of course overlooked by almost everybody in the world. So a comrade of mine shared this with me here, which is she was scanning this South Korean publication from 1978, and it was like denouncing all of these actions that DPRK has done throughout the world. And of course, given that this is a South Korean publication, they're putting it as DPRK supporting terrorist regimes around the world. But when you actually like start looking at this, it's like Bolivia gave $280,000 to leftists from 1965 to 78. I fucking love this so much, so we're looking at it a little bit again, because it just makes me feel, it just warms you inside, you know? Like Argentina financed the People's Liberation Army and helped 1971 to 72, it helped establish a guerrilla base at Sada in December 1973 and trained a cadre of 30 to 40 Argentine guerrillas. Extended 1,600,000 in aid to the Revolutionary People's Army of Argentina, the Fatherland Safeguarding Movement of Paraguay, and Latin America, a radical leftist group, in October 1977. Brazil helped establish a guerrilla base November 1970. In the vicinity of Porto Alegre, trained 16 guerrillas and provided the guerrilla organization with $50,000 for arms purchase. What's my top 5? Oh my god, that would be hard to pick like a top 5 like that. I mean, for me, like I stress DPRK is an inspiring example to me, because it shows how like a small nation that started from circumstances of being colonized can win victory and fight off the largest empire, right? Like we can look at the different stages of struggle in different parts of the world. Like it's like when we watched Red Nation yesterday, and they explain how the struggle of like Palestinian people in terms of militancy and stuff is at a different stage than we are First Nations people, right? Like they're far more organized, etc. And that's why for a lot of First Nations people who are communists especially, what's going on in Palestine right now, the resistance is extremely inspiring. That's the reason, right? It's like, oh, if Palestine's doing this and they're able to fight back against their conditions like this, you know? And then it's like, after we do that, imagine when we look at like DPRK, it's like, that's when we do the thing, right? Then we gotta look at DPRK and and their whole thing as well. Yeah. That whole thing. Wait, I can do that. This source right here, Lesbian Hot Sauce, this is where my friend posted it. She scanned it from she scans all kinds of documents and stuff from her university. Absolute, I recommend everybody follow her as well, because she's one of the ones who scanned this really important document that was actually a telegram from Kim Il-sung to the Black Panther Party. It's like one that people hadn't seen before. And this shit's like just buried in like university archives and shit, right? Hey, Powerful Finger, welcome. Then Chile. North Korean agent Kim Chang-bok was deported by the military government in June 1973 on charges of helping an anti-government guerrilla group called Leftist Revolutionary Chile, supplied rifles and other military equipment to the communist-oriented leftists in November 1975. Delegation of Chilean leftist revolutionary movements Central Committee, led by its General Secretary Andrés Pascal Allende, visited Pyongyang in November 1976. Costa Rica. 4 North Korean diplomats were arrested on suspicion of instigating anti-government student demonstrations in May 1975. The 4 were Kim Tak-gun, Cha Pyok-gun, and Pak Ha-bu and Kim Hee-sun. Guatemala. Trained over 100 members of the Guatemalan People's Liberation Army in North Korea. Guyana. In a guerrilla camp in Guyana, about 800 guerrillas were trained by North Korean, Communist Chinese, Cuban, and Palestinian instructors in October 1976. Mexico. Trained 50 members of the Movement for Revolutionary Action, MRA, in North Korea for 6 to 13 months in 1971. North Koreans were found working in MRA in December 1973. Paraguay gave $180,000 to Rajas for his anti-government activities in 1965 to 1973. Peru. 20 Peruvian women were trained within a compound of North Korean Trade Mission in Peru in anti-government subversive activities in April 1977. A considerable number of Peruvian students were trained in guerrilla warfare in Pyongyang in early 1977. During the July 1977 general strike in Peru, North Koreans provided military training to members of the anti-government organizations at a guerrilla base near Lima. United States. North Korea furnished books on the revolution and guerrilla warfare to the Black Panthers, comprising over 1,200 black people and 66 units, and other leftist organizations in the United States in June 1971. With the U.S. bicentennial in mind, North Korea invited the Chicago district leader of the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, Juan Marentes, to visit Pyongyang and assured him of North Korean support in a joint communique in June 1975. Fucking based. Hey Grom, how's it going? I was just dispelling some myths here about DPRK not being internationalist, which, we hear all the time even from supposed leftists, about it being like the Hermit Kingdom or that it doesn't fulfill its international duty. So we were just looking at all the little things that DPRK does to help out, Hope you're good, Grom. Just made cashew chicken, and then I'm going to a Palestine protest. Fantastic, Grom, fantastic. Great to hear that.
He's a communist. Oh, really? Yep, big communist, big communist. Oh.
True. I got recommended a video from Black Red Guard. Oh no. and watched this video about DPRK, and I couldn't watch more than 3 minutes. I know. Why is he like that on DPRK? It's gross, to be honest. Don't be like that. Learn about it. Again, because and you know, the kind of rhetoric he was talking about in that video is like this same kind of thing. Like people say, like, oh, at least Cuba goes around and sends doctors and AIDS liberation movements. Motherfucker, so does DPRK. There have been some people on social media who I thought were pro-liberation comparing pro-Palestine people to anti-Semites. Oh my god. Appreciate the awfulness that is civilian casualties. I got something to say about that might not be so popular. And also recognize that this has been happening to the nth degree to Palestine over the last century. I mean, here's the thing. War was declared when settlers arrived. And my position, which might not be the most popular position, like every time I say this I expect my viewer count to drop off, but the settlers are the pawn of war. If anybody's death is, if their death's on anybody's hands, it's on whatever powers use them as pawns, but at the same time, they're going there. A lot of them have two homes. Settlers, in every instance, are not civilians. They're combatants. They're invasionary combatants, in fact. Right? They're there to displace and combat the native population. That's the whole reason they're there. And then they can like turn around and use them as saying, "Oh, they are just civilians, so you can't kill them." It's like, motherfucker, they're stealing people's homes. They're not civilians. I mean, in the West, they're stealing people's lands. They're not civilians. That's why you got to give the fucking land back, right? It's like we watch Red Nation, and it's like, they were talking about leftists in Israel, and it's like, if they were leftists, they wouldn't be there, right? And it's like, when we're talking about the West here, our position is, you're not leftist if you're not reparations, right? If you're a settler communist or a settler leftist and you're not participating in reparations for natives, how leftist are you? Which brings me to my a quick sidetrack. I think you should all follow our network here at Chunkaluda, where we are actually trying to build. Holy crap, this changed a little bit. Where we are trying to build dual power. We are building mutual aid networks. That is focused, of course, on building up First Nations all across Turtle Island. Of course, we have like the Red Road Construction Drive. We have Food for Elders program. All kinds of other stuff we got going on. Make sure you follow us at Chunkaluda. And coming up on the channel soon, we're going to have the founder of Chunkaluda come on and do a weekly or semi-weekly segment. That should be good. Mayos are not applying Marxism, in my opinion. They are dogmatic. It's what happens when you read and don't understand the underlying theory. Marxist version of anarchist. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've encountered, and look, I judge somebody based on what they're actually doing. Like I've said before, here in practice, when I'm out organizing, I'll work with somebody who's got a better line on colonialism and imperialism if they call themselves an anarchist than I will somebody who mistakes questions of settler colonialism and calls themselves a Marxist or something. But at the end of the day, yeah, Maoism as an ideology, especially when it's been touched by the likes of Bob Avakian, it's been severely it's not, I don't think it's necessarily a universal theory. Like Marxism itself, I find, was already developed enough. And this is one reason why I like Juche and like Fanon, because we can read them and understand contributions to scientific socialism, and they're not focused on this like developing further Marxist-Leninist theory. Like Juche is important because it solves new questions without contrasting with Marxism-Leninism. I think a lot of Maoists sort of turn Marxism into this dogma. It's the question, where does the line get drawn? My family came to the US in the early 1800s via Canada, and just before that. Am I a pawn? Do I deserve to die? This is where I'm trying to understand. Not trying to troll, just trying to get my I mean, in the West, and I mean the West, here's the thing. For me, and like again, it's not about trying to hurt feelings or something like this, but in the West, it's going to boil down to each nation what they decide to do. But I know, or I think and believe from what I know of my own nation, that we never have and never wanted to kill fucking settlers. We want them to live under our rules. They're in our land, under the land that is stewarded by us, or should be stewarded by the First Nations here. So the most important thing to me is that stewardship is returned, that all control is returned, and that whatever white working class exists here just simply does not have political decision making over anybody's destinies on these lands. And I think, just like Lenin said about how the working class or the masses will work much better under the leadership of the working class as they do under the bourgeoisie, well, the settler masses will work much better under the leadership of the native the natives than they do under the leadership of these settler fucking motherfuckers, right? But now again, when you come down to talking about even when you're talking about Turtle Island, Haley, if that nation decides, yeah, it's in her best interest to deport people who aren't members of the nation, there's a lot of land, you know. I don't know. That's my position on that. Just because what you're looking at there is a reaction to a literal end, trying to end an actual genocide that is still going on and has been going on for hundreds of years. Yep, But again, this is part of what being a revolutionary is like. Either way, we realize that in order to have the species to survive, in order to not go down this path of being obliterated by the interests of capital, that's what we got to do. We got to, whatever it takes, we got to restore the path. We have to use revolutionary enthusiasm to restore the power to First Nations, right? And end settler colonial genocide. I mean, I just like to qualify it by just saying, like, it's up to, if they gain political control, it's not up to anybody else but First Nations to decide what they need to do with that political control. But I'm just saying that I think if you look at the history of First Nation, like every single First Nation society versus the history of every single settler or European society, I think we can understand that there's much less chance of us being slaughtered by native people gaining their liberation, no matter what nation, than we are settlers just continuing on with the capitalist system, right? I think you're more likely to face violence and shit from that than you are from First Nations liberation, if you ask me. It's history, I think, shows, right? I'm not a settler, I'm just white. He's one of those old Euros. Yeah, and look, Haley, I know, like, and this is the thing, right? We have to understand. It's a little, and this is like you see what's happening in Palestine right now, right? Like, you have to understand that what we're talking about here is the same things what is in North America. It's just here in North America, it's been going on for a much longer time, but it is still the same thing. And they still use settlers who arrive recently and even today to North America to carve up native people's land, right? They still do use them as pawns. And this is why when it comes to like in northern SWE, I don't know. Not sure. Know much about Sweden. Can't say I've studied much Sweden. Sami. Okay. Yeah. And I mean, like, because, like, think about, like, the Oka crisis and other shit like this, where it was golf courses trying to take the land. So, I hope that makes some sense to you, Haley. Do you mean the political dynamics of, like, what I'm talking about with settler colonialism in general? Or do you mean, like, the political dynamics of Palestine? I mean, obviously, Palestine is, again, it's the same thing that's happened with North America, essentially. It's just at a different stage. From one point of view, like I mentioned, their stage of struggle is more advanced than First Nations, and that's why it's so inspiring. They're more organized, more... Okay, well, you're in the right place because we're going to be talking about some of that today, actually. I do have some of that today. No, we're all here to learn, 100%. Sami people are indigenous people of the north. Their territory is in Sweden, Norway, Finland, Russia, and funnily enough, Russia's treated them the best. It is a genocide we are committing, and the land should be returned to the Sami people. Okay, interesting, Grom. Thank you for that information. I kind of want to look into that more. Yeah, join us, please, in following Haley, or Valkyrie. Shout out for Haley as well. I just saw something pop up. Join us in following Valkyrie of the North. Fill in that heart if it's empty. We don't let hearts go empty around here. Grom is spot on. Grom is pretty dang spot on. That's a good wiggle, Lennon. That's a good wiggle. By the way, if you comrades have cheered 1,000 bits, you know, not only are you supporting my family in the stream, good thing to do. The day after Indigenous Peoples Day, it's a pretty good thing to do. But you also get soda emote. Because I changed up some of our emotes here. I felt like we needed a little bit of a spicing up of the emotes. So now I also have Crazy Horse emote as well. Crazy Horse pointing at all the settlers to go home. Yeah, and there's that one that Seb's made of me. Graciously.
Oh, don't you see, kid? You're being
Oh
bamboozled.
my god.
These capitalist fat cats are inflating the profit margin and reducing your total number of toys.
What the hell, Haley? Thank you so much. 1,000 bits? What the fuck, comrade? That's ridiculous. Thank you. Oh yeah, Grom. I got that in the hopper for today. Oh, do I have that in the hopper for today? Jesus Christ, Haley, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, Sam, I appreciate you dropping in and saying you're here. I love you, Sam. Yeah, you covered Palestine last night. Get to celebrate a fellow Mi'kmaq. Sometime, Haley. Smoke from the pipe. That's just a little personal one. I know, I do. I do, Grom. I really do need to stand for it. I will get there. It takes a lot of saving. Right now, I really do gotta fix my fucking... I gotta fix the driveway still. And the shed. You know. But... Oh yeah, I should mention... Regarding, my stream, you can support it, aside from bits and bits and subs and the gift subs, you can also... I did some merch now. Like, I have this mug right here. It's got all the comrades from the channel on it. And, yeah, anything here up at the top, right? Isn't it a sick mug, Valkyrie? I got this shirt coming as well, so I'm excited to show you. Comrade did order the patch, actually, so I can show you the patch here as well. Patch actually looks pretty fucking good, I gotta say. Read the patch. Yeah, hey, welcome back, Juche Gang 420. That patch, I think, turned out pretty fucking good. So yeah, there's some of the merch. The patches are down at the bottom. Got some quotes. The aim of revolution is to bring love for the people into bloom. And if you come down to the bottom, I think the embroidery on the Juche Gang looks amazing. Here's the patches. Oh, I gotta move this one. Any here that are labeled Chunkaluda, the proceeds go to Chunkaluda, which is, again, our First Nations mutual aid network. I'm going to keep them all at the bottom. So see right here, Bureau of Wasco Affairs, the pig head, white bread, being buttered with mayonnaise. So any ones that you buy that are BWA Chunkaluda, these go towards Chunkaluda proceeds directly. Any of the profit from that goes towards that, just so you know. Yeah, check it out. All right. Yeah, people do give George too much credit, but I mean, he has said some alright stuff about USSR as well. You want the duck mug? Yeah. Haley, the duck, my fiance, she was like, okay, let me bring that back up for 1 second.
The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Exactly. The duck thing, my fiance wanted me to make this. She specifically wants this. So she's like, you gotta at least make one with Ultra on the front. I want to order a shirt with Ultra on the front. I was like, okay, here you go. It's the Ultra Doug. I was like, all right, if you want it. Yeah, call me Doug. Won't someone think of the stormtroopers? Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get to him. Okay. Let me finish this because this is funny. We were dispelling the myths about DPRK not being internationalist or not providing aid to liberation movements. So we were just reading through this South Korean newspaper from 1970s that had all these reports of DPRK providing aid to terrorist organizations. Okay, so we were right here on the U.S. I'll start this one. The U.S. North Korea furnished books on revolution and guerrilla warfare to the Black Panthers. No, you did not. Learning is not disrupting, Haley. God damn it. So the Black Panthers are the terrorist organization they're citing here, and other leftist organizations in the United States on June 1971, with the U.S. bicentennial in mind. North Korea invited Chicago district leader of the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, Juan Menterez, to visit Pyongyang and assured him of North Korean support in a joint communique in June 1975. That's fucking based. Helping the Puerto Rican Socialist Party? What? That's fucking awesome. And the Black Panthers. Uruguay financed a leftist group of Socialist Party with $343,000 in 1965-1973. Okay, Juche Gang 420, thanks for coming, comrade. Venezuela provided the Forces of Liberation with $50,000 and supported their guerrilla activities in mountainous areas in 1966. Algeria had a major training ground for Palestinian guerrillas. Communist Chinese and North Korean instructors trained Algerian guerrillas in 1976. Chad trained members of an insurgent army, including its leader, Al-Bas Sadiq, in October 1969. Palestine gave 3 to 5 months training courses to 30 to 40 guerrillas from Palestine, Zaire, Angola, and Mexico at a guerrilla training camp in North Korea from January 1972 to January 1976. Provided Arab terrorists with weapons and trained 30 PLO guerrillas in North Korea in August 1972. 70 to 80 North Korean instructors trained Palestinian guerrillas in 1973. 12 Palestinian guerrillas of Hawami PDFELP underwent a one-year course of military training in North Korea in September 1975. The training was completed 3 months later. Rhodesia, Black guerrillas, sent military advisory groups to train black guerrillas in November 1975. Somalia, from January to July 1976, 5 guerrilla groups with 100 to 150 in each group were trained in North Korea. Asia and Europe. Sri Lanka. All 18 North Korean diplomats in Colombo were ousted for giving financial support to the People's Liberation Front, which tried to topple the government in April 1971. Thailand gave guerrilla training to 25 members of the Thai Communist Party in North Korea in February 1976. Northern Ireland announced its support for and furnished Marxist training to the rebel Irish Republican Army in May 1972. West Germany. The Baader Meinhof Gang, a West German terrorist organization, requested North Korean military training as well as political cooperation. The group asked Kim Il-sung to supply it with automatic rifles and military training. So, TPRK has been all over the fucking world. Yeah, oh yeah, Grom. Yeah, they would. They hijacked a plane. Oh yeah. It's like, and this is what's interesting, like, when people say that DPRK, or especially these Maoists, Grom, right? As you mentioned earlier, especially the Maoists who claim like DPRK is not a socialist country, it's not internationalist enough. Have they looked at its resume? This is an absolutely fantastic resume, and I would hire this person on as an internationalist any day. Like, what? Black Panthers, fucking Northern Ireland, like, what the fuck more do you want from them? Palestine, Algeria, Venezuela, Uruguay, like, where else do you want them to be? I know they also went to Grenada. Keep in mind, this was published in the 70s, right? So, since the 70s, they have kept going. Burkina Faso, if you don't know, Thomas Sankara and Kim Il-sung were actually fairly close. They communicated quite often. Thomas Sankara kept a pair of pearl grip pistols on him at all times that Kim Il-sung gifted him. Which is why everybody was so excited when Burkina Faso resumed ties with DPRK. Because it was like, oh shit, are we going to start seeing DPRK help again? Yeah. I mean, that's what's left out, right? The imperialists don't like to talk about it that way, but you do see it in mainstream media all the time. Like, you could type in on Google and say something like North Korea supporting, I think if you put in North Korea supporting Yemen rebels or something like this, you'd come up and see articles where it's like North Korea's breaking sanctions by arming Yemeni rebels. And of course, what that article is leaving out is that there are Yemeni people fighting against Israeli occupation and invasion. All right. Well, now that we're an hour and 15 minutes into the show, we'll do the first video of the day. I've got our usual DPRK, just a few things, and then we got a piece on Palestine from Breakthrough News, and then I'll do the People's News. Actually, I'll do this as part of the People's News. And then we'll do some memeage, and then I'll read this book to you. And then we'll do more Palestine after that. While we do the longer, and then if I have time still, we'll do the Subversive podcast, the first part, while I may put on a game as well while we listen to that. Oh my god, thank you, Haley. I'll do the Stalin emote in real life for you. Oh, soon when the People's News comes on, you're all gonna see the iconic chair turn. So be prepared. You want to get your cameras ready. Poster says about vaccinations, by the way. Hey, lesbian hot sauce, welcome back. You always make it for the music. Lesbian hot sauce. Well, considering what we just listened to, I think we gotta have it like. Countries talking about how their citizens are missing in Israel. I thought they were indigenous to Israel. Which one is it? Are they French or Israel? Right? ASAB. Grom. ASAB. All settlers are bastards. How about chunkier? Holy comrades, it just got too chunky there. Woo! Far too chunky. Far too chunky. The chunk was off the charts. I couldn't contain it. I had to turn it off. You saw that, right? It got fucking dangerous. Fight for my life here with this thing. Well, we're gonna put you over here. We're just gonna put this over here, okay? Whew. Let it cool down. Get that out of the way. Jesus. I went all out for you, lesbian hot sauce. The chunk overdose. Holy shit. Yeah, that's the kind of excitement you can expect here at Leaping Larry's. All right, what do we got next, for fuck's sakes? Look, there's a reason why at the beginning of that intro, I added those two. We thank you for the sizable bass. Oh, I'm happy to provide you with the girthy bass. More than happy to provide the girthy bass. But there's a reason why in the beginning of the what are we doing here? Showing or streaming or something? At the beginning of the stream, there's a reason why I included those Trailer Park Boys clips that I did, right? Specifically the shit blizzard ones and stuff, right? The whole reason for that is because, well, have you not noticed the shit blizzard that's going on around here?
Feel that? Feel what, Mr. Lee?
The way the shit clings to the air, Randy?
Shit clings to the air?
It's already started, my dear good friend.
What started, Mr. Lee?
The shit blizzard.
I was doing the William Dafoe. Alright, that's enough. We'll do more memeing after. Let's do this DPRK US anti-DPRK human rights smear campaign. I want to see this.
Well,
and then...
I mean, I did do it. Once someone takes the blame, what do? I couldn't take it then. He had already taken it.
Thank you, Haley. Look, once someone once someone's taking the blame, what do, right? It's perfect logic. Like, well, I was gonna take the blame, but and continue. We missed you in here, Haley. We missed you in here. I'm not. You definitely liven up the chat in the best fucking way. We missed you in chat. All right, U.S. anti-DPRK human rights smear campaign. Oh yeah, I do this now. Anyway. Well, I'm glad to hear it's not the worst this week. I do this now too. I took inspiration from Rob Rouzeau and the other pro streamers. And now I put the words on the screen like this, look. Ooh!
Falsified opinions of the DPRK, especially of its human rights situation, is widely spread in the international community, leading to numerous misunderstandings. In addition to that, the report on human rights of North Korea, which was concocted and circulated by the US and its followers, brings more of such irrational views, delusions, and misjudgments. However, nothing can hide the truth, and the true motive is sure to be revealed. It is none other than the US who worked out this report as part of its hostile policy towards the DPRK, out of its despicable motive.
Oh, we showed out our comrades here, Haley.
For many decades, the US have made vicious attempts to threaten the DPRK politically, economically, and militarily, starting from its inveterate negation and extreme hatred for the outstanding socialist state and anti-imperialist country of the world. From 1990s, the US carried out massive propaganda and frequent nuclear threats against the self-defensive nuclear deterrence of the DPRK. But having realized that all these were helpless in bringing down the DPRK, a country with a single-hearted unity, the US turned to the issue of human rights of North Korea. The US now seeks to expose the reality of the human rights of North Korea, fabricated in order to sling mud at the image of the DPRK, and make an excuse to intervene in the internal affairs of the DPRK for creating a political and military atmosphere for regime change. Robert King, the special envoy of human rights of the US State Department, didn't bother to hide the main objective of their North Korean human rights fuss by saying that the US notes that putting pressure on North Korean government on human rights is more necessary than any military actions in his keynote speech at the Charlotte Human Rights Forum in 2012. The recent remarks by the spokesperson of the US State Department also revealed that the US is focusing everything to the human rights issue of the DPRK in the international arena by saying the US is expressing concerns to the human rights issue of North Korea, and the improvement of human rights record in North Korea is the main issue in improving the relations between North Korea and the United States. The US, together with its followers, organized a commission of inquiry that specially deals with the human rights situation in DPRK at the UN Human Rights Council and appointed Michael Kirby as its chair. Michael Kirby is a mentally and morally corrupted pervert who has been a gay for more than 40 years. The US sent this Kirby to South Korea in August 2013. The South Korean puppet group, the complete colonial slaves of the US and crazy about the confrontation with the DPRK, bribed Kirby and begged him to make more fuss about the North Korean human rights.
Yep.
They were busy with providing him with distorted and fabrication information.
Yep.
They brought defectors to meet him and showed him the Hana Center where the human dregs are
Notice
trained
that
into
lesbian
shock
hot
brigade
sauce.
in the malicious propaganda against the DPRK.
Absolutely
This is how the
agree,
report
but
on human rights of North Korea was made up. Kirby has never visited the DPRK and has not a slightest idea of the human rights mechanisms established in the DPRK.
The thing
He
I find
asserted
though
that the DPRK
disingenuous,
was
right?
uncooperative.
I just want to mention this isn't from DPRK state media. This is from one of its independent networks there. But something I find disingenuous, right, is how many fucking homophobic or, you know, like hateful fucking pieces can you get in the US, right? Like, yeah, DPRK is still in a struggle to overcome reactionary ideas, of course, right? But, like, look at how much less of these fucking articles and shit are printed every day in, like, DPRK or Cuba or any other country than there are in the US, right? And Cuba as well still does have problems. Of course, they passed, the state passed the best family code that should be a model for everybody else, but they still do have sections of the population that are extremely problematic, right? Yeah, exactly, lesbian hot sauce. Which is why it's important that we focus on ending the sanctions, right? Getting rid of the pressure. Yeah, and that's the way they weaponize this kind of stuff, right? While at the same time, the whole like saying that LGBTQ plus people should love Israel. It's like it ignores the fact that, okay, well, they're also fighting, you know, the Israel. It's not really Jews against Muslims, as I mentioned actually in IDAN stream this morning, right? It's actually not between that at all. It's between settler colonials and natives. That's what the fight is, right? That's what the fight is all about. So if you're pro-settler, then, like, by extension, you're kind of more anti-LGBTQ plus people, because that whole fucking notion has been pushed on the entire world by white Western colonialism. the whole idea of the dual gender idea. There's such a degree that like they even analyzed past societies through that lens and tried to describe like First Nations societies in that same way, as being framed by just these two genders when none of them were. And that's what's so dishonest about some of the way they frame it. Like, oh, the men were the leaders and the women weren't, and it's like, no, it's every First Nation society was fucking different, and they didn't even like share the same like concept exactly as you. And didn't even necessarily share the same concept with exactly the same concept with each other in many instances. So no, fuck off. But yeah, I think it's important that we do realize that, yes, of course, there's contradictions in DPRK, in Cuba. Is there homophobia that needs to be overcome? Yes, absolutely. So yeah, I just want to point that out. Because, you know, we did notice that in the thing. But yeah, this here, Uraman Kokiri is like, this isn't one of the state media. Contrary to popular belief, while all media in DPRK is funded by the state, it's all the state. Who controls the state in DPRK? The people, right? So yeah, unfortunately, there are some reactionary views that do still need to be overcome, 100%. And in DPRK, as I always have mentioned to people before, the reason why, like, and this is something that's also weaponized against DPRK, like making cultural progress, is the fact that it doesn't have a pride movement like what you saw emerge in Cuba. And as I have mentioned before, the reason why a pride movement like you see it hasn't emerged in DPRK is because, unfortunately, in Cuba, they did persecute people based on sexuality. They did have homophobic laws that actually targeted people in a violent way. And Fidel Castro did apologize and was very deeply apologetic for that within his lifetime, thankfully. But that is the reason why that emerged, right? That's the reason why the Pride movement emerged there, because they weren't able to make those changes in the government. In DPRK, you never had this happen. DPRK is one of the only countries, including socialist ones, who can say like it never had laws that targeted or persecuted people or excluded them from government decision-making positions based on sexuality or gender. So because of that, there was the same conditions didn't exist for this militant pride movement to emerge, and instead the struggle is within the state organs themselves in order to improve and overcome reactionary ideas and improve the family code, which I think will be accelerated by the example that Cuba has set. Hey Sebstev, welcome comrade. Yeah, homophobia in a country shouldn't justify bombs and sanctions, because if that were the case, every country in the world would need to be sanctioned, right? And what has bombing ever done, right? It has never helped it. It just makes it worse, because it oftentimes solidifies, more often than not, the power that is in control at the time. Yeah, everybody follow Sebstev, by the way. Another fantastic communist streamer around these parts. We shout out our communist streamers. Yeah, I hope that makes sense for you. Sorry to go off in the long tangent. We just noticed that little point piece in there, so I wanted to mention that. Hope that all makes sense to everyone.
In giving access to the Commission's members to visit the DPRK, but this is an expression of ignorance with no basic idea about human rights and international practice. A country is obliged to cooperate only when the intervention of the international community is within the limit of at least not negating the sovereignty of that country. The UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Convention on Human Rights, and other relevant international regulations call for a constructive and cooperative access in promoting human rights. This means that all discussions and policies should be aimed at substantially improving the human rights. So it is no surprise that the DPRK did not approve of the visit to DPRK by those who took part in doing harm to the DPRK for regime change, jointly with the US and South Korean authorities that are hostile to the DPRK.
Right?
his shameless theory that the DPRK did
Exactly,
not cooperate
NTC.
with his request to visit the North to investigate the violations of human rights is a planned and intentional trick to cause wrong views about the DPRK by all means. This is nothing but an insult and mockery of the DPRK and of the international community. The contents of the report produced by Kirby are even more preposterous. The findings of the Commission that consist of A. Violations of the freedoms of thought, expression and religion, B. Discrimination, C. Violations of the freedom of movement and residence, D. Violations of the right to food and related aspects of right to life, E. Arbitrary detention, torture, executions and political prison camps, F. Enforced disappearance of persons from other countries including through abduction, is a mysterious document compiled with groundless and shameless contents without any slightest understanding and knowledge about the DPRK. The report has turned a blind eye to the unprecedented political, economic, and military threats of the US to the DPRK that's been going on for a long time. The report is a document of confrontation with the DPRK and a guideline for interfering in internal affairs aimed at transforming the DPRK as desired by the US and not recognizing the political and social system already established in the DPRK.
미국은 지금 인권보호의 민영화에 공화국에 대한 내정 간섭과 정부 전복을 노골적으로 시도하고 있습니다. 2004년에 미국에서 채택된 국인권법이 그 전형적인
You'll come
실력입니다.
around at some point
이
today.
법은 조선민주주의 이민공화국에서 인권과 민주주의, 시장경제를 촉진시킨다는 의미와의 인민들 속에서 정부에 대한 불만을 야기시켜 정부 전복과 제도 변경을 유도해버리는 데 그 목적을 두고 있습니다. 하기에 미 행정부는 이 법의 비행을 위해 2,400만 달러를 할당하고 있습니다.
Many non-governmental human rights organizations are mobilized to fulfill this task with the financial support from the US administration. The Defense Forum Foundation and National Endowment for Democracy are the representative non-governmental organizations. CCK and 4 other South Korean organizations based overseas, and Citizens Alliance for North Korean Human Rights and 3 other organizations based in South Korea operate with the financial support from the above-mentioned foundations. All these organizations are engaged in taking DPRK citizens to
do
South
have a
Korea
piece on that
and taking
lesbian
the
hot
lead in
sauce
various human
somewhere.
rights events.
I'd have to look for it. Hey, La Sue.
According to the information,
hope you're
Chun
good.
Yi-won, missionary of Dori Hana, confessed that for 19 years
Stood
from
up for La
1990
Sue.
to 2009, he had lured and taken more than 900 DPRK citizens to South Korea to make them into North Korean defectors. These human traffic traders that are crazy about money do not hesitate to reveal that they receive from $3,000 to $10,000 as commission for each North Korean taken to South Korea.
Make sure you'll all follow La Sue there, filling that heart up at the top. Hope you're well today,
The
La
Nation
Sue.
Times based in the US made public that Lee Myung-bak regime took sides with the US and spent $309,790,000 to support these illegal acts. The report produced by Kirby is from A to Z run through with falsehood and fabrication, since the witnesses that gave testimonies of the violations of human rights in the DPRK are none other than the vicious defectors who
that's
have
what I
committed
say.
crimes in the DPRK and fled. To name a few, there is Park Sang-hak, representative of the Alliance for the Movement of Free
when I
North.
could be struggling.
He fled when he was due to be tried for smuggling 3 items of national cultural inheritance, including Koryo Celadon. There is Kang Chol-hwan, representative of the Center for
I'm
Strategy
sure you
toward
have.
the North.
I just
He
started
was
on
under
Twitch
legal
in
sanctions
May.
for stealing the assets of the factory after making a lot of debts from gambling while working
I made
as a
my
worker
Twitch
at the
and
cop
started
station
streaming
Yodo
in May.
County. Chang Jin-song, original name
Oh,
Yu
yeah, I'm
Chol-hyun, in
probably
New
the
Focus,
newest one
is a
here,
pervert for which he
following
was
La
caught
Sue.
numerous times. While he was acting as an artist at the Navy Song and Dance Ensemble of the Army, he fled after receiving Korean won equivalent to $3,000 for purchasing equipment. There is also Kim Yong-sun, vice chair of the Committee for the Democratization of North Korea. He was also indicted for smuggling and leaking military
And
secrets
brand new
while
to
acting as a
Twitch.
dancer in the Korean People's Army Song and Dance Ensemble from the
New
period
blood.
of 1962 to 1967. Ma Yong-ae was born in China, and after returning to the country, she served in the army and later was a worker in Tanchon and a housewife in Pyongyang. She told lies that she worked as an overseas agent of the National Security Agency, after graduating from the Pyongyang University of Music and Dancing. She gave more
Ben, you
lies that
started
her husband
streaming?
was executed as a prison camp
I don't
because
even
of her
know when that
desertion.
was.
She is now
I had
engaged in
no-
anti-DPRK human rights racket and
no
even
idea what
stages
Twitch was
demonstrations in the
doing.
US. Now let's listen to her husband who is said to have been executed in the prison camp by Ma Yong-ae.
지금 와서 생각하면 불쾌한 생각뿐입니다. 전 남편과 두 아이를 가진 어머니였다는 것을
Yeah,
알게 되었습니다. 그러나 나는
when we were watching
일단
My Brothers and
내
Sisters
아내가
in the
된
North
것만큼
Lesbian Hot Sauce,
남자로서 다시
the
품어주었고
one woman they were talking to is like a very high-ranking military like official, like couldn't even talk about her job really
그런데
and stuff.
그가 저 하나만을 위해 가정과 부모 형제도 다 버리고 더주하다 못해 내 아들 혈성이까지 몰래고 빼내갔을 땐 내가 이런 역겨운 인간하고 또 양심도 우리도 없는 이런 인간하고 살았구나 이런 생각을 하니 한멸을 금할 수 없습니다. 그게 내 새 가정을 이루었습니다.
지금 이제 마용에는 우리 공화국 정권이 이제 자기 남편을 이렇게 총살했다고 남편을 살려내라고 이렇게 지금 고화되고 있단 말입니다. 이렇게 그렇게 살아있는 사람을 놓고 말입니다.
여기 있을 때도 거짓말을 밥 먹기도 했는데 미국에서
This
살아가자니
is her husband that she says is dead.
Sin Dong-hyuk, original name Sin Yong-un, is no different from Ma Yong-ae. He is giving fabricated testimony.
I love that. So see, sometimes the DPRK does do that to troll them because the South reported that one woman went on South Korean TV or whatever and said her husband was executed, and then she appears on North Korean television with her husband interviewing him. Shit, I'm still alive? Alright then. Might as well give my beard buddy some love. Beard hugs. My beard's waving hello to you, Bub. It loves you.
Is in the UN as if he had endured all sorts of tortures in the
Welcome in,
so-called political
comrade.
prison camp. Just to make that one lie sound real, he is making up more and more lies.
Oh yeah, this guy.
다니고 그다음 중학교서부터 수강하기 되겠습니다. 직장을 일단 수강생 되다가
Okay, I'm gonna back up one sec.
Sin Dong-hyuk,
You
original
probably
name
heard of
Sin
this guy,
In-gun, is
right?
no different.
This is the guy who wrote the book Camp 14. He's the one who wrote that book, Camp 14. And then he came out later and admitted that some of his story wasn't true or whatever. Yeah, right here. So look, right here, Jin Duck Hyuk, this guy here is the one that they claim that he claimed he wrote this biography about his life in North Korea's Camp 14. Okay? And then I guess when did he write that book? I wish they actually gave the date when he wrote it. But then in 2015, right here, right in mainstream media, you can see it was even reported, he recanted many aspects of his story on life in North Korea after a video was released showcasing Shin's father alive, despite Shin having previously claimed he was dead. Okay? Now, look at this.
From Ma Yong-ae.
This is him.
He is giving fabricated testimonies in the UN as if he had endured all sorts of tortures in the so-called political prison camp. Just to make that one lie sound real, he is making up more and more lies.
Here he is. Here's his father right here. There's no such thing as a political prison camp. In-gun went to Bok Chang Primary School and Suwon Secondary School. He was talking about school. He was just talking about school. Just school.
다니고 그 당시 어디서부터 수원하게 되겠습니다. 직장인 때는
After graduation from the school, he worked at Suwon Pit and then worked at Pyongyang Mine in Suwon County, North Pyongyang Province.
수원경 되다가 그전 자기 내가 그 아신에서 또 평북도 음산군 거기에 부흥광산에 가셨습니다. 다 떼가지고 광산에 가셔가지고 오염돼가지고 한 1, 2년 고생했습니다.
달인?
하고 요 2살 때인가 3살 때 그래서 아장가 부를 때 개물 옆집에서 나는 그 개물에 앉아서 여기서 뒤에 자리였습니다. 여기 말입니까?
현재 지금 사는 거.
여기 가을동 입수하시고 146번입니다.
As is shown above, the testimonies by the human scum of the situation of human rights in DPRK are all lies and fabrications. Now let's listen to what Kim Song-min, representative of the North Korean People's Liberation Front, said to John Yong-chol, who is arrested in DPRK.
The funniest part is after he saw his dad on that video, he fucking recanted his see, and then look, they even try and say the following is Shin's biography is told by him, prior to 2015, which he later partially recanted. It's hilarious that he saw his father on that video and then was like, okay, I lied. Oh yeah, 100% cinnamon challenge. If you are from the north and you end up in South Korea, you have to say that you will not try and return to DPRK, and not only that you won't talk friendly about DPRK. Right? You can't even talk friendly about DPRK or you risk being persecuted. Which, if you're in the south, that means like potentially going back to jail. Or if you're me, it means you get turned into the most subversive channel in South Korea. Oh yeah, look. Juche game. Blocked in South Korea, comrades. We did it. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. This morning they went around and age restricted all the content on the same channel too. Did I should probably have my actual name as my Twitter handle? It's in the URL. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know that was your. I didn't even realize that, Pop. Don't worry, I got mine everywhere as well. If it makes you feel any better, comrade. When you go to my socials here. Yeah. If you go right here. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong one. You go to Peace, Land, and Bread right here. And you go to About Us. As I said, I told you, comrades, I do work at Peace, Land, and Bread. It comes up right there. The description is a little out of date now. And then, not only that, but in every friggin' article, or in every journal as well. It's all over the place already, Bop. What can I say? Not much you can do now.
Incident of Association for Bringing Down Statues.
남조선에 남성 결례들이 만든 수많은 80여 개의 단체들이 있지만 여기서 가장 기본 우리 공화국에 대한 악랄한 색동을 하고 비방 중상을 하고 또
Yeah, I mean, I don't have my following
어떤
isn't.
짓을 다 한 것은 북민전이라는 단체인데 북민전은 2010년 9월 9일 서울에서 군인 출신 탈북자들을 100여 명을 줄여서 만들어주고
Never worry about being silly in my chat lawsuit. That's what we're here for.
보면 다 공화국에서 죄를 짓고 도망간
Silliness and revolution.
After all, the smear campaign conducted by the US is a mean, impudent, and outrageous behavior that defends and backs the criminal acts of hostile forces who try to violate the main order of democracy and destroy the social system of
meme break while I
DPRK.
stream.
Among the defectors, there are servants of money who have been brainwashed in Hana Center and read out scripts written by information architects about violations of human rights in the North in order to earn money. According to the article number 816 of South Korean Weekly Donga, dated December 12, 2011, revealed as follows. The intelligence service selects enthusiastic ones among the North Korean defectors during the investigation and make them work in information gathering. In exchange for gathering information on North Korea, the defectors are given either money or concessions. Tempted by money, some defectors do not hesitate to distort or fabricate the information of North Korea. It's not hard to buy forged documents stamped with fake seals of secret of the General Political Bureau of the Korean People's Army or Personnel Department of the Workers' Party of Korea in the border area near River Dumon. The considerable amounts of internal North Korean documents published in the press are fabricated ones to make more money. These forged information and fake testimonies from those who are desperate for money are botched together to produce the report on human rights of North Korea, a document for confrontation with fellow countrymen, jointly cooked up by the U.S. and South Korean authorities together with
no
Michael
Western
Kirby.
media ever talks about
According
it.
to the secret text from the WikiLeaks, the U.S. Embassy in ROK secured massive quantity of oral statement records from North Korean defectors, and these records are sent on regular basis from the South Korean Intelligence Service and Ministry of Unification to the Field Operating Base Korea under the U.S. Defense Information Agency. The Field Operating Base Korea refers to the detachment of the U.S. Defense Information Agency based in Yongsan, Seoul. As is disclosed by the secret text, the Field Operating Base Korea also participates in the interrogation of North Korean defectors, and on this basis the U.S. Embassy in South Korea evaluates the stability of North Korean government, designs its collapse and other emergency situations, and works out all sorts of records. These records are again revised according to their needs when they're released. The Central Joint Investigation Center was renamed Center for Protection of Defected North Koreans in the face of the fierce denunciation of the internal and external opinions. It is at this center that intelligence service horribly infringes upon the human rights of North Korean defectors and cooks up many cases. The defectors are put away in solitary cells for months and are bidden, threatened, and lured to make false confessions in order to produce fabricated data by intelligence service. South Korean Yonhap News, and other media reported that at the center, spies are found and numerous grave violations of human rights of North Korea are manufactured every day. This is the hard reality. It's a pity and so foolish of the U.S. Congress and Defense Information Agency, South Korean Intelligence Service and Ministry of Unification to be all involved in revising the false information brought by their secret staff to be used in making films and pamphlets and make a fuss about the human rights situation in the UN with others.
네 개의 나라들에서 그 인민들의 인권이 어떻게 대우되고 또 어떻게 보상되는가 하는 문제는 철저히 그 해당 국가의 자주권에 속하는 문제, 또 내정 문제입니다. 그것은 그 인권의 실현과 보장이 그 매개 국가의 그 사회 제도, 또 경제 발전 수준, 문화 전통에 의해서 결정되기 때문이라고 이렇게 말할 수 있습니다. 그래서 유엔 헌장에 규정된 인권 분야에서의 구체적 협조를 실현하게 대한 이런 문제도 역시 그 매개 국가의 그 자주권이 존중되는 이런 기초 위에서만 실현될 수 있는 그런 문제로 되는 것입니다. 때문에 인권의 국제적 보호는 반드시 국가 자주권 존중의 원칙과 또 내정 불간섭의 원칙에 기초해서 실현되어야 합니다. 미국과 그 주정 세력들은 인권 가면을 쓰고 악랄하게 감행하는 이런 반공화 소동을 당장 중지하고 제놈들이 한심한 인권 상황부터 개선이 나아가고
According to the information, every year in the US, 27,000 people commit suicide, 23,000 are murdered, 13 million people fall victims to the rape, violence and robbery. 125,000 people die from alcoholism, 473,000 are using different drugs, more than 1 million people suffer from AIDS, and more than 160 million suffer from debt. This is the ugly human rights situation in the US. Under the signboard of protecting human rights, the US illegally interfere in the internal affairs of the sovereign states. And
You know
when
what I
that
found
becomes
interesting right there? Do you notice how they included debt in their analysis of human rights? Debt. Did that happen to strike anybody else the way that they just included debt in that? Like, think about that for a second. Here, debt is like just treated as like you're actually better. Your credit is higher when you've gone into debt and you're paying into debt over and over again, right? As long as you keep paying into that debt. Yeah, HIV situation, apparently it's top notch, a model for the global south from what I hear, lesbian hot sauce. But yeah, I found that interesting, the way that they listed debt in that.
The US illegally interfere in the internal affairs of the human rights situation in the US, using different drugs. More than 1 million people suffer from AIDS, and more than 160 million suffer from debt. This is the ugly human rights situation in the US. Under the signboard of protecting human
That is
rights,
anti-human
the US
rights,
illegally
comrades.
interfere in the internal affairs of the sovereign states. And when that becomes hard, they spread all sorts of lies and fabricated opinions to provoke wars against those countries and massacre
Exactly,
people.
BB. Welcome
The
in,
US
comrade.
is the ringleader of massacre and violation of human rights. The US has neither the right nor the justification to talk about human rights. The US is the criminal state that has systematically infringed upon the human rights of Korean people in the most inhuman way.
Yes, London is definitely going to be the officiator.
South Korea is no different. South Korea is the
He's
number
a
one
public
in the rates
servant.
of suicide, murder, thief, rape, pay differential between men and women, low-wage employment, divorce, and cases of tuberculosis.
See, that's what I just told you. That's what I just told you. I paid off my debt and my credit score went down. Yep, exactly. That's what I was saying. I've not 59,000 in debt between student loans and credit cards. Yep. You need to come on some Saturday or Sunday. Work keeps me off cam Monday to Friday. Yeah, definitely come on Monday or Saturday or Sunday. This weekend is possible. Saturday my fiance works. My son is at his mom's. Oh my god, comrades.
People are taken to prisons on the charge
Guess
of
who's
praising
here?
and encouraging North just by talking to their own fellow countrymen or relatives, or by telling as it is whatever they saw. Almost a century ago, Japan enforced a Public Order Act to punish and slaughter the Korean patriots after invading the country. A revised version of that law, adopted as the National Security Law, is still in force in South Korea, the country with the poorest human rights record that produced long-term unconverted prisoners who had been imprisoned as political criminals for 45 years, recorded as the longest in the Guinness Book of World Records.
This one's to tie.
Such is the
It's
reality
tied.
that the abnormal becomes normal and the truth becomes a lie by the US and its followers. This calls for all countries and nations to be on alert. It is time for the world to take measures to stop the anti-DPRK human rights campaign of the US and its followers. When it fails to do so, then the US and its followers will become even more reckless to do the same to all countries and nations that they don't like.
We have 3 kitties. This one is
It is from this point of view that China stated that it does not support the establishment of the Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in the DPRK, and requested to add the message in the report of the Human Rights Council that it hopes the Commission would carry out activities in an objective and fair way instead of concentrating only to the unverified information. Even the Western media expressed a concern that the report is prejudiced and unreliable, making them wonder how such document could be circulated as a document of the UN organization.
Nope, I guess 3 kitties.
The DPRK once again strongly condemns the Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in the DPRK for taking sides with the planned and provocative US hostile policy towards the DPRK by publishing the report that runs through with such contents as interfering in the internal affairs, selectivity, and double standards by putting together the information that are very prejudiced in style and not at all scientific and objective in contents. At the same time, the DPRK demands to immediately stop all vicious attempts to negate the system and topple the government of the DPRK, conducted under the cloak of improving the human rights of North Korea. Human rights are sovereign rights of the state. The social system of the DPRK that embodies Juche idea is a people-centered system under which working people are the masters of everything, and everything in society and state serves them. Thanks to the legal and institutional measures of the DPRK government, people are enjoying all rights as a social being from the date of birth. The DPRK is the best socialist system in the world that completely abolished the taxation system and enforces universal free medical care and 12-year compulsory education system. The people are provided with houses by the state and enjoy genuinely independent lives, helping each other and displaying the spirit of one for all and all for one.
I'll let this cat in the ducks.
No matter how much the US and other hostile forces try to slander the human rights situation in the DPRK, nothing can hide the beautiful reality where the genuine human rights are fully provided for working people. We will love and continue to add glory to the people-centered socialist system of our own style that's best in the world.
Bob.
The DPRK will continue to be faithful in implementing its obligations entrusted upon it in the field of the international human rights, and continue to develop the relations of friendship and cooperation with the countries that respect its sovereignty and are friendly to it.
Yeah, what's interesting about that, Pop, is like the reason, like there's a solid reason why China's social credit system is so much better than the credit system that we have, right? Because China's social credit system is for corporations, for businesses. Ours is like for individuals, and it's like if you're not in enough debt, constantly paying into debt, then you're fucked. For China, it's like if you're a corporation and you're not paying your fair dues back to society, then you're fucked. Let me let the cat out to see the ducks. I love this band so much, Bob. Hey, look! DC. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh my god. Ugh. Oh my god, the first. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my lord. No, no, no. No. Yeah. She posted one an hour ago. It's up to 433 views. The two types of socialists. She posted a video called The Two Types of Socialists. Yeah, her channel is called The Voice of North Korea by Yeonmi Park. We can't actually watch one of her cursed videos, right? Right? That wouldn't be a good idea. I can't imagine. I can't imagine I'd be able to make it through one of those. The two types of socialists. Oh yeah, popular. Oh yeah, daily life in North Korea. 7 million views. The second most viewed one is Kim Jong-un brutally shoots an orchestra conductor 90 times in front of every artist in Pyongyang. That's the second top video on her channel. Yeah. Her, look at this. When you look at her thing, you sort it by popular here. Daily life North Korea, 7 million views. At 6.3 million, Kim Jong-un brutally shoots an orchestra conductor 90 times in front of every artist in Pyongyang. God, oh my god, look at this. She just keeps doing the same one. Look, North Korea's secret pleasure squad parties. North Korea's pleasure squad. North Korean beauty standards. Chat? Yeah, he later told the public that he shot all 90 rounds out of one single magazine of average size. Yeah, exactly. Right after getting a hole-in-one in golf. Public executions, and they show a picture from a movie. Just the most typical shit. My God. Holy fuck. Right? Imagine if she used her imagination for the good of her people. Yeah, USA beauty standards, plastic surgery, fucking eating disorders. Yeah, sounds good, Yeonmi Park. Yeah. Right? Everybody is armed and trained, but yet they live under they're their own dictatorship. Yeah, there was one saying is Kim Jong-un gay. It's just typical like view farming, right? And I mean, she's very not. If you're not familiar, she's extremely bad on that question. She's one of these ones who thinks like the wokes are. You actually really want to watch that one? All right, well, I'll bookmark it. That might be one we'll check out then. We'll see what it is. Change it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we might have to watch that with the meme segment right after the news, I think, Bob. We'll do the news, and then when we get in the memes, we'll watch that, or at least we'll attempt to. We'll see what it is. Okay, so here's the deal. We'll do the news right now, and then I get a few songs just to wind down from the news, and then we're into the memes. When we get into the memes, we'll watch that Yeonmi Park, okay? I've got some good memes for you as well today, chat. Alright, so we're gonna get into the muse for the day. Before I do that, wait, what am I doing that? Do this. There we go. Reminds me of that magazine that used to sell at the grocery checkouts called Weekly World News. Yeah, Weekly World News. Welcome in, by the way, Frank. Always great to see you here. Trusted mod. Okay, here we go. Time for the muse. That was such a great addition to the channel. That was such a good one. We're a collective of geniuses around here.
Land defending. Water defending. Strike actions. International politics. Socialist news. Bringing you the stories that matter most to revolutionaries. People's News with Leaping Larry.
Welcome to the People's News with Leaping Larry. That's me, Leaping Larry. Okay, so today, as as you can imagine, we got more of the news from yesterday. Wasn't that? That was a good one. I felt like I've really improved the turnaround from yesterday. Really just brought it to another level right there, I think. I could feel it. You know? Like I could feel that one. You should. I'm expecting the entire chat to be doing this. I'm gonna come. Do not come. Do not come. Wait, where's my other vaporizer? Alright. I got Pyongyang Times for you today. I get a little bit of CGTN today. I got Workers' World. The lights just flickered frighteningly. And then the video. There we go. No one coming between our beards. Exactly. Exactly. Do not come. Do not come. I'm gonna come. China opposes Japan's nuclear wastewater dumping into the sea. I wonder why. A spokesman for the Chinese Foreign Ministry answered a journalist on October 5th as regards to Japan's start of the second round of dumping of Fukushima nuclear wastewater into the sea. Yeah. It's I have heard that before. I have heard that before, Powerful, actually, yeah. The Tokyo Electric Power Company of Japan announced that it would release into the sea 7,800 tons of Fukushima wastewater for 17 days by starting a second round of discharge that day. As to this, the spokesperson said China resolutely opposed to Japan's unilateral action, saying that the sea is the common wealth of mankind. He demanded Japan to respond to the international community's concern in a comprehensive way and get rid of nuclear wastewater in a responsible manner with a sincere attitude. The EU have stricter standards? Okay. There is no more sacred and precious designation than mother. Like a mother who takes pleasure and pride in making much effort to their children, the Workers' Party of Korea takes responsible care of the people and destiny and future. Respected Comrade Kim Jong-un, just like President Kim Il-sung and Chairman Kim Jong-il, who believed in the people as in heaven and dedicated their whole lives to the people, thoroughly applies the people first principle to the overall party work, saying that it is the firm determination of the party to hold the people in high esteem, dedicate everything to them, and that the party should take genuinely maternal care of them. Therefore, Motherly Party became an appellation peculiar to the WPK. Alright, now we have CGTN here on Palestine. The United Nations Humanitarian Office on Tuesday said that nearly 200,000 people, or nearly a tenth of the population, have fled their homes in Gaza since the start of hostilities, and is poised for shortages of war and electricity due to a blockade. Theory list. That would have been a good one, though. I'll add it as that too later, Powerful Finger. There we go. Israel intensified its airstrikes on Gaza on Monday and imposed a complete siege on the Palestinian enclave on the third day of conflict following the Palestinian Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas, Saturday's surprise attack on Israel. Hey Ninja Can, welcome in. On Monday morning, Israel Defense Forces, IDF. Yeah, I think if you type exclamation mark commands, it'll send you the list. It should, I think. On Monday morning, Israel Defense Forces, there you go, yeah. Spokesman Daniel Haggerty told reporters in a briefing that the military has regained control over all the communities in southern Israel, which were stormed by Hamas militants on Saturday after they broke out through the security fence between Israel and Gaza. At night, Israeli Energy Minister Israel Katz announced that all the water supply pipes from Israel to the Gaza Strip have been disconnected. Israel also halted the passage of goods, electricity, and food to the Strip. Israeli airstrikes hit 86 towers in the Gaza Strip, and this led to vicious damages, told an official in Palestine communications company. Hey Meg, welcome in. The price that Gaza Strip will pay will be very heavy, one that will change the reality for generations, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said while visiting one of the towns that had been attacked by Hamas. He ordered a total siege on Gaza. A day after his government formally declared war on the Hamas militant group that has ruled the enclave since 2007. No electricity, no food, no water, no gas. It's all closed, Gallant said in a video message in Hebrew. We are fighting animals and are acting accordingly. The Israeli defense minister has made quite plain. This is total war, Merkler explained. He's stopping all the things that civilians need to live: water, power, food, and fuel. And power also means water in the Gaza Strip, because they don't have much fresh water themselves, an Egyptian military official speaking on condition of anonymity told AP. Retired Israeli General Giora Erland, a former head of the country's National Security Council, said to France 24 that total war was necessary to prevent future attacks. We have to completely eliminate the threat of Hamas, and the only way we can achieve this is by using all the aggressive measures that we have, including, if needed, to create a terrible humanitarian crisis in Gaza, because this is the kind of pressure might be the most effective one. Elan said, claiming Hamas's continued control of the Gaza Strip meant the total population supporting the Islamist group and consequently preferred to fight and die. The Israeli military said more than 900 people already have been killed in Israel. In Gaza, more than 680 people have been killed, according to authorities there. Israel says hundreds of Hamas fighters are among them. Thousands have been wounded on both sides. No place safe. The UN's humanitarian office says 4 schools and 8 healthcare facilities in Gaza have sustained damages since Saturday. It expected severe shortage of drinking water in Gaza due to the Israeli cuts. Our schools give shelter to civilians and should be protected at all times, including during fighting, said the United Nations Relief Works Agency Director and Communications Julia Tuma, whose organization provided food aid to around the half of the population of Gaza, even before the latest fighting. What was already a crisis pre-October 7th could turn into a catastrophe for some 2 million people, she warned. Most people seek refuge in the UNRWA schools across the enclave. But media shows that some schools are even bombed, which is another humanitarian tragedy, said Ala Zaharna, replying to a text messages from Palestinian enclave. No place is a safe place in the Gaza Strip, and everyone can be next. Toronto turnout yesterday was pretty good. Of course, mainstream media totally misrepresented it. Doesn't surprise me, Chad Rat. Welcome in, by the way, comrade. Toronto is TO is Toronto, bup. That's Canadian slang for Toronto. Okay, I mentioned yesterday, I'm gonna mention again, okay? As you know, I defend China militantly, right? Militantly, I defend China no matter what. As a socialist state, I think it's a fucking example of things that the West could do better, all that stuff. Everything, whatever qualifier you want me to use, I defend China no matter what. However, I am disappointed in their UN statement by Zhang Jun. Okay? I will say that much. I wish they took more of a. This is one in one particular instance, given the current situation, where I wish China would have taken a a less neutral stance towards this. I'm gonna read you the statement we read yesterday. So this was given yesterday by China to the UN. China's permanent representative to the United Nations, Zhang Jun, called on all relevant parties to exercise restraint over recent escalations of tensions and violence between Palestine and Israel, as the UN Security Council met to discuss the conflict on Sunday. So you're gonna see, especially at the very end, like, this is the one thing I wish that China would just please. Just especially now, like, when this is an actual, like, they're fighting against a genocide, you know? Okay, so at the UN emergency meeting, Zhang said Chinese side is gravely concerned about the outbreak of fierce conflict between Israel and the armed groups in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, I already just don't like the way that this is being put. Israel and the armed groups in the Gaza Strip? You mean the Palestinian people fighting for liberation? And is deeply worried about the prospects of further deterioration of the situation. China condemns all violence and attacks against civilians. Settlers aren't civilians. And calls on all parties concerned. Yeah, that's one of the rare China L's, powerful. And calls on all parties concerned to exercise maximum restraint, avoid further escalation of the conflict situation, and realize a ceasefire as soon as possible, the Chinese ambassador noted. I'm sorry, but I do not agree with this. You cannot have a ceasefire. When there's genocide going on, the choice is either you lie down and die, or you fight and die. All parties are obliged to abide by international humanitarian law and refrain from attacking and destroying civilians, including civilian facilities, he said. Noting the current situation on the ground remains very fragile, Zhang said China supports the good offices of the Secretary General of the United Nations and the countries concerned in their efforts to cool down the situation as soon as possible. The Security Council should be ready to take the necessary actions to promote dialogue, realize a ceasefire, and restore peace, he added. Also, don't like this one. While China does, of course, they do have some influence on the Security Council. Security Council is not the same as like the UN General Assembly and stuff. Zhang also pointed out that the frequent conflicts between Palestine and Israel are largely due to the fact that the Middle East peace process has deviated from the right track, and that the basis of the two-state solution has been eroded and relevant UN resolutions have not been effectively implemented. He called for efforts to advance the two-state solution with the greatest sense of urgency. Oh, rare China L. I'm sorry, that is a rare China L. Again, I defend China militantly against all slanderous attacks. China is a socialist country, it's a socialist state building socialism, but this is a rare China L. And I wish in this instance that with the influence that they especially have in the global south, that they would have taken a more, which I have seen, and what it, I think what disappoints me about it especially is just that I have seen other countries take a more militant stance on it. Yeah, and that's it, right? I get that they're trying to have a stance of non-intervention and that they have their own reasons and stuff like that, but this is, I'm sorry, this is a rare L for the simple fact that it's genocide versus people trying to stop the genocide. It's every year conditions get worse in the Gaza Strip, not better, right? It's again, either they fight and die or they fight. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not. I get non-intervention is not ideal, but and I get the position and all this, but the two calling for a two-state solution in a settler colonial state where one side is disproportionately funded by another genocidal settler colonial state is not a good thing. They and even if you're trying to prevent World War III, this isn't going to cause World War III to break out. It's just they're in a position of influence where I just wish they would say something. That's all. I'm not saying I'm not saying that negates China is not a socialist state or anything like this. I just wish that they would have aligned with a few other countries on this one point. That's it. That's all I wish. Critical support means we do defend it militantly, but we understand that there is aspects, like I said, with DPRK. We wish that their family code would improve. Critical support means just that. We don't just blindly support it without understanding what we wish would be better, right? But it's not about being interventionist increasingly, Phil. This is the thing. It's about just standing in solidarity, at least in rhetoric, at the very least. Saying that, and many other countries have come out and supported and said this is fighting against this is like fighting against, literal genocide. Many other countries have said that. Yeah, just calling it out for what it is. That's all I'm saying. Just especially for a country that itself has fought against colonialism, and it's just, especially when I see other much weaker countries saying it, right? And I get that, again, they have a non-interventionist policy, etc. That's good. That's great. And I recognize that and respect the fact that they have the right to make their own opinions and make their own decisions. And respect that they're a socialist country and they're the only ones that can make those decisions, right? I totally respect that. It's just that I do wish that in this instance that they would say, look, this is a genocide going on. Yeah, I get saying that they aren't ready yet, but we're talking genocide. It's like there is no waiting, right? You can't just wait. It's genocide is genocide means you're dying. The Gaza Strip conditions aren't getting better, they're getting worse and worse and worse, That's my only, and again, Lennon, that's not to critique China as a socialist state, or be against China, or negate any of China's incredible work, or even that fact that China itself has to set its own policy. But we understand that critical support means just that, right? And when we examine a country, like as communists, we understand the aspects that we wish we could improve on in our own struggle as well. Like I said, like I just gave the example a minute ago, DPRK, we like to see in lots of socialist countries, we like to see them follow more of the example of Cuba's family code itself, right? Just like with China, I wish in this instance, even if they are going to be completely non-interventionist and completely neutral on everything else, we're talking about genocide and apartheid here. And it just worries me right here that yeah, Ninja can't, right? It's so hard to sometimes have a nuanced conversation, like, because if you watch any of my fucking streams, you know how militantly I am in defending China, right? But it's just like nothing in this said about apartheid, nothing in this said about a genocide, and it ends with calling for a two-state solution, which can't exist when one of those states is a genocidal state that's reducing you to nothing. That's it. That's my hot take, okay? I'm sorry that it's my hot take, but that's all. And again, it's not to say that I think that China should be attacked or something like that. It's just like, I wish China would be better on this one aspect. That's it. They're a socialist state. They need to improve on that aspect themselves when they feel they're ready and all that. I just wish that they did, especially in this instance. Okay. And then right here we got a bit more of the timeline. Fighting rages between Israel and Hamas. Escalating tension.
A night of heavy Israeli shelling and airstrikes turn Gaza into a ghost city as the air fills with dust and smoke. Roads are full of ash, broken glass, bricks, and other debris. People are trapped in their homes in fear. Only those who have fled have the courage to return. Rashad al-Bawab, 45 years old, had to leave his home with his family, running from the heavy airstrikes on the Al-Watan residential building in central Gaza City. Al-Bawab returned to check and found his home and barber shop partly damaged.
The Israeli army called us and told us that only precise bombing would be carried out in the area. They asked us to stay in our homes, but we fled. You can see the extreme destruction to our homes, which contain more than 65 people.
They called and told them to stay and then bombed their homes.
Since the beginning of the operation, Palestinians have taken precautions by stockpiling bread and food. Some families living close to the border have left their homes to take shelter in schools or relatives' homes. The Israeli air raids have targeted buildings in central Gaza City.
Thankfully, they fled anyway.
Al-Akluk Tower is an 11-story building on Al-Nasr Street in central Gaza. It's been brought to the ground by Israeli airstrikes. Abu Muhammad Nasser, who lived in the building, says it contained 80 residential apartments. All the families are
apparently they called these people and they're like, yeah, stay in your apartment building. It's all great.
Our area is a safe residential area with many children, and there's no military site or governmental site. Before the bombing, we ran from our homes at 6 in the morning, and the women and children became hysterical after they woke up terrified.
While some Gazan families try to gather what's left of their destroyed homes, others await an uncertain future as they expect a huge Israeli invasion into Gaza in the upcoming days. Noor Harazin, CGTN, Gaza.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is a Stringer dispatch here. This is 12 October 9th, yesterday.
ضربوا اول صاروخ زنانه بعدين ضربوا ال 16 نزلوه البرج بتعرف هذا برج يعني كله مكاتب برج سكني يعني لا بيحوى مقاومين ولا بيحوى اي شيء يعني كل البيوت راحت تدمرت دمار شامل يعني ما بتصلح للسكن طلعنا اهل البيت كلهم قد تشردوا اللي ساكن عند قرايب واللي ساكن كذا كذا.
A warning missile.
ساكن في البيت الخارجي شردت من البيت الساعة 1 الصبح أنا وولدي الصغير ومرتي من استهداف جينا لمكان ثاني للاستهداف ما تفاجئنا كل شيء بيطير علينا هواء ونار مش فاهمين ايش اللي بيصير ايش اللي صار ما سبق انه حدا رن علينا قالوا اخلي في حاجة حواليك رنينا على الدفاع المدني اجى يطلعنا في الساعة 4:30 تقريبا اجى طلعنا الدفاع المدني من البيت لانه احنا كنا الصراحة مش عارفين ننزل حديد ووالدي كان متصاب في راسه الحمد لله رب العالمين شايفين ما في حاجه ما في مكان امن في قطاع غزه عفوا البرج ما في اي حزبيه احنا ما بنشوف فيه اي مشاكل يعني هم مكاتب محامين كافي شوب كوافير محل صرافه ما في يعني حاجه انه يطلبوا من يستهدف هذا البرج.
Thailand's foreign minister says 12 Thai nationals have been kidnapped. Israel hit over, so this is all from yesterday. Israel hit over 500 Hamas targets overnight in Gaza as conflict continues since Saturday, IDF said Monday morning in an update. There are still 6 sites of active fighting in southern Israel near the border with Gaza, IDF spokesperson Daniel Haga told reporters on Monday, adding that the IDF has hit a total of 1,148 targets across Gaza so far since Hamas's surprise attack. He also revealed that the IDF is drafting hundreds of thousands of reservists. Yeah, same, Bob. Yeah, matron. Death toll from Israeli airstrikes in Gaza rises to 436. The death toll from Israeli retaliatory airstrikes in Gaza has risen to 436, with 2,271 others injured. Palestine's news agency WAFA reported on Monday, citing hospitals in the Gaza Strip. Hungary has evacuated 215 people from Israel by air on 2 planes overnight, and they have safely landed in Budapest, Hungarian Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó said on a Facebook post Monday morning. Iran's UN mission says Tehran not involved in Hamas attack. We emphatically stand in unflinching support of Palestine. However, we are not involved in Palestine's response, as it is taken solely by Palestine itself, Iran's UN mission said. First flight carrying Polish citizens evacuated from Israel landed in Warsaw on Monday with 120 people aboard. Yeah, Iran W. That's all I wanted from, that's all I want from everyone, I hope. Anyone who's progressive right now. The death toll from Israeli retaliatory airstrikes in Gaza has risen to 493, with 2,751 others injured, said the health ministry in Gaza on Monday. More than 123,000 people have been displaced in the Gaza Strip after Hamas launched attack, the United Nations said on Monday. Over 123,538 people have been internally displaced in Gaza, mostly due to fear, protection concerns, and the destruction of their homes, said the United Nations Office for Coordination of Human Affairs. Sirens sounded across Israel on Monday morning, according to Israel Defense Forces. At least 800 Israelis were killed after Hamas launched attacks since Saturday morning, the Jerusalem Post reported on Monday. 560 Palestinians has risen from retaliatory airstrikes in Gaza. This is all from yesterday. IDF says gunfire and explosions were reported on the Lebanon border as IDF responded to the infiltration of several suspects into Israel. The IDF neutralized a number of terrorist infiltrators who crossed from Lebanon into Israel. We are defending our country and stand ready on all borders, unquote, the IDF said. Local media reported that 2 of the armed infiltrators from Lebanon into Israel have been killed. Residents of several towns in the area have been instructed to remain locked in their homes. The U.S. State Department spokesperson confirmed the death of 9 Americans in Israel, Reuters reported on Monday. At least 10 Britons are believed to be dead or missing in Israel, local media reports. The EU has halted development aid program payments to Palestinians and is placing 691 million euros of support under review after the Hamas attack on Israel, an EU commissioner said on Monday. All payments immediately suspended. All projects put under review. All new budget proposals, including the 2023, postponed until further notice. European Union Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement Oliver Verley said on X, formerly Twitter. Yeah, exactly, Ninja Can. Maybe don't go to a vacation resort built on top of mass graves and fucking continuing genocide. Like, why are you going to a rave where there's a genocide happening? It's asinine. Hamas says it fired a rocket at Jerusalem. Hamas armed wing said it fired a rocket at Jerusalem in response to Israel bombing civilian houses. U.S. watched. Oh, here we go. U.S. watching Israeli
The U.S.
Hamas
is
conflict
scrambling
closely.
to respond to the violence in Israel and Gaza. American citizens have been killed and more taken prisoner by Hamas militants.
Notice how they always say Gaza and they just avoid using
lives
the
as a
word
result of these,
Palestinians.
Horrific attacks in the region. We are in close contact with the government of Israel as they continue to conduct security operations to locate missing U.S. citizens.
Over the weekend, U.S. President Joe Biden expressed firm support for longtime
Settlers
U.S.
are not
ally
civilians.
Israel.
The United
including the
States
vacationing
stands
ones.
with Israel. We will not ever fail to have their back.
The Pentagon is sending an aircraft carrier and its 5,000-person crew, along with a group of other warships, to the eastern Mediterranean and will increase U.S. fighter jet squadrons in the region, while also providing weapons and ammunition to
Hey,
Israeli
Red Falcon,
defense
welcome
forces.
in, comrade.
The U.S.
Shout
is
out to Red
investigating
Falcon.
any possible connection that Iran may have had to the Hamas attacks.
We haven't yet seen direct evidence that Iran was behind this particular attack or involved, but the support over many years is clear.
In the U.S. Congress, many lawmakers from both parties are expressing support for Israel.
We need to make sure that they have all the resources and equipment necessary to defend themselves, to protect themselves, and protect the Israeli people.
But the U.S. House of Representatives currently has no permanent leader. If Republicans can't quickly elect a new speaker, it could delay
No
the
fun
U.S.
being sick,
response.
Falcon. Sorry
The
to
New
hear
York
that.
Stock Exchange opened Monday with a moment of silence, and U.S. business leaders are speaking out in support of Israel. J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon called the attacks tragic. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce released a statement saying it strongly condemns the heinous attacks, and a partnership of New York businesses compared the violence to the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001. Across the U.S., there have been rallies in support of Israel and some smaller pro-Palestinian protests, including one at the White House.
Security has been ramped up at some
Oh my God, look at the way they put that! Oh! Oh my God! What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my God! CGTN America! What?
has no permanent leader. If Republicans can't quickly elect a new speaker, it could delay the U.S. response. The New York Stock Exchange opened Monday with a moment of silence, and U.S. business leaders are speaking out in support of Israel. JP Chase CEO Jamie Dimon called the attacks tragic. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce released a statement saying it strongly condemns the heinous attacks, and a partnership of New York businesses compared the violence to the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. Across the U.S., there have been rallies in support of Israel and some smaller pro-Palestinian protests, including one at the White House.
Security has been...
I hate the way CGT... Oh my god, what the fuck, CGTN America? I hate that they commented on that, they made no actual commentary on it, and then at the end, they have been infiltrated by LaRouchites. Yes, they have been. CGTN English is owned by LaRouchites, yes. That is why it's like this. And this is why I'm saying we can't be afraid to do that. We can't be afraid to critique certain aspects that need to be improved. We just have to be careful that we are militant defenders of sovereignty and, you know. Use the / one works even better. I think it's SO when you do it that way, NTC. But if you do / shoutout, I think it's a lot better.
ramped up at some facilities like this synagogue.
But the way they said about the protest as well.
Pro-Palestinian protests
this part.
To the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. Across the U.S., there have been rallies in support of Israel and some smaller
rallies in support of Israel and some
Palestinian
smaller
protests, including one at the White House.
Security has been ramped up at some facilities like this synagogue outside Washington, D.C.
Fuck you.
Police and security officials say there are no credible threats at this point, but there are fears that Jewish people in the U.S. could be targeted as the conflict continues. Jim Spellman, CGTN, Bethesda, Maryland.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck did he just say? Oh my god. Holy shit, CGTN America. Oh my god. 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 It's CGTN America that's the problem, Valkyrie. Yeah, Hamas has no issue with Jewish people in the US. It's insane how they're trying to make this connection as a way to heavily police Jewish people. White supremacists are the terrorists here. Absolutely. Yeah. Cinnamon Challenge, I think China should absolutely do something about this channel, because what the fuck did I just watch? CGTN America needs to be fucking purged. Holy fuck, that was fucking heinous. Oh. Good lord. Who's this now? Lebanon getting dragged into it. CCTV was better. Hey Baldwin's Ghost, welcome. So this was released today now. What we know so far in Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Israel intensified its airstrikes in Gaza on Monday and imposed a complete siege on the Palestinian enclave on the third day of conflict following the Palestinian Islamic resistance movement's Hamas' surprise attack on Israel, as over 900 Israelis were killed in the clashes. At least 704 Palestinians have been killed in the latest conflict, according to Palestine's health minister, Mia Akala. Hezbollah said in a statement that 3 of its members were killed in Israeli fire on South Lebanon on Monday, as the conflict between Israel and Hamas expanded into the Israel-Lebanese border. U.S. President Joe Biden said Monday that Americans are likely being held hostage by Hamas after its surprise attack on Israel, and that at least 11 U.S. citizens were killed in the assault. U.S. Chairman Joint Chief of Staff Charles Brown Jr. spoke on Monday with the Chief of Israel General Staff Herzi Halvi discussing Hamas's attack and steps to strengthen U.S. military posture in the region. The number of journalists were killed in an Israeli bombing on a building housing media offices in western Gaza, Palestinian media reported on Tuesday. Israel had taken control of the Gaza border fence breached by Palestinian Hamas gunmen, Chief Military Spokesman Daniel Hagari said on Tuesday, quoted by local media and 12 News. Hagari said there had been no new infiltrations from Gaza since Monday. The Israeli military said on Tuesday that it has found around 1,500 bodies of Hamas fighters in Israel around the Gaza Strip. The statement was made as Israel continued its intensifying airstrikes in the Palestinian enclave. Approximately 1,500 bodies of Hamas militants were found in Israel around the Gaza Strip, military spokesperson Richard Hatch told reporters, adding that security forces had more or less restored control over the border, quote-unquote, with Gaza. Hamas has not responded to this assertion. Israel's total siege of Gaza Strip is banned under international law, the United Nations Human Rights Chief said Tuesday. The imposition of sieges that endanger the lives of civilians by depriving them of goods essential for their survival is prohibited under international humanitarian law, local Turks said in a statement. The WHO called for a Tuesday for a humanitarian corridor to be established into and out of the Gaza Strip. WHO is calling for an end to the violence. Humanitarian corridor is needed to reach people with critical medical supplies. WHO spokesperson Tarek Jazafarek told a press conference briefing in Geneva. Hey, Mama and Media, welcome back. You like that beard flourish, Bob? Egyptian Red Crescent has stopped sending aid to Gaza after the Rafah crossing was closed. Okay, we got some articles here from Workers' World. Al Adwa says, bring ongoing Nakba to an end. The following statement was released on October 8th, 2023. Go to alada.org. It is, yep, and the UN said that, Haley. The total siege that they're doing is a war crime. They cut off water, they cut off, not just water, they cut off food, water, electricity, and internet. We, the Al-Adwa Palestinian Right and Return Coalition, firmly stand in unwavering support of the Palestinian resistance. And we fervently urge our Palestinian people to mobilize in the face of colonial genocide. Welcome in, Kay. Anybody not subscribed is on an ad right now, so we'll just wait 20 seconds. By the way, if you're not seeing the ad right now, thank you very much for your support. It very much appreciated. It helps me feed my struggling family thanks to fucking disability payments, which are utterly fucking pathetic. So, thank you for all that, everyone. And yeah, should be back now. Thank you for the shout out, whoever gave the shout out in chat there. Make sure you all follow Kay. Alright, I'll do this paragraph over. Absolutely, Ninja Can. I mean, it's a war crime in the U.S. and it's a war crime in Palestine as well. And they have, and I mean, the UN has even admitted this, like in Ninja Can for the case of both Palestine and Canada in particular. The UN has admitted that there is still a genocide going on. And that therefore, as we know, genocide is it's a crime, right? It's a war crime. So the fact they recognize genocide still going on in Palestine and North America tells you that indeed war crimes are still going on in both of these countries. We, the Al-Adwa Palestinian Right to Return Coalition, firmly stand in unwavering support of the Palestinian resistance, and we fervently urge our Palestinian people to mobilize in the face of colonial genocide. This ongoing struggle, born from a deep-seated yearning for justice and liberation, demands our resolute solidarity. It is a powerful response to decades of unspeakable atrocities, relentless oppression, and the suffocating blockade that has imprisoned the Gaza Strip and refused the population, mostly its Palestinian refugees, their right to return. The Israeli occupation regime, the perpetrator of these heinous acts, is raining down a deluge of violence upon the Palestinian towns and cities, while sacred sites are desecrated with impunity. Families have been torn apart, their lives shattered under the iron grip of an occupying force. To turn a blind eye to these atrocities is to forsake our moral compass and betray the very essence of our shared humanity. The Palestinian resistance, through the brave actions, are forging a path to bring the ongoing Nakba to an end. Yet, in the face of such adversity, the Palestinian people rise as an indomitable force, their spirit unyielding, their self-determination unbreakable. They demand their inalienable right to self-determination, liberation, and return. Their unwavering cry for freedom echoing through the annals of history. We must never underestimate the power of an oppressed and occupied people yearning to breathe the air of liberty. As people of conscience struggle for justice and liberation, it is our solemn duty to heed this call, to champion the cause of justice, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Palestinian resistance. We must cast aside the shackles of complacency and embrace the urgency of their struggle. Together, we shall forge a path towards justice, return, and liberation for Palestine from the river to the sea. And that's all I wish from the Chinese statement. That's all I wish from the statement from China to the UN was just that, instead of respect the two-state solution and halt the violence at all costs. That's all. Let our voices resound with unwavering conviction, shaking the foundations of U.S. government complicity in these crimes, including nearly $4 billion in annual military aid to Zionist colonizer. Let us rally the international community, igniting an unquenchable fire for solidarity. For it is in unity that we find strength, and it is through collective action that we shall dismantle the walls of oppression. The time for action is upon us. Let us march forward, unwavering in our support, unwavering in our commitment to justice. Together, we shall unleash a tidal wave of transformation, where the Palestinian people rise victorious over colonialism, reclaiming their freedom, reclaiming their right to return, exercising their right to live in dignity in a liberated Palestine free of imperialism, colonialism, racism, and Zionism. We demand the United States government and the international community end their complicity in the ongoing crimes against Palestinian people, a people living under colonial occupation and denied their right to return home for over 75 years. Palestinians in exile and diaspora have been illegally denied their homeland, including the over 70% of Palestinians in Gaza who are themselves Palestinian refugees. The Palestinian people possess an inherent right to resist occupation, a fundamental right that must be upheld and defended. We further demand the United States government immediately end all aid and support to Israel. To the Israeli occupation regime. Every year, our tax dollars fund $4 billion in weaponry to arm the occupier against the Palestinian people. This complicity in war crimes and genocide must immediately end. We further demand that the United States cease its efforts to impose normalization projects on the Arab region through the so-called Abraham Accords and other attempts to legitimize Zionist colonialism in the region through bribery and illegitimate imperialist sanctions. The Palestinian resistance has exposed the bankruptcy of this project, and it must come to an end once and for all. The United States has been part and parcel of the blockade of Gaza for over 16 years, imposing a siege on the Palestinian people that was meant to kill the resistance. However, the resistance has not been killed. It has flourished despite the brutality of an open-air prison. Imposed upon the Palestinians of Gaza, we demand not only the end of the crimes, but reparations to the Palestinian people for their reconstruction and development of Gaza and all of Palestine. We will return from river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Thank you, Vivian. I appreciate that. I got all flustered and almost lost my place. Thank you very much, comrade. So this is now this is the WWP, the Workers' World Party statement on world solidarity with Palestine. The Israeli regime murders, seizures of torture. The Israeli regime murders, seizures of territories, illegal settlements, and occupation made a response from Palestinian people and their liberation organizations as inevitable as it was justifiable. Oh, damn. Oh, shit, comrades. I think Mama Media's got ideas and things. ASMR collab. That would get the audience going. Double the ASMR action. Oh, shit. I don't know if they could handle that, Mama. Palestinians have once again, under the most difficult circumstances, provided a heroic example for people longing for liberation from imperialism around the world. The Zionist regime has now been blockading Gaza since 2007, turning this narrow strip into an open-air prison for 2 million Palestinians and a shooting gallery where Israeli planes bomb and kill Palestinian civilians. 200 already this year, including children. Might cause some comas and crimes. The Netanyahu regime has completely supported the building of settlements on the West Bank, pushing Palestinians out of their homeland. Settlers have increased violence against Palestinians and have repeatedly desecrated the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. The Palestinian movement and people have every right to strike back in whatever way they may choose. To quote the great Malcolm X, by any means necessary. The Palestinian organizations know that they face a ruthless enemy and have decided to launch a direct strike on that enemy. The responsibility of individuals and organizations throughout the world that have expressed solidarity with the Palestinian struggle for liberation is to redouble their efforts under the current circumstances to show that solidarity and spread it. Those in the rest of the world who want justice and peace in Palestine must become aware of what we must expect. The US and European Union regimes have thrown in their arms the money against the Palestine liberation movement. This is nothing new. It has been true since 1948, if not before. US President Joe Biden, as could be expected, said that US would back Israel. We can expect that the US and its allies and their corporate media will put obstacles in the way of any expressions of solidarity with Palestine. We must go forward anyway. While Benjamin Netanyahu regime directing the Zionist state appears to have been surprised by the boldness and courage of the incursions from Gaza, it will use the looming battles to attempt to stabilize its hold on power regarding the struggle internal to white supremacist Zionist state. It already has begun striking multiple civilian targets in Gaza, threatening all people living there. Netanyahu has also been pushed for a US-led war against Iran and may attempt to carry out such a war again, along with allies in the US establishment. We raise these possibilities simply to prepare the solidarity movement as much as possible for what we may face, for what questions we will have to answer. Long live the struggle of the Palestinian people. Land back everywhere, comrades, means land back from river to the sea and from ocean to ocean. What? Netanyahu. Yeah, that's... How much better do you expect me to say it than that? Get out of here. Boston? You're not from Boston, are you? Boston. On October 7th, over 200 indigenous activists and their allies gathered on Boston Common to demand that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts abolish Columbus Day and immediately designate the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day. North of, technically. They're not quite from Boston. You have the Boston way of talking? Oh shit. I love seeing that goddamn fucking Crazy Horse. That's our new emote, by the way. That's Crazy Horse. I was gonna pull out a meme here too. Yeah, here, I got a meme to pull out right quick. Saw it in the Discord this morning. What was it? Here it is. Everybody hates Chris, chat. Fuck you, motherfucker! Is it? Yeah, I like that emote. Lost Sue. The fantastic one. Yeah, Lasso does have some banger emotes. Okay. So now to continue. This action continued the indigenous-led movement to end the racist cult glorifying Christopher Columbus, a Genoese mercenary backed by Spanish monarchs and mercantile investors. He commanded a 1492 voyage to the Caribbean that initiated the transatlantic slave trade and began the ongoing settler colonial genocide of indigenous people. The indigenous-led coalition that organized the Saturday's rally included United American Indians of New England and North American Indian Center of Boston, Cultural Survival, the New Democracy Coalition, Workers' World Party Boston, and Italian American for Indigenous Peoples Day. Hey, what do you know? There are some good Italians, maybe. that spinning meme is gonna be quickly skyrocketing to the top of the emotes. Nice, Haley, nice. Is Matawan Monroe, co-leader of UAINE, and other speakers at the Common explained, Indigenous Peoples Day honors the resilience, survival, culture, histories, and resistance of Indigenous peoples. Monroe also spoke about the need for worldwide solidarity with Indigenous nations in the resistance to ongoing struggle, ongoing genocide, and colonialism. Including the struggle of the Palestinian people for liberation from the Zionist regime of Israel. Monroe stressed that the only ultimate solution to the ongoing humanitarian crisis and environmental catastrophes caused by capitalism and settler colonialism is the centering of indigenous knowledge and the full return of stolen land and sovereignty to indigenous nations. Monroe also raised Jacob Johns for the crowd thoughts and solidarity. Johns was shot on September 28th by a provocateur while trying to protect a peaceful gathering of the Red Nation in Tiwa territory, Española, New Mexico, who were celebrating a postponement of the reinstallation of the Juan de Onate statue. The statue was previously removed from Alante, New Mexico on June 15, 2020. From Boston Commons, demonstrators marched to the Massachusetts State House and took over the entrance. Jean-Luc Pierre, president of NAICOB and citizen of Tunica Biloxi Nation, demanded that the legislature immediately pass the Indigenous Peoples Day bill, which would replace Columbus Day statewide. Pierre warned lawyers, don't try any semantics with me. Don't try any tricks. Don't say I can't do this day on Native American Day or Native American Heritage Month. I'm not just talking about Native Americans. I'm talking about all the people who have occupying forces on their lands. Free the lands, free the people. Indigenous Peoples Day now. Pierre also urged passage of bills that would ban racist school mascots, incorporate Indigenous history and knowledge into Massachusetts public schools, establish a commission to improve educational opportunities and outcomes for Native children in the Commonwealth, and protect sacred Indigenous funerary objects and cultural artifacts. A large delegation from Indigenous Students Organization at Tufts University and Tufts Student for Justice in Palestine, wearing keffiyehs and waving a Palestinian flag, helped lead the march through Boston's downtown shopping district. Thousands of tourists and traffic came to a halt, some cheering and honking for the marchers' demand. From Palestine to Mexico, all the walls have got to go. Chanting city by city, town by town, we're going to take Columbus down. They headed to a tourist trap in Faneuil Hall, which, despite promises made by city officials, still bears the name of Peter Faneuil, a Boston colonial merchant who trafficked enslaved people. Demonstrators demanded the name be changed to honor the history of oppression and struggle of the black community in Boston. In his closing remarks, Cartwright urged demonstrators to continue their support for the campaign. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's a big it's a crazy horse marshmallow, I guess, Ninja can. Here you go. And stress the need for continued solidarity with indigenous nations around the world in their struggles to dismantle settler colonialism and win full determination and sovereignty. There you go. And by the way, another way you can give back, and if you're enjoying the stream, is, you know, gifting subbies, sending a sub, or subscribing yourself, gifting a sub, biddies, or a donation, you know? That's one way. And that also helps keep my family fed, as well as improving the stream. And I also, again, encourage you to check out our work at the Chunkaluda Network in addition. So, you can see we got Red Road Construction Drive going on. Red Road Construction Wheelchair Drive for Pine Ridge Reservation. We also have a food thing going on right now for improving elders' meals that we're trying to help fundraise for as well. Get some new pictures. This was the piece of land that we previously raised money to obtain, that we're going to be building mutual aid facilities on in the future. Okay, Mama. Yeah, follow our network. We didn't get any kittens yet? What? That seems tragic. By the way, if you're interested in joining our Discord, great place to meet comrades, play games with comrades, to learn with other comrades. Just make sure when you go in, you answer the 5 questions and let them know you're from the Leaping Larry channel. Also, any suggestions for movies on Mondays, reads you want, etc., videos that I should play on Wednesdays or Fridays. Don't forget, also, we're gonna have the founder of Chunkaluda who's gonna start a program as part of a segment on this channel soon as well. Is Haley's heart empty up there? Fill that shit in. This is my favorite George Paul song. Okay, after reading that, I just had the urge to hear that. Okay, we got one last news, and then we'll do the memes. Take a break from the news and the serious business, and we'll do some meme-ages. What did that? What was that CGTN America report saying? Small protests, small Palestinian protests,
desecrating Al-Aqsa Mosque, spitting on Christians in Jerusalem, and proclaiming their hatred of all Arabs. Only a week ago, Saudi Arabia was set to normalize relations with Israel, which would have made it the latest and most influential Arab country to normalize relations with the self-proclaimed Jewish state. A week ago, Israel thought it had finally snuffed out the flame of Palestinian resistance. But on Saturday, the Palestinians boldly declared that Zionism will never win. The unprecedented military operation launched by a broad coalition of Palestinian resistance factions has completely turned the Israeli calculus on its head. Palestinians have begun the process of taking back the land that was stolen from them 70 years ago, and protesters have gathered here in Times Square to show their support for the Palestinian resistance.
The Palestinian resistance shocked the world when it launched Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, a wave of simultaneous attacks on all fronts of the Israeli occupation. The attack took everyone by surprise, most of all the Israelis, as videos showed Palestinian fighters walking through unmanned military checkpoints and tearing down massive border fences without facing any opposition. Palestinians captured several Israeli vehicles, dozens of Israeli soldiers, killed several high-ranking officers, and took over entire cities. Videos showed resistance fighters hang-gliding themselves into Israel using massive fans. As of the time of this recording, some speculate that Palestinians have liberated an area almost twice the size of the Gaza Strip and appear to be aiming to reconnect the West Bank and Gaza. The Lebanese resistance have also since joined the fight, launching artillery strikes into an Israeli outpost occupying land in southern Lebanon. The operation has not only exposed massive flaws in Israel's supposedly airtight intelligence services, but also showed the ironclad discipline within the Palestinian military command, who were able to keep secret the operation, which presumably took months of planning.
Every Israeli official said it was a complete surprise. And I think we have to sit with that, because as of just a couple days ago, they said that surprise wasn't possible. They said we control every inch of Palestine. They said we have walls, we have cameras, yes, we have traitors too, and there's nothing they can do that we won't see or what we do. They were so arrogant.
In response to this humiliating offensive, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responded in the only way Israel has ever known how: carpet bombing Gaza. While the media would have you believe that this conflict started 48 hours ago and that it was initiated by the Palestinians, this conflict actually began over a century ago, with the birth of the Zionist movement, a movement of European Jews who aimed to create a Jewish majority state in Palestine. With help from the British Empire, the Zionists massacred their way through Palestinian villages, kicking the indigenous Arabs out and moving European Jews in, establishing the State of Israel. This was the only way the reality-defying concept of a Jewish-only state in the heart of the Arab world could be created, through outright ethnic cleansing. After its founding, Israel turned Palestine into a virtual prison state out of fear of a mass Palestinian uprising. In the West Bank, Arabs live as second-class citizens under a completely different set of laws as Jews.
There is
Palestinians are relegated to
NTC. There is a
Arab-only
channel
roads
for
and
like
Arab-only schools. Palestinians have
requesting
one kind
people
of
to
ID
play
while
games
Jews
in
have
the
another.
Discord somewhere.
Palestinians have to request permission to travel virtually anywhere.
There's a
and have
directory
to wait
that it
in
might
long
link
and
you to it
humiliating
faster.
checkpoints that can turn a 10-minute drive into a 4-hour nightmare. Palestinian homes are routinely demolished for no reason to make way for an ever-expanding network of Jewish settlements housing Jews who have never even set foot in Palestine. But things are even worse in Gaza. The Gaza Strip, an area spanning only 140 square miles, is home to 2 million Palestinians. As the most densely populated piece of land on Earth, Gaza has widely been described as an open-air prison. This is because Israel doesn't let anyone in or out. Anyone who tries to cross the border is shot. Anyone who goes too far out into the water is shelled. Israel controls everything that goes in and out of Gaza, even food. One Israeli politician famously remarked that Israel's policy is to keep Gazans on a diet. 95% of Gaza's water is undrinkable.
I haven't heard
Israel
much of
also
that.
controls Gaza's electricity and regularly weaponizes it against Gaza.
I'm willing
most
to bet a lot of
recently
people are
yesterday,
speculating
aiming
that,
to crush
though.
Gaza's already crippled
At the very
hospital
least.
infrastructure. Gaza's unemployment rate also sits just under 50%. Israel regularly bombs hospitals in Gaza, most recently yesterday. Residential apartment buildings are fair game. They bomb schools, use illegal white phosphorus munitions. As a result of all of this, people in Gaza don't live very long. The median age in Gaza is 18, and there's a crisis of suicidality among Gazan youth. Israel murders peaceful Palestinians every single day, and now the politicians, corporate media pundits, and Pentagon warmakers who never batted an eye at the daily atrocities of the Israeli regime are trying to convince you that the Palestinians are the violent ones. The Palestinians aren't randomly attacking Israel. They're breaking out of prison. Palestinians have been prisoners of the Israeli occupation for 75 years and are now ripping their cages apart bar by bar. They're avenging generations of ancestors who were expelled
Hello,
from their
Nerd
homes
Sky.
and
Welcome.
died without ever
you're
seeing
well.
their land again. It's about the intentional desecration of holy sites, the imprisonment of their children, and the free pass given Israel as it tramples international law. Operation Al-Aqsa Flood wasn't months in the making. It was 75 years in the making. Every empire believes that it can crush its enemies into submission. Israel always thought its military superiority would protect it. But Operation Al-Aqsa Flood has shown them that as long as the occupation stands, they'll never be safe. This fight was never about superior arms. As soon as things got tough this weekend, Israelis went to the airport in droves and left the country they so adamantly insist belongs to them. The Palestinians, on the other hand, can't leave.
Just woke up, but you
They
gotta
are
go to
home,
work soon.
and they don't know
Yeah.
any other home. Today also happens to be
Get the fuck around
Indigenous
with
Peoples
books.
Day.
Glad
And it's
you
worth
like what
thinking
you
back
do.
at that
That's good to
history
hear,
when we think about
comrade.
Palestine. In the historic
Nothing worse than
resistance to
doing
try to
something you
take
hate.
back
I've
their
been
land
there.
from illegal settlers who were intent on massacring their people, destroying their culture, and permanently expelling them, native forces also sometimes conducted raids that killed people, even women and children. But looking backward, is there any confusion about who was on the side of justice? Is there any confusion
I hate
that the
the way
whole
they do
colonial
this, though.
occupation was the real crime and the real source of violence? Israel wants us to think that it'll last forever, but it's
I'm
still
sorry.
a young state.
Sorry, I fucking hate the way they do that. Breakthrough news. That's an L, the way that they worded that to me. How do I put this? The way they just worded that whole part right there regarding native people. This is fucking problematic as shit to my ears. Falcon, I see you here now. You listen to this part
We're
again.
intent on massacring their people, to try to take. Today also happens to be Indigenous Peoples Day, and it's worth looking back at that history when we think about Palestine. In the historic resistance to try to take back their land from illegal settlers who were intent on massacring their people, destroying their culture, and permanently expelling them, native forces also sometimes conducted raids that killed people, even women and children. But looking backward, is there any confusion about who was on the side of justice? Is there any confusion that the whole colonial occupation was the real crime and the real source of violence?
Like the way they put that, it's the same. It's somebody please type ! European into chat. It's the same framing. It's like this, that like genocide is all over. It's like I get what they're trying to do, and I get they're trying to be like they're trying to like make a good comparison about it, but breakthrough news, that is a fucking L on your part. Exactly. As Lushaba said, that thought pattern proceeds from a very racist framework. Because it's like this idea that genocide still isn't going on and that we're still not fighting a fight that is very similar to the Palestinian fight. And even in that, all they show is like these like historical looking images of native people. You know? What the fuck was that? That's a deep L for breakthrough news right there. That was a big L. I get what they were trying to say, but I mean, still, violence still goes on. There's some L's going on today, yeah. Well, that tends to happen when there's like big world events going on. Yeah. Allochronic discourse, a term coined by and elaborated by Johannes Fabian. Allochronism originally referred to practices in the field of anthropology, though it can be expanded very easily to apply to other cultural study fields. Fabian first points out that major flaw in Western anthropological studies is the denial of covalness, which he terms allochronism, under which not only the European studying subject observes his or her study subjects, non-European others, in a different colonized space, but that in this act of observation, while both the ethnographer and his or her object exist in the same time, the ethnographer renders the object of study as if existing in another past time, thus stabilizing the present of Europe as the real time, and plotting the objects of study in the past time. This happens even though the two participants in this exchange exist in the same serial time. This thus ends up offering the colonial cultures an ossified, static, and primitive. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, Falcon. Exactly.
It'll last forever. But it's still a young state.
God damn it, breakthrough news. That was bad.
It's not invincible, and the Al-Aqsa flood proves it. Maybe that's why Palestinians tug at the heartstrings of the world, because they defy all odds, redefining what's possible for all of us. They remind us that when will and belief, rooted so firmly in justice, are combined, no army on earth can stop you.
They have failed to break the political unity. To break the political unity. Present in our people. Present in our people. And they have failed. And they have failed. To dampen the revolutionary. To dampen the revolutionary. Spirits of our people. Spirits of our people. Who grow stronger and stronger. every day.
Fantastic. Okay, I got a couple songs here. What do we all think of the news today? Anyone get informed?
Long live the People's Revolution!
Yeah, it is awesome to see that kind of support. And it's funny how CGTN America tried to report on it like just being these small protests. And then there you just saw the fucking protests that were in New York. It was like huge, right? Okay. The news was rough. There was some L tags. Yeah, there certainly was. There certainly was some L takes, to say the least. Except here, never any L's at Leaping Larry's. Okay. Let's listen to these songs here. Okay, we're gonna, after that heavy news stuff, music, and then okay, Mama. From river to sea, love you, comrade. This one's from GDR. And from Pacific to the Atlantic, Falcon. That's why I say from river to sea and from ocean to ocean. All right, chat. Well, you know, it's hard to keep myself going on disability, so I have had to take on some sponsors here, right? Fortunately, so I'm gonna have to. I don't want to, but I have to give you a special ad break here. Here we go. Ready? I got this sponsorship. Here's our sponsor. Word from our sponsor.
Seriously. Buongiorno. Welcome to Olive Garden, where we take our authenticity seriously. We managed to turn ordinary Italian food into cultural phenomenon and nationwide sensation. We even took acting like an Italian class so you will feel like you're in the heart of Italy. Mamma mia. When you're here, you're a family. We've got everything from spaghetti to lasagna. Our pasta variations are more than stars in the sky. We've got marinara, linguine, fettuccine, ravioli, and the latest addition, that called we just made this apple pasta. You're not gonna find that kind of creativity in Italy. Our spaghetti and meatballs like an art, just like sculptures made by Michelangelo. It's a place with our special offer, our unlimited breadsticks. It's an experience that might make you wonder if you accidentally joined a group of people who love
breadsticks though, Frank.
And if you want some salad with your breadsticks, don't worry, we got you with our endless salad. We keep bringing you until you beg us to stop.
They're turning into cartoons.
When you order spaghetti, we bring you size of plate to make sure you have
This
enough
video
to
would
eat for
kill
the
an
next
actual
week.
Italian.
And
Yeah.
that's not
Right?
all. We have a famous salad show. We bring a big bowl
Salad
of salad
show.
and toss it at your table. Who needs to go to a circus when you have the Olive Garden experience? We invented a
This
way
is
of
literally
cooking
just
that
the Olive
is
Garden,
like a
yeah.
fast fashion but for food. It's trendy and affordable. So, come to Olive
What was
Garden,
that word?
where our Italian atmosphere can make you wonder if you're somehow related to the
They
Mario
gotta
Brothers.
get the Luigi and the Mario in there.
Mangia.
What the fuck is he doing
Thank you all
now?
for watching.
Ah, the
Make sure
tomato!
to check out our The All-Purpose Everything Sauce commercial.
Oh my god. Good god.
We're gonna have a
No thanks. Okay. There we go. Sorry, comrades. You know, you like the stream. Maybe if there was more support, I wouldn't have to do that. Subscribe to make the AI generated content stop. I thought it was the Olive Garden. I could see how that mistake could easily be made, for sure. All right, I do have this video for you. So, to put this video watching into context, we have been doing like this, you know, I don't follow American politics. I don't follow bourgeois, the circus politics and shit. So I never know what's going on in US politics. So I decided, hey, why don't I go ahead and watch this video series called American Politics Out of Context? Because surely then I will be able to understand American politics in context, right?
I don't talk about my ass.
Do you have a penis?
What the fuck?
By the way, he gave me permission to touch him. All right?
Is there anything that
So this is American politics, huh?
BLM can do to change the course of the moon's orbit?
I abandon the chair.
Change the course of the moon's orbit.
Harry Asprey.
Believe that public trust is a public responsibility, and that maintaining it.
The American people may be poorer under President Biden, but they're not stupid.
had a little low-grade fever.
The yeas are 213 and the nays are 209. With 6 answering present, the resolution adopted. Without objection, the motion to consider is laid on the table. House will be in order. I'll wait.
And so, you know, I would ask you, Nancy, where do you stand on stimulus? She's not going to answer that one, but
But this is America. I don't want a tomato picked by a Mexican.
What the fuck?
They recommend babies confess when being racist.
Please tell me that was a bit on a show or some shit.
All right, we are all now more stupid than we were when we came in the room today, sir. Thank you.
And I haven't touched my face.
Please tell me that Stephen Colbert clip was from a bit on a show or some shit. What the fuck was that?
In weeks.
The legislation supports the use of flexible acquisition authorities and the development of alternative acquisition.
Oh God, this
is
cool.
A snowball, and that's just from outside here. So it's very, very cold out.
I want the record to reflect that I did not call Senator Sanders an ignorant slut. Okay?
Put the mask on!
Are you stupid?
Talk about Donald John Trump.
Oh my God. Calm down, sir.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
America. Oh my God, what the heck? Thank you, Comrade Dan Simpson, for the raid. Very much appreciated. Hi, Dude Suit. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. McMuh streamer here from up north, native streamer. We're just on our little meme break here, watching some cursed shit, American politics out of context. As it was. What the fuck? Holy shit! Boof! What the hell? Thank you! Holy crap! 25 gift subs? Holy mother of pearl! Thank you so much, Boof! Holy fuck, comrade! First time chatter! Boof! What the fuck? Thank you! Good lord! Holy fuck, thank you. Hi, Custom Stash. What the fuck, Poof? Thank you, comrade. Good lord. Stunned me there for a second. Appreciate that. I'm gonna take a puff of my vaporizer in celebration. I hope you don't mind. Fuck. Thank you, comrade. What the fuck? Well, I think you have to spam some Juche gang emotes.
Let's go, smokes.
Right, so as I was saying, being a native up north here. Hey, Buddyhead, welcome, comrade. Get a shout out for Buddyhead too. Oh, the juice? That's the worst. Get a shout out for Buddyhead too. Buddyhead is a fantastic music streamer.
Hey, this guy's a commie, treat it to him,
Rylan, thank you for the gift sub. God, thank you, comrades. The fuck? That is fucking amazing. Thank you, comrades. That means a ton. Thank you. The fuck? Too much. You're too kind. So, it's being No problem, of course. Your streams are great, buddy head. I love hanging out in there, listening to your tunes. I love throwing it on when I'm like playing some games or doing some work in the yard. It's fantastic. So yeah, I'm completely disconnected from bourgeois, like mainstream circus politics, essentially. So when we're in the meme segment of my program, which we all are now, I like to watch this segment here called American Politics No Segment. Because I figure, surely that way, I will be able to understand American politics in context, right? So, let's see this. And yeah, we are in the meme portion of the program right now. So, I've got a bunch of meme shit for you. And then we are going to read a little bit from this book, Kim Jong-il on the Juche philosophy. If you want a link to it, it's right here. Thanks, Bam. I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much, comrade. Okay, so let's check out our memes, and then we'll go on with the read. And then if I got time after that, we'll watch some more stuff on Palestine liberation struggle right now. Get comfy. And buckle up.
Is there anything that the National Forest Service or BLM can do to change the course of the moon's orbit?
I abandon the chair.
Change the course of the moon's
Harry
orbit?
Ascraft.
Believe that public trust is a public responsibility, and that maintaining it.
The American people may be poorer under President Biden, but they're not stupid.
Had a little low-grade fever.
The yeas are 213 and the nays are 209. With 6 answering present, the resolution adopted. Without objection, the motion to consider is laid on the table.
So this is what goes on in
House will
bourgeois
be in order.
politics, huh?
I'll wait.
Quite sure what I'm looking at here.
And so, you know, I would ask you, Nancy, where do you stand on stimulus? She's not going to answer that one, but
Oh yeah, it's all a
But this
performance,
is America.
a circus, literally.
I don't want a tomato picked by a Mexican.
They recommend babies confess when being racist.
Why don't you kiss me? Thank you.
All right, we are all now more stupid than we were when we came in the room today, sir. Thank you.
And I haven't touched politics my face is a literal circus. That's why this is
The
all we watch
legislation
of them.
supports the use of flexible acquisition authorities and the development of alternative acquisition.
Ghoul.
It's a snowball, and that's just from outside here. So it's very, very cold out.
I want the record to reflect that I did not call Senator Sanders an ignorant
Oh
slut.
yeah, do you remember the snowball shit when they were on about the fake snow where the snow had been altered or some shit?
Okay.
Put the mask on! Are you stupid?
Do not come. Do not come.
Talk about Donald
I'm
John
gonna
Trump. Okay. Yep. Talk about Donald John Trump.
Okay. No.
America is a nation.
It's even worse than that, Frank. It was like the snow was like not. He brought it in to show that it was like very cold out, and he brought it in, and the snow was still there, and like they had this
That can
weird
be
thing going
defined in
on.
a single word. I was
But maybe it was. Yeah, you might be right, Frank. Either way, what the fuck?
Can you reassure voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Senator Biden.
What a ghoul.
You know, you're wondering whether I'm...
And they made him president. They made him president. That's what they did. All right. And now we're going to see a man who should have been president, okay? The fake... Yeah, the snow. There was a bunch of shit I saw where people were like trying to burn the snow and they were like, look, the snow is turning black. It's not real snow. Why is it not instantly turning to water or something? I remember that shit. All right. This man should be president. Here's who should have been president.
You know, you're wondering whether I'm still the liquor. No. Guess what? I'm on top of the liquor. I am the monkey in charge of bananas. What's my secret? This little device right here. I just take a little blow, and it tells me when it's time for a little top-up. Because when I first got this, I used to ride it around 0.20, which is fucking wasted, 24/7. But now, I leave it at 0.12, which is perfect. It's right in the fucking slot, just past the click. That wonderful moment, just like Julian. I'm sober enough to know what I'm doing, and I'm drunk enough to really enjoy doing it. Oh, look at that, 0.10. Time for a little drinky poo. Cheers, genitals.
Oh, that kills me every time. Okay. Before I play this video, I should explain to you. Hey, custom stash. You like that, custom stash? Okay, before I play this video, I should explain to you here that, this right here is Just for Laughs Gags, which is some, like, Quebec show, but they play these, like, elaborate pranks on people, like, on the street, so that's what this is. Elaborate pranks played on people. Oh yeah, me
but
too,
the thing
Frank.
is, in order to stop breaking the law, we got to break the law just for a couple minutes, and then we're going to be done, retired.
Exactly, NTC, exactly. We only gonna break the law for a few minutes. Thank you for the biddies, comrade. The sound alert biddies. Your comrades are too fucking generous. Thank you. Fucking means a ton. The little girl, look. The guy's face. He is fucking stunned. Oh my god. Oh shit, that was good. That was a pretty good one. Oh, of course. I mean, this is not fucking pigs. Boo, pigs! This is exactly how pigs would act, though. No, this works. This is exactly what pigs are like. I can't believe all these people are stopping the kid, though. What kind of bootlickers are you? Right? Kids running away from the fucking cop and they all stop the cops. And
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Oh, you want a twofer, do you? Look, comrades. Speaking of Italian, let's see those Italian emotes, everybody. Come on now, don't be shy. Show everybody your Italy emotes. Show us your Italy emotes. I love Mom. Oh, they look at the kid like, they look so disgusted at the kid. Nice. Nice. The last one, they looked like they were like breaking a kid's legs. Oh my god. People's faces when that kid fell in the fucking hole was too much. Oh, fuck. Oh. Was Bob still here? Here we go, Chad. You get what you pay for around Leaping Larry's. You pay good and you get the good stuff, you see? Oh no! The last one I almost watched, but live laughing at. Oh my god. The look in those people's faces when that kid went in that deep ass puddle was too fucking good. They were like, oh shit, I just killed this kid. Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh god. What is this is so elaborate, look. And now they go to pick up the ball and oh my god, I fucking keep laughing at that fucking kid still. What? Oh god. Now I get it. Now, oh my god! What? Yeah, Frank, this is my favorite thing. Some of the people's reactions were too fucking good.
Ooh. Tyler, have you ever tried marijuana?
I don't know, Jamie. Marijuana's pretty hardcore.
No, it isn't. Everybody's doing it. I think we should try it.
That sounds pretty cool.
There's two things motherfuckers gotta know about Jada the ROC, straight up, you know what I'm saying? First of all, I spin more rhymes than a lazy Susan, and I'm innocent until my guilt is proven. Peace. Represent Sunnyvale, straight the fuck up.
You understand, Jamie?
Man, I know you didn't just call me Jamie.
That shit on, man.
Name's J-Rock, you know what I'm saying? I'd like to see you try that whack shit on Julian and Ricky, because they won't play it.
It's just so...
Randy, you better fucking go on with your perm coupon, you know what I'm saying? Guck Cassidy and the Sundance Cheeseburger. What? What are you looking at my eyes for? I ain't got no candy for you. See some candy? Here's what I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Bubbles is renting this van for $12 a month, you know what I'm saying? That makes this motherfucker an income property, you know what I'm saying? Once me and T get power and water going on, then this motherfucker gonna fall under the same jurisdiction as every other trailer up in this ma, you know what I'm saying? So why don't you and that 15 cheeseburger eating Rico Suave looking motherfucker go on, cause he ain't beating nobody? Peace.
That's cool, man. That's crazy. Suave, Rico,
hang
cheeseburger.
on. Can I get 15 half-eaten cheeseburgers to go? You know what I'm saying? Check it out, T. Starsky and Gut. Randy, What's going on,
15 happy
cheeseburger, basketball
cheeseburgers.
eating walrus ass motherfucker? Hey T, check it out. It's Rocky and Bull, motherfucker. Leahy, what the fuck you looking at with your skirted egg? We ain't afraid of Randy with his candy, that globe-shaped motherfucker. Saying, your pants finally burst, Randy? Or them? Trying to judge J-Rock.
for you,
know what I'm
Randy.
saying?
You know what I'm saying?
But I ain't
Free
shook
will,
because
cheeseburgers
motherfuckers try to
ever
take
blow
me
a
out
hole,
and
you know
stuff,
what
but
I'm
they
saying?
can't, right? You know what I'm saying?
Saying, know what I'm saying? Too many times. 80 or 90 times? That's too many times. Once or twice is cool, but 80 or 90 times, man?
What are you from the department of know what I'm saying? You taking the
No, I
know
ain't
what I'm
from the
senses? You
department,
counting
you know
my
that.
know what I'm saying?
Thank you, NTC. Thank you. Jesus Christ, comrades. Warming this cold communist heart of mine.
Because North America, man, they down with Russian women, vice versa, and all that's kind of free trade and all
Soon
that
be
with
able to
porn,
get that
right?
sexy
You know what I'm saying?
bisexual
So I'm
lighting.
drinking this, and I wrote it. It's called From Russia with the Love Bone. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Everybody walking on the face of the earth trying to judge the J-Rock. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? But I ain't shook, because motherfuckers try to take me out and stuff, but they can't, right? You know what I'm saying?
Saying, know what I'm saying? Too many times. 80 or 90 times? That's too many times. Once or twice is cool, but 80 or 90 times, man?
What are you from the department of know what I'm saying? You taking
No,
the know
I
what
ain't
I'm
from the
senses? You
department,
counting
you know
my
that.
know what I'm saying? We're hanging out, right? It's all
8 or 9
good.
times? That's
But you
too
see
many
what
know
I'm
what I'm
saying?
saying?
You're
You
riding
know what
on
I'm
my
saying?
jock, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to have a good time, you know what I'm saying? You're counting my know what I'm
That's too many
saying.
times. That's
How am I
once or
supposed to
twice
be
is
myself
cool,
when you're
but
counting my
8 or
know what I'm
9
saying
times,
all the
you know
time, you know what I'm saying?
J-Rock, like you're saying it.
Saying what? You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Mom?
What the hell is wrong with you,
Right, we having
Jamie?
some drinks and stuff like that, hanging out, got the camera going. It's all good. Ow, Mom, that hurts. Why you playing me like that for?
You tell them to turn off the camera and get your friends to hell up.
Mom.
We are so out of here. Yeah, we're out of okay.
Hang on.
J-Rock,
What's
money.
10 minutes,
money,
we'll be shooting
money.
again.
No,
I swear,
no,
Mom,
in my hand.
you hurt my ear, you know what I'm saying? No, it's not.
No turntables
Mom?
for 2 weeks.
Ow, you hurting me. Why are you playing me like this in front of my friends? It's whack. Hey, Rock.
Authority, and this van is
Ain't
out
there
here.
something? Randy is the fashion police. You being charged $500 for wearing them pants after Labor Day. I got this, Julian. You know what I'm saying? Reversing the black and the white and who's black and who's white, and we're saying, you know what I'm saying, society, you know what's up. The shit don't even matter. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, right? All right, where's that sepia shit at? Cause that looks dope as fuck. Where's it at? Peace. All right, that looks dope. And hold that weed, right? Take this gun right here, you know what I'm saying? The day that J-Rock loses his flow is the day that hair on Jim Leahy's bald head grow in escrow. My rhymes are being kept. I've been kicking it while other motherfuckers slept. I'm the motherfucking assassin. Assassin. Motherfuckers going down. I'm the microphone assassin. Beats blasting. Believe it or not, some people think I might make it in this rap game. You know what I'm saying? Right? I'm saying. Ice off, sir. Here's what I'm talking about.
Yep,
First of all, we didn't
Jonovision.
jack no tunes. You know what I'm saying? Me and T call it cross promotion, right? Because putting Dr. Dre
Jonathan
and Snoop
Torrance.
Dogg and all my boys, the Detroit Velvet Smooth from Moncton, right? On the joint, you know what I'm saying? We're promoting the motherfuckers, and I'm gonna
Look
call
at-
them up
look
soon
at
and say that
Trevor
we've
Corey
done
in
this,
the
you know what I'm
back.
saying? But if they wanted to put a J-Rock joint on their disc, I ain't give a fuck. Do I look like I got some candy? No. Why y'all up my eyes for then? Of a sexual place, of a sexual nature, right? That's one of the rhymes right there, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't have written that unless I had my shit out, right? And some hand cream.
We're gonna do this old school right about now, you know what I'm saying? Toronto, you know what I'm saying?
You got degrees of black, you know what I'm saying? All kinds of different motherfuckers are different kind of black, you know what I'm saying? T's right here, you know what I'm saying? And like Lionel Richie's right here because he ain't that black, you know what I'm saying? Especially after the Commodores, he's practically not black at all, you know what I'm saying? You got you Michael Jackson, who's like a white black, which, you know, can be short into whack. The day that J-Rock loses his flow is the day that hair on Jim Leahy's bald head grow. Peace out, Sling Blade.
It's not a sling, J-Rock. It's Dr. Just get the hose.
This is the type of shit that's gonna land in pink in jail too. You know what I'm saying?
Jail? I'm like, I don't fucking play jail, motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm fucking going to jail, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta go to jail.
Like, I'll fucking go to jail, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm hard, right? I ain't shook about going to jail, but it's like, I kind of like my freedom, too, at the same time, you know what I mean?
I'm sick of the album. All right, let's go.
Remember how he solved that problem? He hid under his chair.
I'll tell you what's going on, bitch. You know what I'm saying?
You call me
Get on my
bitch?
face, so I shot the place up.
I know you didn't call me bitch.
Hey, those are my bitches over there, and I'm on crack, you know what I'm saying?
Crack?
See that pipe? That's real shit, you know what I'm saying? Keep shooting, T. I got see my fucking T coming out, you know what I'm saying?
Compton
Produced
hat,
by
album
Detroit
cover.
Velvet Smooth. Represent Sunnyvale, hardest fuck.
Hold it down, Jay Reezy.
Peace.
Sonny, back.
I got a question. What the fuck are you doing here? I thought you were in jail.
Motherfucker, as far as you're concerned, I am in jail, you know what I'm saying? My moms don't even know, yo. DVS, tell that man.
On the real, he only got sentenced to community service, man. And community service does not sell records, man.
Anyone see you motherfuckers?
Coast is clear, man.
Come on in, motherfucker. Give them groceries. Record's gonna drop when we going to the top. What's this shit on the radio? The cops found all your weed? No shit. You got no motherfucking weed?
You're him. Why you wearing a wig, J-Rock? That's fucked.
This fucking,
Man, I ain't J-Rock, you
King
know
of
what I'm saying? That
Donaire right
motherfucker's
there.
in jail, yo.
This ain't J-Rock. J-Rock's in jail
until the album drops.
That's right, T. Yeah. We knew this was coming, you know what I mean? Because we got $9 grand from Corey and Trevor to be on the album, which is a bargain, you know what I'm saying, in the recording business, right?
J-Rock, baby.
J-Rock, baby.
J-Rock, baby.
You can't take that shit, dog. Come on,
I went back to the laundry room. There's more fucking stereo equipment on top of the laundry machine. 2 turntables and a fucking microphone. So I took all that stuff, smashed a bunch of albums, which maybe I shouldn't have did, but fuck it. And then I said, you know what? I'm taking their dryer, too.
I'm taking the dryer,
I bring the
too.
groceries down to a science, right? You know what I mean? For real. You just roll up to a different parcel pick up every day, you know what I'm saying? Make sure them grocery bitches ain't there, you know what I'm saying, T?
Straight up.
Let me just jack the shit and throw it in the whip, right?
Off, J-Rock. Actually, I'm off the cheeseburgers now.
Randy, don't play me like some kind of sucker, dog. Motherfuckers with guts like that ain't off the cheeseburgers. Motherfuckers with guts like that definitely are on the cheeseburgers, dog. Oh, fuck. Get that check cash, man?
I've got a gut like I'm on the cheeseburgers.
What you talking about? Is that because you were too busy getting drunk, get your lap dance on?
But mine's from pie. I eat a lot of
get
fruit
your lap
pie.
dance on, you know what I'm saying? But you can't pay your grocery tab, dog. That don't make no sense
They're
on my
cheap
eyes.
to make.
The same bull ish you laid on me last time, dog. So go on with your drunk VLT playing, smelling like hamburger helper drunk motherfucker. Ray, that's cold,
man,
dog.
you want money, man.
You owe me
Pay up,
85
man.
motherfuckers, dog. Not too much, Ricky. I fucked off like you told me to. What now? That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Trinity don't even use them turntables, dog. You know what I'm saying? For real. So I'll get you all that shit, you know what I'm saying? Plus the dopest barbecue you ever seen in your life. But in exchange, I get 2 turntables and 1 microphone, and you got a deal, B. Deal, B. Slip pays. Stand up outside Canadian motherfucker with it. Hey.
Ash driveway.
Fucking idiot. You do that again, J-Rock, and I'll fucking kill you. Driveway, you dick.
Sorry, Ricky. Are you all sensitive about your whack driveway, you know what I'm
They
saying?
made the
You know, we
driveway
doing
out of
our
hash
gang and
to hide
groceries,
it.
you know what I'm saying? It's not what I want to do for a living, right?
No, well, you make money though.
Get the career back on track, but we're making some money, so we like, aight, Ray went out hard when his trailer burnt down, you know what I'm saying? So we hooked that math car up with some groceries, right?
Attitude, man.
Ray got some groceries for you, you motherfuckers help you out, you know what I'm saying? 50% off you, man. Plus the 85 bucks you owe me already, you know what I'm saying? Help a man else.
J-Rock.
You talk like that.
Jesus Christ, J-Rock. J-Rock. Trailer's burnt down.
Fucking chip.
Give him a fucking break. His trailer's burnt down.
I'll give him a motherfucking break.
Stop fucking around, you dog.
Old ass Jake up here sitting around in a chair, phony old truck driving motherfucker. Jamie? Huh? Oh, you did not just call me Jamie.
Don't worry about it.
What now, Ray?
Fucking Fidel Castro.
Get a hold of your child, Ricky. You're a whack dad. What's going on? You cutting a hustle, motherfucker? Go on.
All right. And lastly, for the memes of the day, before we do our reading, we have Fail Army. Oh God. Oh shit.
Alright. Hey, you need to get out. Yeah, move.
On the dog.
Life is Watts.
Fuck. Oh yeah, this is gonna. Oh shit.
Oh my god. Kidding me?
That's what you get.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Wow. Fuck dogs. What the fuck? If your dog does that, oh. Oh my god.
Right?
Wow. That looks fun. Anyone in chat ever do that one? Throw the ball. Or the other one, what's the chuck put where you have the heavy ball and you throw it like that? Oh fuck. Yeah, shot put, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Fuck. Not good for your bike. Oh, kid. Not mad, I'm just disappointed, you know? Type of moment there. I'm not mad at you, I'm just severely disappointed in your decision making.
Are you okay?
Oh, nice. Oh, lucky you didn't get hit by the bike. Take a shocking amount of core strength to paddleboard without eating shit. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, to paddle, a lot of people don't realize in general, I canoe a lot, dude. And I go with people who think sometimes they're like, oh, I know how to, they'll be like, I know how to canoe, I know how to canoe, and then I'll go out with them and I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, please. Either paddle a little more gently or I'm like, go a little stronger. Like, it's not, either they're like wild with it or not doing anything. Which I would almost prefer them not do anything because I can just canoe from the back like that.
Here it is.
No worries, pup. No worries. Love you, comrade. We're in the meme section of the program before I go on to reading some of Juche philosophy. Holy fuck.
Oh! Got on camera.
That's what I was wondering, Falcon. Like, what the fuck was that shit? I'm sorry, but I just...
Gotta be kidding me. Here it is.
Yeah, mudslide, yeah. Oh. That's fucked. Holy shit.
Oh!
Way too hard on the front brakes. What the fuck? I've never tipped a fucking canoe on purpose, or without it being on purpose in my life.
Listen.
Wow. Holy fuck. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, that kind of had my heart going a little bit.
Okay, I forgot to film Ollie coming in, but he got stuck, so it's just reminded me to film him coming in.
Oh my god. And that's why I don't do that long fucking distance zipline shit. The
Behind the
fuck?
scenes. Put your legs down.
Oh.
Oh, nice. What the fuck? Are your kids in that? What the fuck? Oh my god.
Oh.
What the hell? They were, dude. They were. Like, bye, kids. My god, woman. What the heck? Don't these things have brakes on them?
Oh.
Just like kids, just go rolling away. See ya, kids. Holy. They don't, oh, the little wagons don't usually? Well, damn. That's problematic then. What was what one, Zoot? Holy shit. I'm sure that's good for it, right?
Sonny, get down here. You know you don't belong.
I thought I was being so careful eating my Chick-fil-A.
The one that looked like a school with fire coming out of the ceiling tiles?
Oh!
Wait, I must have missed it. I gotta see what the hell you're talking about.
Oh.
This one? It's cars driving through the windows for some reason. Yeah, the lights of the car crashing through the windows. It looked like there was like... No problem, dude. Like how this triggers the Halloween decoration to go off. Look at that fucking... Jeez. That seems like a lot of movement to me. I don't... Maybe it's designed like that.
Sonny, get down here. You know you don't belong.
I thought I was being so careful eating my Chick-fil-A. I ate it like on this.
Nice. Why wouldn't you have just eaten it?
I was trying to say I spilled Chick-fil-A sauce all over me, but I guess I dropped my salad too.
What the heck? What did I just watch there? You don't say you dropped your salad too. Why were you trying to film that you dripped sauce on yourself before eating your salad in your cup?
Happy birthday to you.
It's like I fucking hate this.
What you can do? Oh wait, what you can do?
January 23rd.
All right, what you can do?
April 16th.
What you can do? Yeah.
I love how pissed off that kid was. That's me. That's literally me.
There once was a cat with a hungry belly. The name of the cat was Whiskers.
Alright, we got this and then a cat video and then we're on to the read.
Furry cats meow. Soon may the caveman come with with birds and mice and some tasty nums. One day when the critters come, we'll eat till our bellies are full. Well, Jelly got his boys and they gathered round. They scattered seeds from a sack they found, in hopes the seeds they spread on the ground would bring small critters a boot. Soon may the caiman come with birds and mice and some tasty nums. One day when the critters come, we'll eat till our bellies are full. While the gang was bored and morale had dipped, till one of the seeds grew green catnip. They sniffed and they snacked and they all got ripped. They all had a meow that night. Soon may the caiman come with birds and mice and some tasty nums. One day when the critters come, we'll eat till our bellies are full. While their heads were hung and the morn was nigh, the nip was strong and they all got high. Their bellies were shrunk and their bowls still dry. Oh, bring us some ice today. Soon may the caiman come with birds and mice and some tasty nums. One day when the critters come, we'll eat till our bellies are full.
Speaking of kitties. Oh! Okay. Hold on. My God. How many people in chat have cats? Come on, I want to know how many of our comrades have cats. You do, Bama? Haven't had pets since you were 19? You have, but don't currently. I love this black cat. Look at it. I'm definitely a cat guy. What the hell? Is that a real cat? Okay, wait, I gotta see these two things again. You have 3 cats. Spooky is the oldest, 20 years. Yeah, I have a 19-year-old here named Monster. Star Cat is named after David Bowie because they have the same birth date. And Murmur is the youngest and is a floofster with anxiety. We have 3. We have Ty, who is the mascot over here. See him in between Asada Shakur and Lennon. That's Ty. He's a good boy. And then we have a 19-year-old named Monster. Then we have Soda, who's the youngest. The little floof ball too. But she's very, very energetic. That's Soda. That's hilarious. Yeah, Ty does sometimes. I love kitties. Look at this awesome black cat. Look at this reaction. I love this. Falcon, I've explained this a million fucking times. We call soda pop here also. The reason it's called soda is because it's a Seinfeld joke. Here in Canada we call it pop as well. Pretty much all of Canada calls it pop. Soda pop from where you're from. Interesting. Look at this cat. What is this? Is this a real cat? Like, soda's refreshing. It's bubbly, it's refreshing. Who doesn't like soda? S-O-D-A, soda. That was the strangest looking cat to me.
Ma'am, we'd like to call you concerning your car's extended warranty. Ma'am?
The cat's like, fuck off.
Fish and hot dog.
О, ты тут, здорово.
The one that face me.
Ow! Really? I'm being nice to you. Why would you do that? That's
That looks like it might be a man. You should have fucked with the cat, motherfucker. This is what you get.
Oh my gosh.
My cat used to do that when I played guitar. Oh!
What can I get for you?
Bad idea. Hey, that looks just like soda. What is it? That cat looked almost just like soda.
Selfie queen. Look how pretty she is.
He's just a himbo. Yep.
Watch, her ears go like really far back whenever I do like the heavy metal sound.
Oh yeah, what the fuck? Okay, Nurse Guy, thanks. Appreciate you coming in, hanging out. Well, that's a thin ass thing to try and walk on.
Na casa da Dona Florinda e vou trazer tudo pra fora. Dona Florinda vai me dar 1000 cruzeiros de gorjeta com dinheiro da...
我就想问你个事儿，你是怎么坦然的以这个姿势躺在这个被窝？
He's just laying back watching people dance. Fuck that person. Yeah. Beat him up. Get your owner. Sick him. Also get rid of that thing. Some people are asses. It's a liquid kitty. It's like, that's mine. That's mine. Oh my god. Nice. It's an itchy kitty. He can't reach his own bag. Nice. This cat drums. Is it? Oh shit! It's a whole cat fucking band.
Can you hold the fucking light straight?
That's right.
Another itchy kitty.
Stop pursing your lips while you poop.
Why are you filming him? What the hell? Orange cats are spicy. I always find orange cats are like some of the spiciest cats. Cats love that shit. I'm gonna fill up my water right quick.
My God.
I'm gonna need water for reading this.
He's all in. He's all in.
Yeah, the orange tabby males are, yeah. I mean, I find,
Oh, you're so cute. You're mine.
soda. This one's soda.
That's a drop of his drool because he wants the bacon. There's another one. Gross.
Nice, Ron.
She's a good kitty. Right, now I got my water.
Go.
Nice.
¿Tú crees que es justo que te largaste? Andábamos como unas locas desquiciadas, buscándote. ¿Sí escuchas, Michi?
Huh. Oh, kitty. My cat loves. My cat always wants to eat potato chips. Those look like corn chips, though. When it lost it, that was pretty good. Mm. That's great. You should see the ducks when you offend them. Oh my god, you think cats are bad?
Damn, babe. Oh.
Pumpkin, look at me. Pumpkin. Pumpkin. Double mom hug. Ready,
This one is my little baby. We're besties. This one's mean as fuck.
Nice.
Why are you doing this?
All right, get beatbox challenge. Let's go.
Кому сказала, нельзя? Морти. Морти.
I love it. He's trying to pretend like he's sleeping or something.
Стьоп, лучше не надо цього делать. Я не хочу умерти. Ай, блядь, та ну на...
Oh god, not in the... Thought it was going in the water for sure. Oh my god. You need to take your cat to the fucking vet, lady. People are fucking clueless. Alright, before we read, I have a song. Yeah, there's the duck and the cat out together. Best friends for life. That was Ty. Okay. Before we do this, we're gonna look at the clips. Frank sent this in chat or the Discord earlier today.
Israel, forward with the people of Palestine, forward! Forward with the people of Palestine, forward! Forward with the people of Palestine, forward! Away, Israel, away! Away, Israel, away! Away, Israel, away! Fancy, Israel, fancy! Away with the war crimes, away! Down with the war crimes!
Just in case you had any doubt that the EFF was based.
Down!
This person here responding to this. Look. This is carpet bombing. After some carpet bombing by Israeli military. And this person's response was, who started the war? So I just said settler colonials. I think cleared it up. Can you say, Frank? I think that makes it pretty clear. And this one here, I just saw Hakeem again. The way that people just cannot help but put it, because there's just this framing like all over the place, right? But we had the same thing. Liberals have gone full mask off with the Palestine thing. They don't want indigenous people to defend and establish themselves in their own land. They want another history book genocided population to virtue signal over. And I'm not saying that's what he's saying here. I'm just saying, like, I agree with this, other than the notion one can draw from this that First Nations are genocided and in the history books. You know? Like, we're still here. We haven't lost. We still fight. We will win. Not to say that's what he meant or that's the population he's talking about. I'm just saying that be careful with that kind of language, because it can be misconstrued. Or, as we saw in that video earlier, it can be directly saying that sometimes. Look at Mark Hamill out here. Now he's posting. Look at this. America stands with Israel one day ago. Then today. Honoring all those who were here first. With the fucking American flag right here. Indigenous Peoples Day, American flag. Mark Hamill is part of the he's one of the Empire, chat. One of the Empire. He's willingly joined the dark side, as they would say. I mean, face it, he always was the dark side. That's so fucked up. Yeah, he is a dumpster fire of a take machine. Oh yeah, and then I also showed you as well, in addition, you know, to supporting me, which I highly do encourage and thank all the support that I got today, of course. If you don't know, I also work on the media team over here at Chunkaluda, We are a First Nations organization trying to build dual power and mutual aid organizations that can eventually be able to serve First Nations across Turtle Rock, and we try to organize for any First Nations that need help, etc. For example, like our Red Road construction drive, as well as the wheelchair ramp. I showed you, I think, earlier. Showed you, of course, some of the pictures, but yeah, I showed you earlier this as well. This is the meal that was given out by a charity organization to elders on Pine Ridge Reservation. And no, none of the meal had been eaten yet. So we're also trying to help raise funds for another organization that's going to provide, well, an actual fucking meal. I can't even like barely discern what this is, but I can imagine it's an amalgamation of chicken of some pieces and carrots and maybe green beans, it looks like. I mean, I've eaten shit like that before, but look at the amount of it even. Ridiculous. Yeah. Then with Chunkalooted, this is the corner of the primary parcel we'll be organizing on. That nice little field next to the circle where other people's land begins. Here's the circle right here. And ours will stretch to the forest in the distance. In case you wonder what you helped us get, that was last year. So, close to the highway, we plan on building a meeting hall and distribution center. The people there, however, articulated greater needs and visions, but I think it is utmost priority as communists to help. They want us to add sleeping quarters for emergency shelter, shower stalls for public use, laundry service, and want to start a drum group in the space when it is not used for other organizing purposes. Without a doubt, that will put us in the direction of fixing the concrete problems of the people on my reservation, but also gives a better launching point. Restart the We Will Remember Survival School my aunt once attended in Porcupine. They also think we can bring a toy drive they used to do before COVID that assured every kid got a gift on the res. And I don't know to see the hopes we are inspiring. It's just something else and beyond moving. You see the freedom being seized and reclaimed in Palestine. Maybe people deserve that too. There's a video here as well. I'll link you to this thread here. Well. And by the way, we're gonna have our comrade come on sometime and do segments on this show. So look at how cute the duckies are, for fuck's sake. Alright, let's do some reading. I won't have too long to do reading. Just trying to look at what are the other videos I have here. Okay. We'll do I'll do a little bit of reading. We'll have to get to some of these tomorrow because I have to pick up my son. But I still have time for like this video and some reading. I would like to see this Red Nation video, so let's try and get that in before I gotta go. Alright, it's reading time, you know what that means. Get out the milady memes. Usually the one the chats go to when I go to reading time.
Welcome to Leaping Larry's Revolutionary Reading Theatre.
Yes, welcome to the Reading Theatre, comrades. For today's read, we have Kim Jong-il on the Juche idea. I have it pinned at the top of the page. If you don't have or don't see it pinned at the top for some reason, you can always type in just exclamation mark and reading, and we'll bring you to it. We have read the first, well, if you're looking at this PDF version here, we read the first work in it, but we also read one that's only in this edition that I have as well. We read that, what is today? Tuesday? We read that on Thursday. So today we're continuing on with starting the next read in this compilation, which is on the Juche idea, which was a treatise sent to the National Seminar on the Juche idea, held to mark the 70th anniversary of great leader Comrade Kim Il-sung, March 1982. So this one is the core work, I would say, of this entire compilation. But then once we read this one, there's another one that is sort of equally as core to it. That's called Ideological Problems with the Foundation of Socialism. And then I think there might be one more short one after that. Once we finish this, we're going to read Che Guevara, Socialism and Man in Cuba. And I'm thinking maybe Fundamentals of Revolutionary Party Building, and then another one from Iskra Books, which I'm happy to help out with on the rare occasion I am able to. Still very proud to be part of the team over there. Alright, without further ado, I will read for you, comrades. We will soon welcome the 70th birthday of the leader. It is very significant that to mark its 70th anniversary, we are holding a national seminar on the Juche idea. This seminar has assessed with pride the ideological and theoretical achievements made by the leader in leading our revolution and construction more than half a century, and has powerfully demonstrated again the greatness and correctness of the Juche idea. The Juche idea is a precious fruit of the leader's profound, widespread ideological and theoretical activities, and its creation is the most brilliant of his revolutionary achievements. By creating the great Juche idea, the leader opened up a new road, leading to victory in the revolution before the working class and the masses of the people, brought about a historic turn in the fulfillment of the revolutionary cause of the people. As we learned about before, the Communist Party in Korea at this time, when Kim Il-sung was working and trying to win liberation, fight against two imperialist powers, there was all kinds of problems like with flunkyism and Korean communists at the time really just wanting to copy everything that the USSR did to the detriment of actually getting people's support. The history of the Korean Revolution, pioneered and led by the leader, is a glorious history, which records the splendid application and overall victory of the great Juche idea. The Juche idea represents an invariable guiding idea of the Korean Revolution and a great revolutionary banner of our time. At present, we are confronted with the honorable task of modeling the whole society on the Juche idea. Still a massive problem. Absolutely, Plants Fanon. Welcome in, by the way, comrade. Always great to see you here. Yep, flunkyism, dogmatism, absolutely paralyzes much of the Western settler left, I would say, 100%. Western European left, in fact, I would say largely in general as well. It is a serious problem of people also just being like unable. I mean, part of the flunkyism and dogmatism, it's being unable to use Marxism, Leninism, and Juche and Frantz Fanon and all these other thinkers as a guide to action in order to create our own theory that's relative to our own conditions and suited to the tastes and the direction of revolutionary struggle, etc. Like in our own areas, right? Failure to do that is just like then you look at these previous pre-existing theories, or you look for answers in already existing books, and you're never going to find the actual answers to the problems there, right? You can be a guidance, knowing which the right direction to formulate your own theory is, but you always have to mix theory with practice, right? That's part of the scientific method of applying dialectical materialism. The objective of this historic cause is to complete our revolution, which has developed and triumphed under the banner of the Juche idea. In order to realize this cause, all party members and working people clearly understand the truth of the Juche idea and think and act strictly in accordance with its requirements. Which people have the best quality of life, North or South Koreans? Well, let's think here. South Korean people live, like, if you're an average worker or unemployed in South Korea, you likely live in a shanty town outside of one of the major cities or in a rural area without shelter if you're lucky. Or with very minimal shelter if you're lucky. Without shelter if you're unlucky. DPRK literally fucking provides houses for its entire population. Yes, South Korea. Such a good quality of life there, huh, Plan? Look at that planet. Look at that fucking quality of life. So nice. I drive a South Korean made car in USA. Uh-huh. Oh yes, much quality. Look, much. Oh yes, look, so much quality of life here to just be flooded with fucking. This looks like hell to me. Why would you want to be bombarded with this many advertisements all the fucking time? No thanks. And again, if you can't afford a place to live in Korea, if you've been displaced by the US military, this is where you end up going. Meanwhile, DPRK, actually, they might all look like cookie cutters, same homes, but see ya. They provide homes for everyone. You dingus. Dingus malingus. Yeah, I think I know where I'd rather. I know we're talking about. We're talking about like propaganda or whatever the fuck they always leave out from like the average working person, poor person's perspective. Yeah, the quality of life is better in DPRK. I say that without flinching. To continue. Only when one is firmly armed with the Juche idea and advances under its banner would it be possible to emerge victorious in the revolution and construction, surmounting all difficulties and trials. This is the conviction which our people have acquired through the history of revolutionary struggle, spanning over half a century. Availing myself of the opportunity provided by this meeting of social scientists and theoretical information workers from all over the country, who gathered here to debate on the Juche idea and its great victory on the eve of the 70th anniversary of the leader's birthday, I would like to refer to the questions related to the principles of the Juche idea. We also have this one. We also have the one where it's... I can do that one without the border if you think that would look better also. That one emote right there. Show you what I'm talking about here. Because I actually already have it ready, technically. This emote right here. So the one you have now that I just flashed on screen, or it can be like this without the border, and that makes it a little bit bigger. I don't know if that makes it any easier to see or what. Check this out. And you decide. Put it in tier 1 right now. Okay. Hey Grom, welcome back home. Okay, if you refresh your browser now, you should have the other version of it. Let me know if that looks better, or if you want me to go back to the one with the border. If you refresh your browser now, I have a different horse. Yeah, this one. Do you like it like that, or with the border better? No. Good turnout at the demonstration. Only good one was the Communist Party one, though. Huh. Almost like communists are always right or something, Grom. What's up with that? It's a weird thing that I guess communists know what we're talking about. Strange. And the more you know what you're talking about, the more correct you are, the more likely it is you're going to be called a tanky. Oh, you got interviewed by somebody? Interesting, interesting. So now you're going to be a big star on the local news networks. Grom's moving on up, chat. Going from streaming, getting into the real business now. Yeah, I'll keep my eyes open for sure, Grom. And if anybody finds it, let me know. Oh, smaller? Okay, cool. If anyone does see it around, make sure you let us all know so we can watch it. We were just starting some more of this read right here on the Juche philosophy. I'm not going to read too much of it today, just a little bit today. Just a little tease today. Just the tip today. Just gonna give you the tip today. And then because I was saying I wanted to watch this one video from Red Nation before I have to leave. And then on Thursday we'll read more. You didn't do much reading? I enjoy doing the reading. But I just do it 2 days a week, I think that's the proper way to do it. Then I'm not burnt out. If people are reading along, it gives them a day or two to catch up. Or if it's the weekend, it gives them a day or two. I don't count the weekend because people want to do stuff, right? So yeah, figure that works. Twice a week, reading. The rest of the time, I'll figure out other stuff. Like I said, I got Chunkaluda coming on here soon too. When we do the Chunkaluda segment, that will be our comrade who will come on and just tell you what we're doing in the organization to build like native mutual aid networks and stuff. Right. Oh, I already... This? Oh, I'll read this part again. Availing myself of the opportunity provided by this meeting of social scientists and theoretical information workers all over the country, who gathered here to debate on the Juche idea and its great victory on the eve of the 70th anniversary of the leader's birthday. I would like to refer to the questions related to the principles of the Juche idea. Oh, nice. You're going to join the Communist Party? Ow. Oh. Congrats. Got plans and things? I'm interested to... I'm wishing you luck in your plans. I got plans too, but some of them I can't talk about, which is why I talk about the local stuff I don't talk about too much, for obvious reasons. But, stuff with Chunkaluda and things, that's different. The origin of the Juche idea. A progressive idea plays an important role in socio-historical progress. In case you didn't know, Engels himself said, "An idea, when gripped by the masses, becomes a material force." When the masses are guided by a progressive idea, they can be a powerful creator of history. They can be. Of course, that does not mean that all progressive ideas play the same role in socio-historical development. Their role is different according to how they represent the aspirations and interests of the masses, and how correctly they show the path which must be followed in the struggle. Remember, as we discovered last time when we were reading this is not negating anything that Marxism-Leninism says, which is the fucking thing you end up hitting your head against the wall about when you start talking about Juche idea with other Marxists. They tend to get into this thing of trying to say, oh, well, it rejects Marxism or it negates Marxism or something like that. No, they're philosophies that actually complement each other and don't contrast each other. The reason for this is because Marxism arose, of course, to understand and give us a weapon through which to understand the material forces of development, how that reflects on social movement. And then Juche takes it one step further and says, well, what are the unique laws of social development that are either overlooked or able to be overlooked through mechanical interpretations of Marxism? Not to say that Marxism was wrong or is inherently mechanical in this way, just the fact that incorrect or mechanical interpretations, there's room for these kind of debates, means that we can still perfect the theory, and we should. And Juche just gives you another tool of analysis that doesn't negate studying Marxism-Leninism or doesn't negate Marxism-Leninism itself. It complements it. There were ideas which reflected the aspiration of progressive classes of society, even before the emergence of the working class. But due to their historical and class limitations, the trends of thought of past age could not but be hampered in the role they played in social development. As I just explained, material forces, the material laws of Marxism apply here. The revolutionary ideas of the working class alone can correctly reflect the demands of the time and the aspirations of the masses, and give a powerful stimulus to the socio-historical development by inspiring the people to wage the revolutionary struggle. The revolutionary ideas of working class are originated by distinguished leaders. This is another statement that is constantly misinterpreted as something to do with a great man theory. Again, it has nothing to do with that, because if we understand the way that communists think about leadership, like look at Zhu and Lai, look at Jung Il himself when we talk about leaders. Leaders, first of all, learn from the masses. And the strength of leadership in a socialist society is the ability to learn from the masses and inspire them to their own action. The leader is essentially like a collective of, basically a representative of the collective of the policy and the strategy of the Communist Party, the general staff of the revolution. And where does a leader of the working class emerge from? The masses, as I said, as does the lessons that he's learning himself and able to, inspire the masses to unite behind them, basically. And if you want to know how important this is, just look at the USSR, right? Look at what happened when they didn't have leaders that were able to inspire the masses. Because, of course, some of them might have been up to some shady fucking shit if they weren't just utter pathetic egotists or something, right? Like Khrushchev and following company. This. The reason you never saw the same love between the people and their leaders after that is, one, the de-Stalinization campaign and because of this bureaucracy that USSR just failed to get over, right? They failed to really fight against it. And we know there was struggles, of course, in the Communist Party to try and overcome that bureaucracy. But at a certain point, the renegades and the counter-revolutionaries had such a foothold that it didn't really matter, or the people didn't know how to oust them because they didn't properly understand how to utilize their own organs because of a lack of ideological education, again, in USSR. We'll get to all of that when we read Fundamentals of Revolutionary Party Building, though, which really gives a critique on the reasons for overthrow in the USSR. External pressure, of course, but we have to also realize that there were internal mistakes that were made and deviations from creatively applying Marxism for this situation. We'll get into all that. And much of it actually, I think, will resemble what Perenni is saying, but from a even more staunch Marxist perspective, I would say, rather than things. I mean, Perenni's fantastic, but he has some limited understanding when it comes to questions of Stalin and some other stuff, I think. It can be said that the history of the communist movement spanning 100 and scores years is a history of the working class leaders creating and developing revolutionary ideas, a history in which these ideas have been applied to transform the world. And by the way, when we get to the next work, Stalin talked about this too. He was worried about people's faith in the success of Soviet system, saw the dangers in this, that people lose hold of the science behind it. Yep. And we will talk about this. I mean, we'll get to this more again when we're talking about fundamentals of revolutionary party building as well. Because it is important to realize, and I think too many communists kind of shirk off the question of what leadership actually means, and what the role of leaders are. Every communist party has a leader, basically, right? Especially if you're a Marxist-Leninist. In the mid-19th century, Marx and Engels propounded Marxism. And again, their ideas, Marx and Engels' ideas, came from the masses around them. But Marx and Engels were the ones who inspired people to really study Marxism, right? Yeah, we love our unjustified hierarchies, that's all. Thus, they highlighted the historical mission and a path of liberation that had to be followed by the working class, that appeared on the arena of struggle, stimulated the fight against capital, ushering in the rise of international communist movement. Lenin developed Marxism and advanced Leninism in accordance with the new historical conditions, whereby capitalism had entered the phase of imperialism, with the result that he inspired the working class and the rest of the people to struggle to destroy imperialist strongholds and to achieve freedom and liberation. This marked the beginning of transition from capitalism to socialism. I love this because what's important here is they're very careful not to make the mistake of this stagist analysis that you see some people making of the idea that every nation now passes through a stage of capitalism proper in order to reach socialism. No, motherfucker. Capitalism emerges in the world, and this is where a lot of I see mechanical arguments from Nazis or Nazis who pretend to be patriotic socialists or whatever. We see them trying to say that, you know, a new liberated First Nation societies would just lead to new bourgeois societies and stuff like this. Or you can take the other side of this coin, where they try and justify the American Revolution or say the American Revolution was progressive revolution because it was a bourgeois revolution, right? When no. Bourgeois revolution had already emerged in the world long before that revolution there. And that was really, as I think Gerald Horne rightfully points out, a counter-revolution in order to reinforce and sustain settler colonialism and slavery. That's a counter-revolution. So the American Revolution, from the perspective of the working class, is actually a counter-revolution. Our leader created the great Juche idea after acquiring a deep insight into the requirements of a new era, when the oppressed and humiliated masses of the people became masters of their own destiny. Thus, he developed their struggle for independence onto a higher plane and opened up the age of Juche, a new era in the development of human history. The revolutionary idea of the working class emerges as the reflection of the mature demand of history and the revolution in their development. See? Very important. This statement right here is very important for understanding the separation between a great man theory and understanding where the ideas actually come from. Revolutionary idea of the working class emerges as a reflection of the mature demand of history and the revolution in their development. In other words, with the people around you, from the leaders learning from mingling with the masses, or the working class party is learning the line from mingling with the masses. And the whole reason why this idea can exist in the first place, of course, is because of the stage in history that it's at, as we know through dialectical materialist analysis. When the leader embarked on the road of revolution, a new development was taking place in the struggle of the working class and the masses against exploitation and oppression. The world arena, the influence of socialism, which had won its first victory, grew strong. The revolutionary struggle of the working class, the liberation struggle of the peoples in the colonies, semi-colonies, were intensified sharply. In an attempt to stop the revolutionary advance of the masses, weather the serious political and economic crises they were passing through, the imperialists further increased their plunder and oppression of the people. In many countries, contradictions, antagonisms between revolution and counter-revolution were intensified, and the masses of the people, whose sovereign rights had been trampled down for a long time, rose up in a struggle for their class and national liberation. A new age was approaching, in which the revolutionary movement made progress on a broad and diversified way on a worldwide scale. In order to advance the revolution under the historical conditions, working class and the people of every country, conscious of being masters, had to solve all problems in accordance with their actual situation. In our country, this was a particularly important matter because of the peculiarities of the historical development, the complexity and arduousness of the revolution. The Korean Revolution demanded more urgently that the masses hew out the path of revolution in an independent and creative manner. The Juche idea was created on the basis of such a practical requirement of the Korean Revolution. The revolution is a desire to meet The revolution is a struggle to meet the masses' desire for independence by enlisting in their strength. It is the struggle of the masses to free themselves. When they are armed with the revolutionary idea, united into an organized political force, masses can emerge victorious in the revolution. The duty of revolutionaries is to go among the masses, masters of the revolution, educate, organize, and inspire them to the struggle. The revolutionary forces, too, should be trained from among the masses. All problems arising in the revolutionary struggle should likewise be resolved in reliance on their wisdom and strength. However, the communists and nationalists who allegedly engaged in the national liberation movement in our country in the 1920s gave no thought to the need to go among the masses, to educate, organize, and arouse them into waging a revolutionary struggle. But divorced from the masses, they were only engrossed in the scramble for hegemony and empty talks. They did not unite the masses, but divided them by factional strife. Sound familiar, anyone? In the first years of his revolutionary struggle, the leader saw through their mistakes and took a road different from theirs, the genuinely revolutionary road, which led him to be among the masses and to rely on them in the struggle. He elucidated the truth that the masses, the masters of the revolution, are the masses of the people, and that when one goes among them to educate and mobilize them, one will be able to register victory in the revolution. This is one of the starting points of the Juche idea. That sound, basically, does that sound like, logic to everyone? It seems like common sense, right? And I think even Lenin, talks about the way the revolution spreads is by one person teaching 10, 10 teaching 100, 100 teaching 1,000, 1,000 teaching so on and so forth, and eventually you have the revolution. And by the way, when we're finished this work, I said we would be reading Che Guevara's Socialism and Man in Cuba, which also you will notice talks about the leader in much the same way that this book does. I think it'll be very good to read these two back to back. Too many backs. The revolution in each country should be carried out responsibly by its own people, the masters, in an independent manner, in a creative way suitable to its specific conditions. Independence and creativeness are inherent requirements of a revolutionary movement, the communist movement. Baby got back, Rom. Oh, fuck yeah. The Korean Revolution, which opened the age of Juche, could not advance even a step forward unless it was conducted in an independent and creative way from the start. Welcome back, GMO. Hope your self-crit section was successful. It was a difficult and complex revolution, which had to deal with the task of anti-imperialist national liberation revolution, with formidable Japanese imperialism as the target, and those of the anti-feudal democratic
feeds the children gets my support.
Simultaneously. Now you gotta do the other pranny one, though. It was an arduous revolution, which had to hew out an untrodden path. Someone's got to do that other perennial one now. Socialism does work, and it did work for hundreds of millions of people. Lectern slam. Has that woke anybody up? Yeah.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Exactly. What is worse, a strong tendency towards flunkyism appeared in those days within our anti-Japanese liberation movement and communist movement to hamper the advance of the revolution. The nationalists and self-styled Marxists followed the evil practices of flunkyism and factional strife, which had resulted in the country's ruin in the past. They did not try to carry out the revolution by their own initiative, but dreamed of achieving independence by depending on foreign forces. At that time, those who were allegedly engaged in the communist movement formed their own party group and called frequently at the Comintern to gain its recognition. And they endeavored to imitate mechanically established theories and experience of others, without taking into consideration the historical conditions and specific realities in our country, where a colonial and semi-feudal society was in existence. In this way, flunkeyism and dogmatism are very serious obstacles in the way of revolution. Drawing on serious lessons derived from such flunkeyism and dogmatism, the leader clarified the truth that a revolution should be carried out not by anyone's approval or instructions, but by one's own conviction and on one's own responsibility, and that all problems arising in the revolution should be solved in an independent and creative way. This is another starting point of the idea. As stated previously, the leader advanced the Juche idea, a revolutionary idea, on the basis of practical experience and lessons gained in the revolutionary struggle. The leader has conducted ideological and theoretical activities invariably based on the revolutionary practice, and developed and enriched the revolutionary idea and theories in the course of giving answers to problems arising in the revolutionary practice. Remember what I said? Integrating that theory with practice. Only on the basis of revolutionary practice can one apply existing theories in accordance with the interests of the revolution and actual conditions in one's own country, and search for new truths and create new ideas and theories. Oh, so you gotta mix the practice with the theory. Everybody wrote that down, please. I want to see some notes in chat. Noted. Everybody write that shit down. Gotta be creative and use Marxism-Leninism as a guide to action. Okay. In his early years of revolutionary activities, the leader was well versed in Marxism-Leninism. But he did not confine himself to applying Marxism-Leninism to the Korean Revolution, but pioneered a new phase of revolutionary theory from a steadfast, Juche-based standpoint, and resolved the problems arising in revolutionary practice from a unique angle. The leader discovered the truth of the Juche idea in the course of the struggle against bigoted nationalists and bogus Marxists, worshippers of great powers and dogmatists, while hewing out a new path for the revolution. Finally, he explained the principles of the Juche idea at the meeting of the leading personnel of the Young Communist League and the Anti-Imperialist Youth League held at Kalan in June 1930, and put forward a Juche-oriented line for the Korean Revolution. Don't even get me started, Meg. Don't even get me started. Fucking Hassan. That pronouncement kills me, Hassan. Hassan, please. It's Juche, not Jushi. This was a historical event. I implore you to please say Juche. One communist to another. This was a historical event which heralded the creation of the Juche idea and the birth of the Juche-oriented revolutionary line. At the time of disorder, when national reformism, left and right opportunism, and all other unsound ideas were prevailing, the leader, still in his teens, gained an insight into the trends of the time, the desire of the people, and the law of historical development, expounded the truth of Juche, thus opened the road of independence development for our revolution. The Juche idea has been perfected as a guiding eye of our revolution in our age, the practice of the Korean Revolution. The guiding idea of revolution cannot be made perfect by one effort at any moment. It emerges through the generalization of experience in the revolutionary struggle, on the basis of the conditions of the times and history. It becomes perfect as an integrated ideological and theoretical system when its truthfulness is verified and its content is enriched during the protracted struggle. The leader led to victory, revolutionary struggles at different stages, and the work in all fields of politics, the economy, culture, and military affairs. This course, he himself gained a wealth of precious experience and generalized it to steadily develop the Juche idea in a profound manner. The history of the leader who has led the arduous Korean Revolution for more than 50 years, history in which he created the Juche idea and perfected it as a unique ideological and theoretical system of great revolutionary practice. As stated previously, the Juche idea emerged on the basis of the requirement of a new age. The masses of the people appeared as the masters of history and of a rich experience gained in the revolutionary struggle. So it has become a great guiding idea of our revolution, our age. Right. So, like I said, short read today. We're just doing that part today. When we come back on Thursday to do more reading, I'll be back to more streaming, but we won't be reading. When I come back reading on Tuesday, we'll do chapter 2 here. This one's going to be much longer. This actually talks about the philosophical principles of the Juche idea. And then when we're following that, we're going to be on to the socio-historical principles of Juche idea. And there's the guiding principles of Juche. And then, as I said, there's another work after that as well. Hey, Pinko. Great to see you here, comrade. Love to see you, comrade. Get a shout out for Pinko the Bear here, please, comrades. Love to see you here. We just finished up our reading for today, Pinko. Short reader today because I went a little bit long this morning, yabbing about. Been listening while cooking. Excellent, excellent. Well, if you don't follow Pinko the Bear, fill in that heart at the top of the screen because Pinko the Bear can keep you relaxed at night with those cool tunes. Oh, yeah. Right, Pinko? Did I do that right? Did I do good, Pinko? Did I do good? So yeah, we come back. Well, I'm not ending the stream yet. Calm down. Whoa, horse. He's got the Juche idea here. That's what we're working on. So next we got the next principles, and then I think we got read that comes after this is, oh wow, we got, so the Juche idea one is quite a bit. Oh, and then the last chapter is the historic significance of the Juche idea. The reason why I'm saving number 2 for Thursday is because when I start reading this, I am gonna be rambling. Because I've studied so many works of Juche to try and completely wrap my head around everything. And also think of it from a different context, which I think, again, having a native family to help me not think in an individualist way has already given me a head start on that front. So I tend to ramble a lot when I read Juche philosophy. So Thursday we're going to read this, but today I want to make sure that we had enough time to watch One More Thing by Red Nation. Thing from Red Nation that I had, of course, is on the Palestine resistance struggle. You should see, Pinko. I'm a silly person, so I've made all different intros for all the segments. I read Workers' World, of course, fantastic news. on here. I read Workers' World every day. And I do a little news segment. It's called People's News with Leaping Larry. And this is what I do, Pinko. It goes like that. I do the little spin around. Look, I'll show you. So when I do the news, it's this. Look.
Land defending. Water defending. Strike actions. International politics. Socialist news. Bringing you the stories that matter most to revolutionaries. This is People's News with Leaping Larry.
That's my People's News intro. And I got more. I got one for every segment. Because, you know, we're serious here. Exactly, Pinko. I love the Workers' World articles, so we read them every day on this channel. I just had to mention that because I noticed you in chat here. Great to have you here, comrade. Right, check this out. We're gonna watch this one from the Red Nation. I like getting my news from the Red Nation as well.
All right. Hi, this is Nick Estes. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. I just want to give a quick historical update about why this day is important and why we're talking about the resistance in Palestine. In 1977, the International Indian Treaty Council, upon achieving non-governmental organizational status, the
we
United
watch
Nations
a lot of Red Nation
called
here too.
for the end.
Coming from Native family myself, Pinko, I like to watch Red Nation. I like to talk about decolonial perspective. That's one reason why I actually Workers' World always is on the correct side. Everything I've seen, so I love reading Workers' World's news as well.
End of celebration of Columbus Day and declared instead the International Day of Solidarity and Mourning with Indigenous Peoples. The UN Committee on Racism, Racial Discrimination, Apartheid, and Colonialism passed a resolution with the support of many organizations such as the African National Congress and the Palestine Liberation Organization, who recognized that the devastating legacies of European colonialism and African slavery had to be addressed in the Americas. In 1982, Spain and the Vatican proposed a 500-year commemoration of Columbus's voyage
I've seen so far, for sure.
At the UN General Assembly. The entire African delegation, in solidarity with indigenous peoples of the Americas, walked out of the meeting in protest of celebrating colonialism, the very system the UN was supposed to end. The commemoration was crushed, and the UN declared a celebration of World's Indigenous Peoples Day and the Decade for the World's Indigenous Peoples, which began in 1994. The second decade was declared in 2005. So without this lateral solidarity, Indigenous peoples would not have made such historic gains, like the drafting of the 2007 UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, commonly known as UNDRIP. And it should come as no surprise that Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United States, all white supremacist settler colonial regimes, initially voted against UNDRIP, maintaining their decades-long position of hostility towards indigenous rights at the United Nations. And it should also be said that Israel was absent from this initial vote. These nations went on to reverse their decision, citing the non-binding nature of the declaration itself. But I also think it's important to highlight the critical solidarity that Palestinian peoples within the UN system played in helping the International Indian Treaty Council and Indigenous delegates navigate the maze of UN human rights law and policies and procedures. And it was that same sort of declaration in 1977 that actually declared Zionism as a form of racism. And we know this was reversed with the Oslo Accords, but had it not been for the Palestinians' advocacy of indigenous peoples at the UN, we would not have an Indigenous Peoples Day. So that's why we are having this critical discussion today. There's a lot going on in the news right now, especially as it relates to Gaza and Palestine. We've seen indigenous politicians, celebrities, and elite sort of repeat the sort of same colonial lines that we've been hearing over and over again, disparaging Palestinian resistance, and in fact, enabling or at least uplifting the continued colonization and the continued crushing of the Palestine resistance movement as we know it today. But it's worth pointing out these historic ties, because that's the reason why we have our guest on today, Ali Abumina, who is with the Electronic Intifada. Ali, welcome to the show. Welcome to the live stream.
Thank you. It's an honor, especially on this Indigenous Peoples Day. And it truly is a day of mourning today, but it's also a day of celebration of the resilience and the resistance of Indigenous people all over the world, and today in Palestine.
Ali, I know this might be a difficult question to ask, but at the outset, can you just describe what happened this weekend, what led up to this historic sort of moment, and how the West and the kind of U.S. dominated media is portraying what has happened this weekend?
Well, I'll tell you that as a matter of policy, I avoid at times like this, especially the US or Western media. I consider that a matter of survival for my mental health, because I have to function. I have a job to do. Myself and my amazing colleagues at the Electronic Intifada work long hours to bring forward the voices of Palestinians and the realities and experiences, and I simply get too upset if I watch CNN or read the New York Times, because it's dehumanizing. The lies, the distortions, the fabrications, the total lack of context. So I
don't watch much mainstream news on here.
Arabic media, Al Jazeera, Al Mayadeen, and of course a lot of media coming out of Gaza, particularly on social media, and listening to our friends in Gaza. We ourselves at the Electronic Intifada just had a live stream where we heard from our friend Rifat Al-Arir, who's a writer, a teacher. He's a professor of literature at the Islamic University of Gaza, and as he was speaking to us, the bombs, the shattering sound of the bombs were in the background as he spoke. So I think that's important to say, because if you're watching this through the lens of Western media, you will not understand what's happening. You will not have any appreciation for it. And you would believe that this all started on Saturday. You would believe that vicious, bloodthirsty Hamas terrorists attacked innocent Israelis just wanting to spoil their fun and their party and shatter the peace. And there would be absolutely no history of weeks, months, years, let alone the decades of dispossession, of oppression, of massacres, of the fact that Gaza, which is just a tiny corner of Palestine, it's about the size of Washington, D.C., but densely populated with more than 2 million people. Those 2 million people, the vast majority of them are refugees from towns and villages that have been wiped off the map and replaced with Israeli settler colonies. The same settler colonies that the fighting has been taking place in over the past few days, and that half of the people in Gaza, so more than 1 million people, are children. And this morning, Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, declared of the people of Gaza, he said, "We are fighting human animals and we will act accordingly." Human animals. The defense minister of Israel said that, and he announced that that Israel was cutting off water, food, and electricity supplies to 1 million children caged in the Gaza Strip, while Israel is targeting civilian homes, high-rise buildings, mosques, with no military purpose, but for the purpose of killing civilians, to exact revenge, the kind of revenge colonialists always want to exact on the indigenous people who refuse to submit, to surrender, to die quietly. So what happened on Saturday morning was something absolutely historic. The complete destruction of the myth of Israeli military invincibility, of the brave Israeli soldier, the rugged pioneer who is fearless and capable and willing to sacrifice himself for the colony. And for the first time in history, an Arab fighting force, and in this case a Palestinian fighting force, took the battle onto so-called Israeli land. This has never happened before.
Yeah.
And what it revealed was
so
a
historic.
complete failure of the Israeli military, the collapse of the so-called Gaza division, whose job is to keep the Palestinians caged in Gaza. The GoPro videos, the helmet videos released by the resistance fighters, people are still in shock from what we're seeing. It's like something from a movie that we cannot believe is real. The Palestinians, remember, the Palestinians are not the ones getting $4 billion a year minimum in military aid from Israel and from the European Union and from all these countries, Australia, Canada, etc. The usual suspects. It's not the Palestinians getting that, but the GoPro videos of Palestinian fighters taking over entire Israeli military bases, killing Israeli soldiers, capturing them in their underwear, taking weapons. Even the resistance fighters seemed to be shocked that they were standing next to rows of abandoned tanks and armored vehicles. That the settlements that were emptied, that Palestinians were roaming around in Israeli settlements like Sderot, which is built on the ruins of an ethnically cleansed Palestinian town. And that as we're speaking now, some 3 days later, the Israelis are still fighting the resistance inside Israeli, so-called Israeli territory. So the scale of the catastrophe that Israel, from its perspective, suffered still hasn't sunk in, neither for Palestinians nor for Israelis. And so we are witnessing history because the settler colony relies to a large part on drumming into our psyche that it is permanent, that it is invincible, that the land is gone forever. And to see Palestinians liberating their land, even if it's only temporarily, was something that is transformative. I mean, my dad is 88 years old. He lived through the Nakba, he lived through the ethnic cleansing of 1948. And I know for other friends and family who have parents and elders of that generation, for them to see this was something just astonishing, because I know that many of them believe, even if they know in their hearts that the cause is just and one day Palestinians will go home, but to see it with their own eyes is something that is really hard to describe. It's moving, it's powerful. And from the West, from the Western media, the liberals, it's being demanded of us while we're being massacred, while we have been massacred continuously, the massacres have never stopped for 80 years, that we put the safety, the health, the comfort of our oppressors first. That we have to, not only are we not allowed to mourn for our own dead, we don't have time to mourn for our dead because Israel kills Palestinians every day. Even before Saturday, this year, as of October, this started on October 7th, as of October 6th, Israel had already killed far more Palestinians in 2023 than it did in the whole of 2022. And it's the same story when you go back another year and another year and another year. We don't have time barely to count our dead, but we're not allowed to mourn them. We're not allowed to name our oppressor because then we're accused of anti-Semitism. But not only that, but we have to empathize with them. We have to worry about them. We have to put their health and safety first. We have to worry that the colonists who are living on our ethnically cleansed land while Palestinians are in ghettos, in concentration camps. That's what Gaza is. It's a concentration camp. When the occupier says we're going to cut off the water, the electricity and the food to 2 million people caged in a ghetto, that's a death camp. That's a death camp. This isn't hyperbole, it's a death camp. So while our people are in a death camp, we have to wish for the settlers that they should be able to go to the beach in peace, that they should be able to attend raves and dance parties in peace, to go on holidays to Barcelona and Paris and Miami in peace, that nothing at all should disturb them, let alone the utter horror that they have inflicted on the people of the land for decade after decade after decade. And this is the reality we live in. It is at the same time, one of my friends in Gaza said to me, amid the horror of the bombing, he said, what we're seeing is a dream. And that encapsulates the kind of the dual reality we live in of simultaneously a dream and a nightmare. And in a way, you cannot reconcile them.
Even the dead aren't safe, as we saw with Noura Erekat's relative who was killed at a checkpoint. Israeli occupying forces actually keep the bodies of killed Palestinians as leverage for negotiation. So this kind of there's thousands of political prisoners, Palestinian political prisoners, on many of them. I think there's 200 that are children. So this is a full scale totalitarian sort of occupation that is defining the very existence of Palestinian life in these circumstances. So to see a prison break, so to speak, of the largest open air prison camp in history or in the world right now,
that's what it is.
It is truly historic. And I want to ask, what led up to this particular moment? There's a lot of history. You went as far back as 1948, but just within the last decade or so, there's been a monumental historic push and this constant moralizing against specifically Gazans to adhere to this, I call it an extremist nonviolence dogma, when the Great March of Return, resulted in, Israeli snipers picking off unarmed Palestinians, shooting them at the kneecap, as they were crawling towards freedom. Can you describe the years leading up to this particular moment and what life was like in Gaza?
Gaza, which again is just a corner of Palestine, and where 2+ million people of the some 6 million Palestinians who are inside the territory of Palestine. Then you have another 6, 7, 8 million Palestinians in the diaspora who are refugees and exiles, not allowed to return by Israel solely because they're not Jews, solely on racial grounds can they not return to their homeland. But you have these 2 million inside Gaza, and Gaza was until 2005, also the target of settler colonialism within the territory of Gaza. So you have this place which was the dumping ground for the ethnically cleansed Palestinians. The Israelis literally put Palestinians on trucks and dumped them in Gaza, not just in 1948, but even into the early 1950s. They were after the so-called War of Independence of Israel was over, they were still ethnically cleansing Palestinians, putting them on trucks and dumping them in Gaza. And so you'd think, okay, well, you've ethnically cleansed all these people. Will you leave them alone? No. They wanted Gaza too. And so until 2005, 40% of the territory of tiny Gaza was taken up by 6,000 Israeli settlers. So 1 million plus, because at that time the population was smaller, 1 million, 1.5 million Palestinians got 60% of the land, and 6,000 settlers got 40% of the land in Gaza. But it wasn't like, okay, the Palestinians can do what they want on the 60%. No, they were also corralled into enclaves, surrounded by settler roads, by the army. Gaza was frequently cut off north to south and east to west for the convenience of the 6,000 settlers, who of course got the best land, who got the seafront and the beaches and so on. The resistance drove the settlers out of Gaza. And in 2005, Israel decided that the cost of maintaining the settlers in Gaza was too high. So they decided to withdraw the settlers from the interior of Gaza and the soldiers from the interior of Gaza, but to turn Gaza basically into a giant prison surrounded from all sides by land, blockaded by land, sea, and air. And that is the situation that has existed for the past 16 plus years. Now, in terms of the political context as well, you add to that in 2006, Israel allowed Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip for the first time to hold, or for the first time in many years, there have not been, I think it had happened once before, but for the first time in many years, to hold legislative elections for the Palestinian Authority, which is sort of like a native government that has very limited power. But nonetheless, they were allowed to hold elections, which despite the best efforts of the United States to rig it, and Israel to rig it, Hamas won. And this was at the time when Hamas, which had been born in the late 1980s as a resistance movement in the context of the First Intifada, the first Palestinian uprising as it was called, had moved increasingly towards a political path. And the decision to actually participate in the legislative elections was a major sign of their shift towards politics. And Hamas writers and leaders and thinkers at the time would write articles, some of them even in the Washington Post and the New York Times, putting forward the Northern Ireland model, saying, you know, we see how the IRA moved from armed struggle into politics, and that's the path we want to follow. And that could have been taken as a major opening, an opportunity for a different path. And especially after Hamas won the elections and now was supposed to be given the responsibility of governing, at least within the limited context of this reservation system created by the so-called peace process. Instead, Israel and the United States and the Europeans and the Palestinian Authority, which is backed by Israel and the United States and the Europeans, the Palestinian Authority of Mahmoud Abbas, decided to wage war on Gaza, a war on Hamas, and to say, you won the election, but we're not going to recognize that result, and we're basically going to stage a coup. And the United States, along with Palestinian collaborators, I won't go too deeply into the history, but a particular Palestinian warlord and agent of the United States in Israel called Mohammed Dahlan, actually planned a coup in Gaza, which was supposed to take over Gaza from Hamas. But the whole thing failed, and instead Hamas thwarted the coup, kicked Dahlan and the Palestinian Authority forces, which were backed by Israel and the United States, out of Gaza. And that was the beginning of this so-called split, where Hamas rules Gaza while the Israeli-backed Palestinian Authority rules bits of the West Bank that Israel allows it to rule on Israel's behalf. And then you had the ever-tightening siege of Gaza. And even despite that, Hamas still attempted politics, but every effort the door was slammed in its face. And to put this in context, the United States was willing to negotiate with the Taliban in Afghanistan. It was willing to ally itself with Al-Qaeda in its regime change war in Syria, but it wasn't willing to talk to Hamas, which offered which had developed an idea that was a total consensus, really, among Hamas's leadership of what they called a long-term hudna, or truce, which the basic principle was, and this, again, you can read op-eds in the New York Times from Hamas leaders setting this out, saying, we don't see a comprehensive political solution to the Israeli-Palestinian situation now. But what we can propose is a long-term hudna, or truce, lasting 10 or 15 years, where there will be an end to violence, and in exchange, the siege of Gaza will be ended, Palestinians will be allowed to live, and in the context of this hudna, conditions in the future may change that would allow a solution to happen. That was the proposal of Hamas, and they were consistent about it. It wasn't just a passing idea that one leader said once. This was a consistent part of their thinking, and everybody knew it. But Israel and its enablers and accomplices continued to portray Hamas as solely a bloodthirsty, maniacal organization that only wanted to murder Jews and destroy Israel. And they slammed the door on every political outreach. And so they created a situation in which Hamas's attempt to move into politics in the way, for example, as mentioned, the IRA did and Sinn Féin did, was every such olive branch was slapped away. And Israel repeatedly, and there were repeated truces which Israel broke, and then Israel began this policy in 2008. It actually began earlier, but let's say 2008 is the first big example of what we're seeing now, of massive bombardment of Gaza, of merciless massacres, with the idea of what Israeli leaders call openly mowing the lawn. That Gaza is simply a holding pen for surplus natives, and they have no rights, they have no future, they just have to stay quiet. And every couple of years, if they start to rebel, we bomb them to hell, mowing the lawn. We cut them down again and remind them that we are the masters, and they just have to, we will let them live or really die quietly. And that was the model, and it repeated itself in 2008, and then in 2012, then in 2014, then in 2021, and now it happens multiple times a year. And so in this context, Hamas developed, and the other resistance factions, more and more sophisticated and skillful military tactics and resistance, because that was the only choice that was left to them. But despite this, as you mentioned, Palestinians still attempted to heed the advice of liberal columnists like Thomas Friedman and Nick Kristof and others in the New York Times, and other liberal pontificators who kept saying to the Palestinians, oh, if only you adopt the tactics of Gandhi and put on mass
Liberal
displays of
pontificators.
non-violence, the whole world will come to your support. By the way, they never told Israel, why don't you build settlements with non-violence? Instead of violently stealing Palestinian land, why don't you go knock on the door and give Palestinians a leaflet and say, would you mind us stealing your land peacefully? See how far you get with that. They never told Israel to use non-violence. Only the victims, only those who are being ethnically cleansed were lectured about non-violence. But nonetheless, they did it. And in 2018, the Great March of Return was a mass mobilization of tens, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza, the elderly, the young, in a celebratory mood, with celebrations of culture, with people putting on their traditional clothing, going to the border in a festival atmosphere to say we're here, we're human, we demand an end to this siege. And Israel sent military snipers to murder them in cold blood, to pick them off, to kneecap them. They killed 200 unarmed civilians over the course of the Great March of Return marches. They kneecapped and maimed more than 4,000 people. With malice aforethought, was there an outcry? Did the world come to the aid of the Palestinians? Not a bit of it. And so what is left for them except to fight back, except to resist with everything they have? And that's what brought us to what happened on Saturday. That is why we are today.
Either
it was
you die
solely
fighting
Israel's
or you
choice.
just die.
What Nelson Mandela wrote in his great book, The Long March to Freedom, it is always the oppressor, not the oppressed, who determines the form of the struggle. And if the oppressor uses violence, the oppressed must respond with violence. This is the same reality as the anti-colonial struggle in South Africa, all across Africa, and Vietnam, everywhere else in the world. The Palestinians are not in a different situation. And that's how we came to Saturday, the 7th of October, 2023.
It's also worth mentioning that the reason why Nelson Mandela was imprisoned for such a long time is because he refused to renounce violence as a means of liberation. And most people have kind of forgotten that or purposefully memory hold that and to create him into something that he actually wasn't, and he was a freedom fighter, first and foremost. And, you also mentioned the before we started, before we got to this last question, you mentioned the kind of statements that are coming out of from Israeli officials. These are, categorically calls for genocide, but there's also just explicit ignoring and willful sort of violation of international law. I mean, they've ordered the complete siege of the Gaza Strip, cutting off electricity, food, and fuel. These are public statements. This isn't like something that's happening, on the down low.
While calling them human animals.
Exactly. While calling them human animals. And oftentimes, in the West, or even within U.S. media, they're saying that Israel has a right to defend itself. But Israel, as an occupying power under Article 43 of the Hague Regulations, in Article 64 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, does not have a right to defend itself as an occupying power. This is international. This is like the normative understanding of international law. I shouldn't say normative, but this should be the normative understanding of international law. So the question is when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says, just leave, tells Gazans to just leave if you don't want to get murdered by Israeli bombs, there's nowhere to go. And they've created a situation where life is literally impossible. So when Israel declares war on Hamas and on Gaza, what does that actually mean?
It means what we're seeing now, the annihilation of entire families, by the deliberate bombing of apartment buildings, of homes, of marketplaces. This morning in Jabalia refugee camp, more than 50 people were killed when they bombed a market. And look, they're not even pretending at this point. In the past, they would pretend, oh yeah, there was a military target there, and this is all collateral damage. They're not saying that now. They're not pretending to do that now. They're just bombing civilians. And let's be clear, they've been given a complete green light to do it by Joe Biden and by the European Union and by every liberal politician, including the likes of Ilhan Omar, who is supposed to be a member of the squad, who echoed all the liberal, unequivocal condemnation of the Palestinians. And they have blood on their hands. Every politician who is engaged in that kind of disgusting, contemptible politics of condemnation has blood on their hands. And Israel is doing it with the full assurance that Joe Biden and the entire United States government and Congress has their back. Not to mention the Europeans, the Germans, the French, the British, all these people. You look at the map of the enablers and accomplices of these horrific atrocities in Palestine, and it is Europe and its colonial extensions. Europe, Canada, the United States, Australia, that's it. A couple of other of their vassal states. But that's the map. It is the settler colonies. It is what has been called the Settler International. They are the enablers. They're the ones who are reveling in this massacre because they understand that Israel is an incomplete settler colonial project in the sense that, you take the North American settler colonies. The genocide was, of course it's wrong. I was falsely taught when, the conventional wisdom that the native peoples of the Americas were wiped out. They weren't wiped out. They survived. They resisted. They continue to resist. But the genocide reduced their numbers to a point where, in effect, they're not deemed a threat to the existence of the settler colony. Whereas if you take apartheid South Africa or Israel, the indigenous people are the majority. In Canada too. In South Africa, they're the vast majority. And in Palestine, the Palestinians within the borders of historic Palestine are over 50%. The Jews are a minority. And when you take the Palestinian diaspora in the immediate countries, the Palestinians are an overwhelming majority. So in that type of context, the continued existence of the settler colony is always in question. And that was the case in France, where 1 million, even though there were 1 million French settlers there, the settler colony collapsed. It couldn't survive. So I think a major part of the psychological shock of what happened on Saturday is that the impermanence of the Zionist settler colony was made clear and manifest. And so the other settler colonies, the Europeans or the colonial powers and their colonial extensions, are in a state of panic. And they have even abandoned, usually when Israel goes wild on the Palestinians, the Europeans and even the Americans will pay lip service to, oh, yes, Israel has a right to self-defense, but civilians have to be protected. They're not even saying that now. I haven't seen statements from from the human rights loving Europeans about civilians have to be protected. They're basically just saying, go wild on them. Go wild. Do what you have to do to maintain this settler colony.
Yeah.
So in a sense, we are in a completely new phase that even the pretense of restraint has gone.
And it raises a bigger question for me. And I just thought about this in terms of you speaking right now, because, it was Israel that gave apartheid South Africa, the nuclear bomb. And Israel itself and the United States have prevented a denuclearization of the region And I could be wrong in this statement, but I think it's true. Is Israel the sole nuclear power in the region? Is that correct?
It is the sole nuclear power in the region. Yes.
And so how do we kind of frame that in a larger sort of geopolitical sort of context? Because I know Joe Biden has said he's going to move the Gerald Ford aircraft. It's the largest, aircraft carrier in the U.S. fleet into the region. There's an escalation. It's already beginning to spill over into Lebanon. Israel has led some strikes on Hezbollah, but there's this larger question that's emerging and brewing, and the kind of rabidness we saw around the war in Ukraine, around Iran as being some sort of nefarious actor in all of this and orchestrating. But I wanted to get your take on the sort of geopolitical shifts that are happening right now, because I think that's incredibly important, and the threat it poses.
Right, and I think that's another source of the anxiety for for Israel and for its imperial sponsors, which is that Israel, as a colonial extension of Europe and the United States, depends on their support. There would be no, of course, the Israeli myth, the marketing and branding is that this is a plucky little pioneering nation that depends on itself and no one else. The Jews have to have this state so that never again can they be threatened. The reality is that this thing would collapse in a week without the support of the United States. Even with the United States, we saw how vulnerable it is. And so the decision of Joe Biden to send the aircraft carriers is a reminder of the dependence of this settler colony on a United States which is in decline globally and particularly regionally, which has been on the retreat regionally.
Make jacket patches.
And when we go back to the Iraq War, the neocons and the project for a new American century, their conception of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan was this was supposed to guarantee American imperial hegemony and global dominance for another century at least. That's where the project for a new American century, that's what it means. And so Iraq was supposed to be the first to go, and then they would go off to Iran and Syria. And they did do Libya. They took out Libya. Basically, it was any country that was resisting American imperial hegemony had to be taken out, mafia style, gangster style. And it didn't work out how they wanted.
You mean
yes, they destroyed Iraq and killed 1 million people. But it wasn't the United States corporations who rebuilt Iraq. It's Chinese corporations who are rebuilding Iraq. The United States, instead of weakening Iran,
against all forms of Nazism,
increased Iran's influence over Iraq and in the region.
Fucking communism here.
The United States spent 20 years in Afghanistan lying to the American people. Everything's going fine. We're winning. The puppet government installed by the United States.
I mean,
you remember before the U.S. withdrew in August of 2021, they were saying, the intelligence estimates
we do have people here named anarchists, the
Afghan government will last at least 6 months after the American withdrawal. The Afghan government collapsed before the Americans left, Vietnam style, South Vietnam style. So this is an American empire in retreat. And we have seen,
the number is
and of course,
the
U.S. proxy war in Syria was part of the neocon project to destroy any government that resists U.S. power in any way. And it wasn't just about Syria, but it was particularly about Hezbollah, because Syria, Syria, Iran, that's a continuous territory that supports the Hezbollah resistance in Lebanon.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why Syria had to be destroyed. And that failed, but it wasn't the first attempt. In 2006, Israel, with the full backing of the United States, attempted to destroy Hezbollah by invading Lebanon and failed and was humiliated and defeated. Right? So the broader geopolitical context is
If
and
you're
regional
born in that
context,
year, go for
is
something
a
else.
weakening
Especially if
and
you're an
declining
anarchist,
United
right? Like,
States,
seriously.
a rising China and rising Russia, a rising global South, and within the region, a strengthening resistance axis. And these are factors that place Israel in an unprecedented position of vulnerability as to its long-term viability as a European, Euro-American settler colony implanted in the heart of the region.
So we've been talking a lot about Gaza, and Gaza is being a hub, for Palestinian resistance. But there's also the West Bank and the kind of the movements that have been happening, the leadership in the West Bank. Can you kind of compare and contrast what is going on or what has happened in the West Bank with Gaza and how it's also responding to this particular moment?
Right. The context in the West Bank is somewhat different from Gaza, because Gaza, Israel withdrew the settlers and basically said this is a holding pen for the unwanted indigenous people whose land we've taken. Whereas the West Bank remains a target of Israeli settler colonialism. So there you have the settlers who are carrying out daily pogroms and land theft, hand in hand with the Israeli army, living cheek to cheek with the Palestinians.
Like,
so there is daily
right?
confrontation between the settlers and Palestinians defending their land. And so you have the army presence throughout the West Bank. And you have the so-called Palestinian Authority, which is the collaborator regime, or as I call it increasingly, because I don't believe in mincing words, I believe in describing things accurately, the Palestinian Authority traitor regime.
Feel that.
Which is an extension of the Israeli occupation and settler colony, which was created in the context of the so-called peace process to relieve Israel of the full burden of policing the natives, murdering them, torturing them, so the settlers continue to expand, have their swimming pools, their shopping malls, their peaceful life, while Palestinians are treated like, as Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, put it this morning, human animals. And again, the Palestinian Authority, part of the way it maintained control was not just through torture and murder and brute force, although those are important tools in its arsenal, but also creating dependency in a context where Israel doesn't allow Palestinians to freely farm their land or build up industry or import or export.
Again,
you have a large segment of the West Bank.
That's why I keep saying, like, the struggle, the Palestinian struggle for so many First Nations, like, this is why it's been so fucking inspiring for us to watch this happening, right? Wait a sec, if we all come together and work together, you know what I'm saying?
Population who
all the First Nations working together, joining hands as one,
have no other option but to get salaries from the Palestinian Authority as civil servants or in the so-called security forces, the native police, and that accounts maybe for at least, I don't have the numbers, but it's a significant part of the population that has become economically dependent on a Palestinian Authority that is funded by the United States and the European Union to suppress Palestinian resistance. And that system, worked for a while. I mean, or at least it allowed Israel to manage the situation for a while, but it's been breaking down in the last year or so, and perhaps longer, but more dramatically in the last year, with the resurgence of organized armed resistance, particularly in the northern West Bank, the emergence of armed groups like Lion's Den, the re-emergence of Hamas, which Israel and the Palestinian Authority brutally suppressed in the West Bank following 2006, 2007, and the Palestinian Authority progressively losing control of the enclaves where it's allowed to operate. And so over the last year, or since the start of this year, we've seen Israel mounting more and more aggressive and brutal raids into refugee camps and towns in the West Bank, murdering people with greater frequency. And so what you have is now a confrontation between the settler colony and its settlers and Palestinians really throughout the country increasingly. There are times when it heats up and cools down a little, but it is constantly there. It is an inherently unstable situation.
I just have one final question. Today is Indigenous Peoples Day, and I started this interview off with a sort of history
for the whole
of
fucking
Indigenous,
month.
North American Indigenous solidarity with Palestine, and
Keep sending me
reciprocating
stuff for the month.
that sort of solidarity at the United Nations. And in fact, when I was at Palestine, or when I was in Palestine, I was in Ramallah. One of my Palestinian friends, he says, he's like, why? Like, what does Indigenous solidarity even mean? Like, what does it even mean? We're not living in a time where it's like, Indigenous people in the United States can provide material support, food,
next month,
water, things in that sense. So he's like, what does solidarity even mean? And, it's a question, I answered it in a way. That's a story for another time, but it got me thinking, in this moment in time, like, why is it important to study both U.S. settler colonialism and Israeli settler colonialism? But likewise, why is it important to study and to understand Indigenous resistance here in North America as well as in Palestine?
Because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, Kay, right, it really isn't about Jewish people versus Muslim people or Palestinians. At the end of the day, it's about settler colonials versus the native people there. Because before the settler occupation, there was Jewish people living in peace there. It's just these Jews that are incentivized to go and do this, who happen to also be, of course, a large majority of them from Europe or America, right? I've seen good takes from him lately, Falcon, so I don't know what's going on. But everybody learns. Can't all be as aware as Red Falcon right from the birth canal, right? Yeah. And even today, NTC, you see a lot of Jewish people in Palestine, in so-called Israel, who get harassed for being against the occupation, right? Seems like they might be to me.
I know that for me personally, even
From
though
what
I've
I'm
grown up
hearing
all
and
my
reading on
life
all their shit
with an
lately.
understanding of the situation in Palestine because of my personal connection, it's taken me a lifetime to unlearn, and I'm still unlearning the lies that I was taught about the United States, about Canada. I am still learning about the indigenous resistance and the living indigenous people. We were always told, oh yeah, there was a genocide, they're not there anymore. And so to understand that we are here in a settler colony
that's not a joke though,
still maintained by brutal violence, that is still built on denial, that was built on genocide, that
as well.
Lovely, nice, kind, smiley Canada is a genocidal creation. And to understand that genocidal impulse is it's not an accident when you look at the map of the countries that consistently vote with Israel and against the Palestinian people.
These capitalist
that it is the United States
are inflating the profit margin and reducing your total number of toys.
And so understanding that these settler...
Jesus Christ, thank you so much, NTC. I was so far away from the keep. I had my legs crossed on the chair, and I was trying to get them uncrossed. And I couldn't get back over the keyboard in time. Thank you, comrade. 500 bits. Jesus, thanks. Appreciate that. Sadic Jews whose solidarity with, yeah. 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 That's the thing, Kay. It's sad, but a lot of them are like, again, Americans and stuff, right? I guess whatever reason they get like indoctrinated into this belief as well. Like, if you look at the Abby Martin thing, you see what they're taught, right? As well. Settler colonialism is a hell of a fucking drug.
Colonies are intricately linked, that see their own fate as tied together.
Dangerous fucking addiction. Whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Settler solidarity is very strong. Settler colonial solidarity is very strong. And it is international and global. And so, for that reason alone, indigenous solidarity needs to be global, but it needs to be built on a foundation of understanding and of speaking to each other and of knowing each other's history and struggles. And that's very difficult. I mean, I admit the difficulty that when we are so deeply engaged in our own struggles for survival as communities and collectivities, that it's often hard to find the time and the energy to then just engage beyond what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. But it is tremendously important that we do so. And I believe that there is real strength and power in that solidarity in the many forms that it takes and still can take, because I think there is much greater potential than has already been realized in terms of that solidarity.
Yeah, that's a really...
I love that comment. If your bookshelf isn't bowing over with the amount of books, look at it. This one is too. Yeah. There's a lot of books on them shelves.
But it is tremendously important that we do so. And I believe that there is real strength and power in that solidarity in the many forms that it takes and still can take, because I think there is much greater potential than has already been realized in terms of that solidarity.
Yeah, that's a really great point. It reminds me of one of my mentors who
first
educated me around BDS and these, the history of Israeli settler colonialism, but also Palestinian resistance.
I have so many.
And one of the things he said to me is, it doesn't matter if you're indigenous, doesn't matter if you're black, doesn't matter if you're white, doesn't matter if you're Jewish or Palestinian. This is a moral issue. This is the moral line, and this is the right thing to do. It's not complicated. You're making it complicated by virtue of the fact that the things that you're exposed to, put
Billy,
up ideological
sure.
blinders.
Is he from
and it's
Philly?
our job to work through those
Quite possible.
But at the same time, in the same token, I also would say that there is an inherent affinity.
Saw the
so
former
to speak,
president,
brotherhood,
the
sisterhood,
former leader,
an affinity towards
Prime Minister,
the Palestinian cause, because having gone to Palestine, having witnessed it, I didn't need to witness it to know it was awful. I'll just say that right off the bat. I didn't need to witness it to understand it was awful. And in fact, it was the white people who were from the United States, the white settlers from the United States, who witnessed it and broke down, but failed to make the connection that they were returning with a blue passport to the world's number one settler colony for a reason, and had the kind of privileges granted to them, the safety and security that the rest of our people are not granted, that our nations, have been physically exterminated, have been politically exterminated.
And that's the case for a lot of settlers.
Have been ideologically and culturally exterminated, but yet nonetheless we still persist. And there's something to be learned, about that history that we have to take into consideration. We would, again, going back to the beginning of this podcast, we would not be where we are today in the international realm had it not been for our allies within the Palestinian movement. and also the anti-apartheid movement. Our struggle has always been global. It continues to be global. It's important to break through that media narrative, especially as Indigenous people. As a member of the Red Nation, a political organization, we have been adamant about our solidarity with Palestinians.
You gonna get one?
And have issued several statements. You can check those out on the rednation.org website. But I think one of the things that they've used Indigenous people for is to denounce, Palestinian resistance and to denounce a Palestinian solidarity. It's illegal in this country to be in solidarity with Palestine. They're trying their very best to make it illegal on all fronts. But at the end of the day, I want to ask just this final question. It could be short and brief, but what is the best way for people living here in this settler colony in North America on Indigenous land, Turtle Island? What's the best way they can support what's going on?
Well, I'm just one thing I want to add to what you said, which I really felt and share deeply, is that for me, it is a process of learning that is very much ongoing, and to understand how little I know and understand of the experience of Indigenous people in this continent. But whenever I hear those stories and narratives, there is something I can identify with viscerally, an experience I can identify with viscerally, and that I just want to say that we have a shared collective experience that ties us together deeply, even when we don't know each other as well as we should. And I just want to say that. In terms of what people can do, there is the Palestinian call to the world is for boycott, divestment, and sanctions. It's not the only thing. There's lots of other activities that people can do, but in terms of mobilizing collective power, boycott, divestment, and sanctions. So the way people can learn about that is go to bdsmovement.net, and that's very briefly a movement that Palestinians launched that is modeled on the international campaign of boycott and solidarity with the struggle against apartheid South Africa. And so these are non-violent tactics that people can engage in the United States, in Europe, around the world, to, in a sense, bring the struggle here. And because it is an effective tool, that's why there have been efforts all over the United States to try to outlaw it. Of course, they haven't been able to. But that's one thing. And the other thing is, to share the information and the stories. I'm very proud of the work we do at the Electronic Intifada. We're an independent publication, and we have some wonderful writers and contributors. We have also a great podcast, and you find us at electronicintifada.net. So we invite you to come and read those stories and to share them, because the barrage of propaganda, of anti-Palestinian propaganda in the US mainstream media is unreal. And so people have to look for alternative sources to educate themselves and their communities. So even just those two things are already a lot to ask people. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thanks so much again, Ali, for joining us. That's the Electronic
And tomorrow we are
Intifada.net.
gonna
It's actually
watch something
one of the
from
first
there.
online publications I started reading when it came out.
Got a couple things
I've
to
been a
watch
long time
tomorrow,
fan,
potentially.
listener to the
Gonna see what else
podcast,
we
as
dig
well as a
up as
reader
well.
of the website. So thanks
I
so
have
much for
a
joining us.
fantastic quote
We'll
I
put in
wanna
the show
share with
notes
you here in
everywhere
a
you can
second.
access Ali's work. He's on Twitter. He's on Blue Sky. We'll put all those links up in the show notes in a later version of this episode. So thanks again, Ali, for joining us.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure. Thank you, Nick, and thank you to the whole Red Nation team.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Yeah. So I got just the quote for you, BB. Might have been here when I read this yesterday, but it's Concerning Violence by Frantz Fanon. National liberation, national renaissance, the restoration of nationhood to the people, commonwealth, whatever may be the headings used for new formulas introduced. Decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. At whatever level we study it, relationships between individuals, new names for sports clubs, human admixture at cocktail parties, the police, on the directing boards of national or private banks. Decolonization is quite simply the replacing of a certain species of men by another species of men. Without any period of transition, there's a total, complete, and absolute substitution. It is true that we could equally stress well the rise of a new nation, the setting up of a new state, its diplomatic relations, and its economic and political trends. But we have precisely chosen to speak of that kind of tabula rasa which characterizes at the outset all decolonization. Its unusual importance is that it constitutes, from the very first day, the minimum demand of the colonized. To tell the truth, the proof of success lies in the whole social structure being changed from the bottom up. The extraordinary importance of this change is that it is willed, called for, demanded. The need for this change exists in its crude state, imperious and compelling, in the consciousness and in the lives of the men and women who are colonized. But the possibility of this change is equally experienced in the form of a terrifying future, the consciousness of another species of men and women, the colonizers. Unquote. Frantz Fanon. Get fucked, colonizers? Exactly. That's exactly the thing. And with that in mind,
على عهدي على ديني على أرض تلاقيني أنا لأهلي أنا فديهم أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني على أرض تلاقيني أنا لأهلي أنا فديهم والله أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني
Hey, here, drink this.
فلسطيني وابن أحرار جبيني بالسما ومغوار على عهد الوفا يا دار وعمره ما انحنى جبيني فلسطيني فلسطيني أنا دمي فلسطيني على أرض تلاقيني أنا لأهلي أنا بديهم أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي
Yeah, I agree, Falcon, for sure. Okay, so we're gonna watch this tomorrow and some other stuff. I'm gonna, of course, dig into the vaults as well to find more stuff. Before we go, before we raid out of here, I want to remind you all, no, you're tuning in to the most subversive, you're tuning into the most subversive channel. Look at this. Part of the most subversive group in South Korea. Okay, I don't know if you're still in chat, but look, we got banned. Juche Gang YouTube account has been banned in South Korea. I expected it to happen. I honestly thought it would have came sooner. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. Makes sense. I'm honestly surprised it took so long. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Most subversive ever. You're not banned in South Korea. Are you even Juche Gang? See, that's how you know. You can separate now the real Juche Gang from the fake ones. We're banned. So subversive, we're fucking banned. Alright. Let me just see what we're doing here. Oh yeah, I was getting viewers in South Korea quite a bit. Honestly. At least more than you would expect. I mean, but Frank, as I said, when I was working for the Korean Friendship Association, a lot of the Korean people I work with were former residents, right? Who want to move back to the north. And a lot of them would work with Korean Friendship Association and like give us alternate anecdotal information compared to what we were getting from, or compared to what you're getting in the mainstream, right? It's just harder for us to distribute that information in the Korean Friendship Associations. And then the other problem is like the US one is infiltrated by fucking LaRoucheites in much the same way CGTN America is. They're a fucking serious problem, these fucking Nazis. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Mama and Media might be a good raid. Let's drop the comrades off with Mama and Media. Okay, for your raid, comrades. That's your raid message if you're subscribed to the channel. If you're not subscribed to the channel, you have this raid message. Make sure you copy it, make sure you spam it into Mama M Media's chat. You should be super excited with a raid. No problem, Kay, no problem. I think she'll be super stoked. We give her a nice fat raid. And don't forget, come back on Thursday. We're going to be reading more of this, Kim Jong-il. Thursday. Tomorrow we're gonna wing it. I'm gonna find some videos. I'm gonna do the content farming, find some more memes for you all. Because, you know, we gotta take our meme break during the day as well. And then on Thursday we'll be back to reading that. Friday is another winging it day. I gotta leave those days open so we can figure out when we're gonna do the other stuff with Chunkaluda. Because I want you comrades to be updated on what we're working on with Chunkaluda and building mutual aid for First Nations. Alright, comrades. Thank you all, everyone, for the enormous support. Boof, what the fuck, that was crazy. Thank you for that. And everyone else, thank you for your time. It means so much. What the fuck?
Fucking asshole. Roses are red. I'm kind of a nerd.